Well, hello once again, Rivals. My name is Diatonic, and I've got your after-action report for the second week of the Marble Rivals Ignite Asia Group Stage. Zero Tenacity were back in action to kick things off for Week 2, taking on Down Payment in the opening match. Z10 looked clean on Map 1, but Down Payment would claw their way to a reverse sweep, defeating Z10 2-1. Incipients were still on the hunt for their first group stage win as they took on U-Inks next, and they'd get themselves on the board with a big 2-0 win here. Rounding out this first day of Week 2 was yet another marquee matchup, the fated rematch between Stage 1 champs Reject and the newly rebuilt Gen G. Though the players have changed, the story was yet again one of triumph for Reject as they take the series in a close 2-1 showdown. The second day of Week 2 started off with a match between veteran team Assemble Fire, who are still in search of their first group stage win, against Incipients. But Incipients had picked up some steam here in Week 2 as they won their second game of the week in a close 2-1 bout. Down Payment also continued their winning streak, taking their third win in a row over Rocket University in a big 2-0 sweep. Onside Gaming looked to keep their dominance alive in the next match as well, taking on U-Inks and walking away with a clean 2-0. And in the final Day 2 matchup, Zero Tenacity went head-to-head with the Vietnamese squad OEG. It was a tough draw for OEG, and they'd fall victim to Z10 2-0. Day 3 kicked off with a showdown between frontrunner team Crazy Raccoon and Onside Gaming, with CR continuing their flawless group stage campaign with yet another 2-0 win. We had a heavy hitter matchup between Gen G and Zero Tenacity next, one that Gen G would walk away the victors from with a complete 2-0 shutout. XOXO01 and Incipients stepped onto the field next, and EXO would lock in their playoff position here with a big win over Incipients. We ended the day on a very interesting matchup between Reject and Rocket University, with Rocket actually managing to take a map off Reject. But the only 3-map series of the day would go Reject's way in the end. The final day of the Asia Group Stage began with two Legacy Ignite competitors, XOXO01 and Assemble Fire, a matchup that EXO would win handily 2-0. Reject were back up against Down Payment, and the Stage 1 champs would emerge victorious here, also 2-0. Crazy Raccoon had their last match against U-Inks and would complete a perfect run through the group stage with yet another 2-0 win. And finally, the group stage would close with Gen G taking on OEG, with Gen G picking up the last win of the week. And after 2 weeks of group stage action, the Asia playoff picture was locked in. From Group A, Crazy Raccoon, XOXO01, Onside Gaming, and Incipients advanced to the playoffs. And from Group B, Reject, Gen G, Down Payment, and Zero Tenacity all make it through. The competition in the Asia region is looking hotter than ever, with only the top 2 teams qualifying for the Grand Finals LAN tournament later this year. Well, that's all for now, Rivals. I hope you caught your breath because we're about to dive right back in. Get ready to ignite the battle.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
World Crush! Priceless! Neo Peasants!
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with playoffs action here at Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 2 for Asia. Watching that one, Dan, towering over me. Let me sit up a little bit. There you go.
Oh yeah, there you go.
There you go. Yeah, I gotta grow a little bit. We gotta level up here because it's BO5 implications. How are you feeling, my guy?
This is going to be very, very interesting because we did take a whole week off from Marvel Rivals action here in the Asia region. Obviously, there were other regions that you did have the chance to watch, but here, a whole week off could mean the difference here when it comes to playoffs, especially when we go into these best of 5 matches.
Yeah, we've always seen a lot of 0-2s in the group stages. I know you and Multi had your fair share of matches too. So new patch plus a BO5 could turn things to a long day. So I hope each and every one of you that's watching with us could stay locked in with us, because me and Dan will keep you guys company all throughout. And there's been a lot of changes in the game as well that we've kind of went through, but right now I feel like we've definitely kind of hold our own when it comes to 3 strategists, the Jeff, the magic buffs here and there. We'll talk you guys through that and the rest of the updates throughout the day. But yeah, any teams you're looking forward to seeing here, Dan?
I mean, we did see the first half of Stage 2 here being on Season 3.5, and then the second week being on Season 4.0. So you really were able to see like the meta changing on its head. Most notably being one of those, some picks being more prioritized than others, most notably Loki. He was a menace in 3.5, and then suddenly in 4.0, he fell off a cliff. So that something like that could really factor in. But yeah, like you said, some team comps that we could be looking out for, definitely these flying compositions could still be a nuisance when it comes to these matches, like the Human Torch Ultron combo that we usually see every so often. But we're gonna hold off on that because we got another costume lined up for you. If you like 2099 Angela, you'll like this one too.
Yeah, you got to enter the Hellfire Protocol. This world can still be saved, be healed. Step into the Diamond Hard Power with Emma Frost's Hellfire Protocol costume, first appearing in Avengers vs. X-Men in 2012, issue number 5. It's available on October 2, 7 p.m. PDT. Rule the battlefield with the icy elegance and let nothing break your shine.
Yeah, you got a few more hours to figure out if you want to cop that costume, but the one that you don't have to think about for too long is this cool looking Hela skin right there for you.
Heck yeah, the Goddess of Death shows no mercy. Extra, get the timely bulletin. Fear stalks timely, folks. Our new sheriff, Red Wolf, has vanished, gone like a ghost in the dust, and rode the skeletal horse into the Valley of Doom right after a grim lady from Europe, dressed in black with pockets full of black and gold. She wants our town, our land, and our future. Don't be left in the dark. The truth is the timely bulletin, just a nickel. Instill fear into your enemy's eyes and ascend to the battlefield with Hela's Grim Lady costume, making its debut appearance in Marvel Rivals Season 4. It's available September 25, I believe. Oh, it's already been out. 7 p.m.
It's been out for a good while now.
Oh man, that's great. Give them something to talk about centuries to come. Get yours today.
If you want to look good, T-posing in the sky, this is the costume to do it. But also, if you didn't get a chance to cop a PlayStation 5, don't feel left behind. You don't have to deal with FOMO no longer, because Marvel Rivals is now on the PlayStation 4. So if you still got that device collecting dust in there, you can still connect onto Marvel Rivals starting Season 4, which is right now.
Yep, Heart of the Dragon is lying. Join the fight alongside the one and only Angela, folks. So if you have a PS4, do download Marvel Rivals. And with that out of the way, Dan, we were talking about different buffs, changes, and whatnot. We even checked out the new map, which I don't know if it's going to be played, if they're going to choose it. But when it comes to our first match, it's going to be Zero Tenacity versus CR. You've watched them since week 1 to week 2. Pros and cons for both teams. Talk to me about them.
I mean, it's very easy to find the pros in Crazy Raccoon, right? You've got a team that placed third, barely missing out in the midseason finals back in stage 1, altering their roster a little bit, adding an NX, who is the sole American player on Crazy Raccoon, and he has done wonders to this team. It's almost as if it was night and day, because this team all out of nowhere looks like a very, very strong contender to make it to the grand finals. On Zero Tenacity, they've got a team with a lot of experience from past organizations, past titles in the similar genre, and Zero Tenacity also have been making a name for themselves. As we could really dub them the mini Gen G with a lot of these names, if you do remember from stage 1, have been on that Gen G roster.
Here we have it, folks. Stage 2 already completed, done and dusted. October 2 to 5 is going to be the playoffs, and as Dan was mentioning, the mini Gen G, known as Zero Tenacity, did serve Rejects their first and only loss in the group stage. So that's something to look forward to, because they came guns ablaze, and that was their first match, and they won. And you know what? They were, in the interview portion, they were also pretty humbled about it. They said they got kind of lucky. But hey, today there's nothing to do with luck, because it's a best of 5, and that's going to be the playoffs. As you can see in front of your screen, it is stage 2 playoffs, and then they're actually playing for a huge prize pool. And not just that, but bragging rights also to be representing the Asia regions. But Dan, talk me through this total prize pool.
Ooh, yeah, you got a lot of prizes on the line. We got a $100,000 prize pool. Keep in mind, top 2 do make it to the grand finals to get a chance at International Glory, but you also get a prize of $32,000 if you take the top, $16,000 if you do make it to the grand finals, guaranteed. So you got that prize money, but you've also got that grand final spot coming in.
Heck yeah, bragging rights, also lots of zeros. And just making it to the 8th spot, you're already guaranteed 4,000, but you have to split that amongst your team. But anyway, we were talking about the different teams, and we were just talking a little bit about CR versus Zero Tenacity. That's going to be our first match of the day. You got Genji versus Onside Gaming, XOXO versus Down Payment, and our final match of the day, it's Rejects versus Incipients. Double elimination stage. Still, the stakes aren't as high because we still have that lower brackets, but it is going to be a best of 5, Dan.
Yep, every team has a chance to make it to the grand finals here, especially with double elimination. If you lose one match, it's not the end of the world. You still have the lower bracket to make your way through, and we could see some crazy storylines if we do see one hell of a lower bracket run. But it all starts here with these 4 matches.
Yeah, I'm excited to call the action here with you. Again, CR versus Z10, first match of the day. Got Gen G versus Onside Gaming. Kind of a David and Goliath match with how Gen G has been performing and Onside being that plucky underdog. XOXO versus Down Payment. You said it's gonna be a barn burner, which could potentially be the sleeper match of the day. Then we're gonna round things out with Rejects versus Incipients. Incipients has been making a name for themselves, especially with Gaku onto that magic that did receive amazing buffs. So lots to look forward to, folks, and we're going to keep you guys company all throughout the day.
Yeah, so far all of these matches have so much potential to go the distance, especially since this is a best of 5. It's no longer 2 to win, it's 3, so you do need to win that extra map, and whoever gets to the triple first moves on in the upper bracket, and if you lose, you move down to the lower bracket. So no teams will be eliminated today, but starting tomorrow, we may see some teams dropping out.
And if we look at it, right, and we're going to go back to our topic of Zero Tenacity versus Crazy Raccoons. Crazy Raccoons haven't even seen a best of 3. They haven't even seen the 3rd game. They've been so consistent, 2-0s, 2-0s, right? When Zero Tenacity, they were able to capture that lightning in a bottle 2-1 against Rejects, right? Which is, they're the furthest that's gone off in the offline stage, and they are winners of stage 1. So I hope they're able to bring that type of fire and that tenacity back. But Dan, you called it. That was in season 3.5. We're playing in a different game now.
Yeah, 3.5. That was when Zero Tenacity were able to take down Reject, but now, like you said, season 4.0, a lot of things have changed. A lot of different heroes have been prioritized. A lot of other heroes have been not as much prioritized.
Yeah.
But now, yeah, like you said, now that 4.0 is rolling around, this could change how these teams adapt, how these teams play out the draft, especially with the picks and locks and bans. So we do need to keep an eye out for what both of these teams do really like to run. As far as I know, Crazy Raccoon really like to run the Ultron Human Torch combo, which relatively hasn't been touched. If anything, it got slightly better, especially when Ultron now does extra damage to bonus health players. So
with that in mind, actually,
I would assume CR.
Yeah, just pulling out some stats that I was able to lock in with CR. Their reserve, their lock to ban ratio of Torch is 3-4. So you're right in that aspect. With Ultron, it's 4-7 because I think they really some people just prioritize banning Ultron, especially since the new season did come out. But something also that we do have to talk about is NX's Star-Lord, right? One of the best, if not the best, Star-Lords in the map. And Star-Lord doesn't get prioritized when it comes to being banned out. So Z10 really have to be careful with that. And not just that, if the Star-Lord is banned, you have NX can go with Torch, can go Ultron, he can go other hit scan heroes if ever he needs to. So yeah, Z10's gonna have their hands full up against Crazy Raccoons because less information is better, and they played the least amount of matches throughout the entire group stage.
Yeah, I know. I was able to watch NX play the Star-Lord, and I could tell. Yeah, I could tell you he is definitely one of the best to ever do it. I've never seen anything so clean, any of that tracking so crisp. And this is a guy who quite literally came out of nowhere. Like, as far as I know, he hasn't been on any past teams, at least here in the Marvel Rivals professional stage. And joining Crazy Raccoon, he as far as I know, his goal is to win Ignite, make it to the international stage, and give Crazy Raccoon some international status. So he is so far halfway done the job.
Yeah, he's definitely well on his way in doing that. Also very, I'd say he shoots from the hip and tells the truth in interviews. When we interview him, he's just like, hey, you know, we thought it'd be a bit more challenging. They also really look forward to their matchup against XOXO. So if we interview him, I can't wait to get his thoughts on this matchup because this is one of their big tests, right? But let's shift things on over to Z10 because based on the stats that I see up against them, they love locking in the Luna, and it's 7-3 reserve versus ban, while they've been banning out Mantis since the beginning, as well as Ultron. A 3-9 ban on Ultron and Ultron and Mantis, which, Dan, talk to me. It's 3 support meta all throughout. We've been seeing in EMEA, in Americas. How do you feel about the 3 support meta?
It's everywhere. Usually the triple strategist, there's usually one player that's running like an off strategist in a sense. Like, you do have the impact ultimates like the Invisible Woman, like the Luna Snow, maybe even the Mantis if you really want to play that kind of game. But yeah, usually the third strategist usually is something like an off strategist / duelist kind of player. Like, you've got one player on an Adam Warlock who has spiked a ton in popularity, at least in season 4.0. And also the Ultron, who has also been a solid pickup if the Adam Warlock is either banned out or not as prioritized. But then again, we have yet to see how these teams play it out because we are headed in to map number 1. It's going to be on Hell's Heaven, the first ever map of the playoffs.
Yeah, this does promote a lot of aggression. Domination's usually the way we like to warm up when it comes to commentating this. But immediately, Zero Tenacity, they want to go with a one-sided Mantis, ban Mantis, reserve Mantis. They know the value of Mantis. I mean, they've bought into the Mantis stoinks ever since 3.5, and they're pretty much just gonna keep running the same type of picks and bans. Probably ban out Ultron, since you did point out either Torch or Ultron has been used by Crazy Raccoons. However, a one-sided Jeff on Crazy Raccoon's side, banning out the Ultron but reserving the Jeff.
Yeah, they take the Jeff for himself, a strong pickup in domination maps in particular. Not only that, you've also got a little bit of a healing assistance coming in from Jeff's ultimate now that Season 4.0 has kicked in. And again, Jeff also being a very popular pickup. Both teams, it's already filled up with strategists so far. Can we make it towards the end like that? Because I know in 3.5 we saw some Vanguard bans, but now these strategists are going to be a problem. But I do really like the Adam Warlock ban coming in from Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, and Zero Tenacity, interesting enough, in banning out the Invisible Woman, and we gotta reserve some strategists here, having the Cloak and Dagger being one of the main anchor strategists for Crazy Raccoons. Good pickup, because Zero Tenacity was technically attacking any other strategist that can be that anchor. So they still have, they can ban out an Emma. They can also ban out a Magneto if you want to be able to take out that end song. But no, there's one more strategist on the table, and it's Ultron. They're taking that.
They needed to take away that Ultron. NX is the one usually piloting on Crazy Raccoon, and he is very, very, very good on that Ultron, especially since how strong of a pick it is now. Zero Tenacity don't want to deal with it. They take it away, and we'll just move on in this draft. But now begs the question: do Crazy Raccoon want to take away the Magneto? Because Cloak and Dagger is also a very good strategist with a very good Eternal Bond, and if you get that meteor down, obviously it shuts it down. So
yeah,
do Crazy Raccoon decide to go for it?
We'll just have to find out and see, because taking out the Magneto, no, the Namor wants to take out the Gamma Squid, since we're still playing that. Again, the new season, it's Hela and Namor, guys, but we're still playing with Gamma Squids, and they get rid of that. But I'd say Zero Tenacity did an amazing job, because if you look at it, you took out most of the off duelists on the side. Look, you take out the Mantis, the Luna, and the Ultron, but Crazy Raccoons can run that Warlock tandem.
Oh, here we go. NX is hovering that Star Wars right now. I am so excited to see that.
True. Same.
But anyway,
I mean, how many MVPs? I believe 4 MVPs in the span of like 3 days.
He's got like so many. He's gotten so many. But either way, back to Zero Tenacity. They did lock in the Hulk, which was... I'm not sure if that was the correct play, because then you just let Crazy Raccoon to just take away the Namor. Like
I think maybe it was more of a fake out. Yeah, maybe a fake out. Yeah, big brains if ever, because now they can run that Magneto. It wasn't like banned out by Crazy Raccoon, so could be that just for them to just threaten. Because Crazy Raccoon's not necessarily known for dive.
Yeah, this is no, you are right. Yeah, banning away the Namor does allow the Magneto to be picked up, because you just kind of pinned Crazy Raccoon in that. But either way, we gotta get to the action. We gotta get to the action. Here we go. First map of the first match of Asia Ignite playoffs. Here we go.
Yeah, Ripasuko with that Venom. Unfortunately, they don't have the tandem with Jeff, but Crazy Raccoons do have some synergies going on, especially with that. But NX immediately diving in. Be very careful. You don't have that bubble going on. But Venom also dives along with him. Jerry getting the first pick off of Lastro. So a 6v5 on Zero Tenacity's side, and they continue to rack it up. A trade-off, but Crazy Raccoon slowly losing Vanguards here.
They got so close to taking the site, but they do. It goes to Crazy Raccoon's side. GT3 uses the rocket jump, but Jerry is able to track him down. But NX trying to do some sort of damage, but realizing that he doesn't really have many members to rely on, so he will back away with his team. And this discipline from NX is just very, very good. I've seen most Star Wars players up in the highest level going in for the AoE damage and just getting taken out, but NX definitely playing the waiting game, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But it looks like Asuko sees that the moment is now, but he's going to get dangerously low, but does have a second health bar to back himself up.
I mean, you talked about discipline both on NX and Ripasuko there. They know, all right, too hot, let's get out of here. Let's fight together and try to go for it, but nice bubble on the side of the Magneto to get rid of the JT3. But now we do see some ultimates being spent on both sides. Galactic Legend is going to face the dance floor of Wendy, and now the end song to try and threaten any defensive ults coming out here. He's waiting for as much as he can, but he's able to actually land and clear up some space here and still hold. We do have It's Jeff as well, but we have a dunk to try and combo it together and gets a lot of value here. Takes out 2 of the Crazy Raccoons, make that 3. Sort of a team wipe here. Zero Tenacity holds strong, Dan.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity with a great fight, great trays of ultimates being used, but Crazy Raccoon still have to back himself up. Asuko getting caught out. Hyan is threatening the Karmic Revival, but didn't opt to use it. JT3-2 also has the Silent Seduction as Blastro getting picked off and staggered.
Wow, so now Zero Tenacity kind of on the back foot here at the start of this first map. So not choosing to go for a Strange just yet. We're slowly climbing up to the 90% mark. We're still keeping the attention on Ripasuko here on the Venom, but he's dangerously low. He could still pop that shield, but he's going to need to be healed quick as we approach the final seconds of this domination. If Zero Tenacity can hold it, it is going to be their first map to win.
Yep, and Crazy Raccoon are going to get early control, but Hyan is caught by XZ, who just takes him out. As here comes the rest of Zero Tenacity trying to deny Crazy Raccoon from using any sort of ultimate. Hyan does have the Karmic Revival, needs to use it if he wants his Crazy Raccoon to stay in this fight. But Jerry, again, threatening with the Ensong Inferno, able to find a jump onto the backline of Crazy Raccoon. Here is the Karmic Revival coming in, but is it in time? It doesn't look like it is. Crazy Raccoon are not able, actually, to get the resurrections down, and Crazy Raccoon might just save the ultimate unless there is a fighting chance, but it looks like Crazy Raccoon might just crumble here in round number 1.
Man, they gave Crazy Raccoons an inch and took a mile out of that. Sure, they gave up the play area, but Eggsy onto this Psylocke. Again, Psylocke did get a little bit nerfed, but man, the way they were able to clean up, the pickoffs were so good, the staggers as well, and Zero Tenacity checkmates them in Eldritch Monument here at Hell's Haven. So I wonder what switch-ups Crazy Raccoons are going to do, because they were disciplined, but it just seems like the team fights, the 1v1s were on Zero Tenacity's side. Maybe the 2-2-2 is really working out for them for now.
Yeah, so far it's looking good for Zero Tenacity. Crazy Raccoon, they, I guess, conceded that they knew this fight was over. They just saved all their ultimates, but
Get ready.
I say that, and look at Zero Tenacity. They've got 3 of them for themselves. Feast available on No Smite. Invisible Boundary available on Dotori. Wendy also threatening with the Fate of Both Worlds. So Crazy Raccoon really need to go for a crazy burst, some crazy plays. I'm looking at Losker right now. He is probably the difference maker in terms of this tempo in round number 2.
Definitely. I mean, a good It's Jeff, aside from just holding point onto the pool, alongside gets the swallow, could be a difference maker. But let's see how aggressive Crazy Raccoons are going to be, because they did show some exemplary discipline, but Zero Tenacity allowed them to, this allowed them to kind of control that second team fight. And now No Smite on the Venom is just waiting for the right opportunity to dive into the back lines. Feast of the Abyss is ready, doesn't go for it just yet, but they're setting up for a big play while Kadia is providing a lot of support. And note that Crazy Raccoons are, I just realized it now, they have a lot of checks they can catch, and it's going to be JT3 to start things out.
Yeah, here we go. Silent Seduction is going to prove to be valuable. They take out Kadia, but can they take out more? There is a domino effect of ultimates, and this is the ultimate we were talking about. Can Lostro find a pick? It looks like he's just going to use it to reposition, unless it's something else, as NX has the Galactic Legend going legendary, but he can't find the targets he needs.
Hey, but they're able to create that space here, and we still continue on to try and hunt them down. No Smite still around the area. Jerry providing so much support as Phoenix, just peppering in some damage here as Crazy Raccoons reap the rewards, climbing slowly at the 20% mark. But now it's kind of Zero Tenacity's time to spend some checks, which they're going to start things off with the Invisible Boundary. Eggsy, though, finds his mark, taking out JT3.
Here we go, Hyan and Seunghoon both in tandem using their strategist ultimates. Jerry trying to go for the dive, but can he find the value? Here we go. There's the dance of the butterfly, and they just absolutely blend the backline, but it's only Hyan going down. Does have the cocoon and will use it, but Seunghoon is going to get taken away as the rest of Zero Tenacity look to take over. But Crazy Raccoon, they still have control of the site. They're still stacking up the percentage points, and that's really all that matters as Jeff finds 2. And it's an even trade overall, but it's going to be a win for Crazy Raccoon with this control still in their grasp.
Yeah, they're not letting go. They know that Zero Tenacity has that team fight potential with this 2-2-2, so they just need to just be very vigilant in holding point here. And I think JT3 making the difference with that first Psionic Seduction to start out the first team fight, then it kind of snowballed. When it comes to resources, though, Zero Tenacity is leading with a Fate of Both Worlds, but we saw Lastro spend its Jeff really fast, so he can build it up so good as well. So they are going to try to contest the point now.
Oh my gosh, Lastro was able to find a way behind them, and that's going to cause a lot of disruption on Zero Tenacity with Osco being part of that nuisance. It's going to be a 1v1 here between NX and XZ, but he's not going to be able to find much as Kaidia is able to just bypass the Psionic Seduction, and JT3 gets taken away as Zero Tenacity finally, they realize it's their time to strike as X waste the Galactic Legend, and Zero Tenacity finally showing some signs of life here in round number 2, and they will take over the site.
That was a very expensive ult trade by Crazy Raccoons. Unfortunate trade by NX using the Galactic Legend. Now it's switching on over to Phoenix for a more poke heavy, less dive. So now he kind of has to build that up. But Zero Tenacity still holds strong. They can end it here and now if they're able to still hold well with this 2-2-2 composition. And they got 4 checks to cash, Dan. So this next team fight, Crazy Raccoons have to be very careful. Goes for another. It's Jeff. Gets the small one too. But no, able to actually take them out.
He uses the healing pool to keep himself alive, and he's able to throw both of them away, but it looks like Wendy was able to jump back in. Both members were able to come back into the fight as Dotori is able to use the invisible boundary, pushes away JT3, and now it's going to be a man advantage in favor of Crazy Raccoon, but the Karmic Revival will equalize things as Osco finds Jerry and Dotori as well. And now Crazy Raccoon looking to take control, looking to grasp this second round and force a deciding round number 3. They just have to take control and let that timer run out, and X doing what he can to do as much damage as possible. No ultimates available on Zero Tenacity either, so there is no chance, no way for them to get back onto the site, and Crazy Raccoon answer back.
In emphatic fashion at that. Crazy Raccoons looked like it was slipping away a little bit, but when they were able to get that Jeff swallow and the reposition, that was really one of the keys to victory here for them to win Super Soldier Factory. But Zero Tenacity still holding strong with this 2-2-2 lineup, so I think they got to respond to NX's switch up and also JT3 onto this Emma Frost. So now begs the question, how Zero Tenacity is going to change things up. Are they going to really go with Kadia switching up to our Angela over here?
Oh, yeah. Looks like it's going to be the Angela pick for Zero Tenacity. It's going to be interesting to see, because in this specific map, like this specific round, there isn't really opportunities to shove away. Yeah, Kaidia realizes that there's no place to like use the kidnap and just send someone into the abyss. So Kaidia will just go right back to the Magneto. And so far, we're seeing Crazy Raccoon being tested. Round number 1, you could say was a little bit of a slip up, but now it looks like Crazy Raccoon do have some momentum in them as they look to converge here on the 3rd point.
Yeah, so now they really have to deal with the triple strategist that Crazy Raccoons bring to the table. No more Star-Lord, but an End-Song Inferno that is potentially building up on NX's side. Eggsy already has the Dance of the Butterflies, while Lastro has another Jaws moment here if he can actually capture 2. So first battle is going to be very intense. Eggsy waiting for the right opportunity to dance with those butterflies. And there he goes.
He's going to dance with them. Great dive.
Oh, goes for actually 2 strategists. Lastro's the only one left, gets a swallow, but Jerry is able to save, so it's not going to be a shark week here for you, sir.
Oh, sir, indeed. Hyon was able to find XZ for the tail end of this fight, but it's all Zero Tenacity here in the early stages here as the rest of Crazy Raccoon look to reset. But a great dive coming in from Zero Tenacity. No Smite and XZ teaming up with the Dance of the Butterfly, top it off with a Venom dive from No Smite. And just that quick little combo was enough for Zero Tenacity to take early control as they do look to stack up that percentage.
They do. They have a Meteor M. They also have an Eternal Bond along with a Karmic Revival on High-End side. So I like how they're pushing close away from the mission area just so they have to spend their cooldown just for them to make this approach happen. But Zero Tenacity slowly building up all their ultimates here. And it started out now with Ripasuko with the Psionic Seduction, but they do go for 3 defensive ults, but no Smite getting lost in the fray here. Tori with the Invisible Boundary to hold point just a little longer, but now we see NX slowly trying to chip away and forcing the dance floor to ignite here as Crazy Raccoons still hold on to their ultimates and still hold on to this team fight, but now the Dunk
doesn't quite land the mark, but NX is in the thick of it, just meleeing away, stacking up the passive, and is just able to rip apart the rest of Zero Tenacity. But here comes the Dance of the Butterfly from Exy, but it's not going to do a whole lot. No value here this time around. Lastro is able to help out his fellow strategist of Hyon as they look to clap back here.
Man, the ebbs and flows of this match. Zero Tenacity trying to save it all for that team fight. Crazy Raccoons ending up on top, and Eggsy also spending that Dance of the Butterflies defensively, but they're just going for a patty cake situation with the Crazy Raccoons. But now Jerry slowly trying to build up those flame stacks, while Eggsy, you see, is trying to create a flank situation here. We have an end song on the side of Jerry, but that's about it. Zero Tenacity can't force anything too crazy because they don't have any defense ultimates to work with them.
Oh my god, Lastro is able to find Eggsy, catches him off guard. And now Zero Tenacity, the only way they can really get back into this fight was with Dotori with the Invisible Boundary, but right now Zero Tenacity have no space to go in as Crazy Raccoon make it to halfway.
Yeah, this is going to be real tough already. Already at 50% on both sides. No Smite trying to overextend here quite low. Can't afford to spend his cooldown just yet. NX, we see, is frozen, but they are so good at just rotating and monitoring where everyone is going to be at. So far, they got to march their way down. No Smite tries to lead the charge here.
Oh my gosh, NX!
Oh my god, gets taken out by NX.
Oh my god, NX! How do you land these shots? Everyone on Zero Tenacity have no idea where he's hitting from. And the rest of Crazy Raccoon will be able to capitalize using minimal ultimates. They only use the end song.
And now we see that the switch up Eggsy onto the Goddess of Death. We do have Kadia going with the Captain America. No, it's no Smite now.
There's no way.
Strange, but
they can't.
NX is
they
actually
can't go
fighting
in.
his way here, so now there's no chance. Kadia's trying to run his way. I'm not gonna allow it.
Oh my goodness, Crazy Raccoon just out of literally nowhere just put their foot on the gas and they don't stop. That momentum from that second round translates into the third. And with NX, this is what we want to see. This is the NX we all know and love, and he yet again gets another MVP.
Good 2 pickoffs on his side, but it's not just him. Lastro did really well also monitoring the final rounds of any flanks from Eggsy, because Eggsy was able to initiate a lot of good team fights with his Dance of the Butterflies, with his Psylocke. Jerry also did a lot of good pickoffs from Zero Tenacity, but man, Crazy Raccoons faced a little adversity from the start, but it's really the 3 strat meta that worked out very well. They had so much sustains. Zero Tenacity, unfortunately, had to kind of stick to the 2-2-2, but they didn't have that much lastability, especially when it came to the ultimate trade-offs. We saw how the Dance of the Butterflies was countered by Jeff and Cloak and Dagger just playing patty cake with each other, and they didn't really mean anything. So I wonder how Zero Tenacity is going to adjust to this, but Crazy Raccoons served their first map loss, but they still win this entire map, at least, or this entire game.
Yeah. They're still perfect. The perfect run is still alive. So that's really one of the big storylines to look out for. But yeah, either way, this is a great showing for Crazy Raccoon. But this is a best of 5, so
yeah,
it's not really much of a best of 3 sprint. Now we're moving in towards like the half marathon in a sense.
That is true. That is true. I wonder how Zero Tenacity is going to change things up. Will they still persist on the 2-2-2? Since they're triple strategies, you can't really go dive. You can kind of go brawl. I think maybe there were some opportunities that they could have went with the Emma Frost and the Magneto with the Psylocke so that they're able to actually use that synergy. They had Jeff taken out, so they couldn't go with the Venom and Jeff synergy that we saw so well by Crazy Raccoon. So a lot still up in the air for Zero Tenacity, but hey, they're the comeback kings. They were able to get that victory over Reject, so maybe a best of 5 is going to wake them up to that.
Yeah, we'll see though. But for now, Zero Tenacity do need to look to find a way back into this series. They're only down 1 map, and we still have a best of 5 to make our way through. So we're gonna take a short break, and we'll see if Zero Tenacity do find the answer when we come back.
Oh yeah, 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 내 운명에
Crazy Raccoon and Zero Tenacity already coming in swinging. Both teams showing what they can do, but in the end, Crazy Raccoon were able to take over map number 1, and now the ball goes into Zero Tenacity's court, and now they get to choose which map we go to next.
A back and forth battle we have here, Dan. I hope you guys are enjoying the action so far, and your channel points are still kind of safe if you're joining us on Twitch, because I mean, it's up in the air because Zero Tenacity, the ones to beat Rejects, but Crazy Raccoons stumble. I'd say, you know, having a little bit of a hiccup in map 1 at Eldritch Monument, but then they're able to bounce back. And we did see, I think it was more of a, like, they were kind of getting the download on them, right? They knew when team fights were lost. They didn't want to persist. Let's save the ultimates. Let's not stagger too much, and let's allow them to just get it. So kind of scary if you think about how they're going to approach this next match and how Zero Tenacity might have to change some things up, because we were talking about triple strategist, and we saw how well that worked out for Crazy Raccoon's favor.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if Crazy Raccoon do rebound towards that strategy that's worked out so well for them. But now Zero Tenacity do Do they wanna not block the Hulk that we saw in that first game?
True.
I know we know it was locked in order to force a Namor ban out of Crazy Raccoon. That's what we're assuming. I don't know if that's Zero Tenacity's plan or not. We can't really get into the heads of them, so.
I think now, if we're gonna allow, if they're gonna still target the strategists, maybe, as we pointed out, they got to take out a hero from NX. They have to take out either Star-Lord or, as we saw there, Phoenix, because he's godlike with that aim. Yeah, and usually Phoenix is saved up for the last ban out or the last type of, or for the last scenario there. So it could be up in the air here, but we're heading to Yggdrasil, Path of Yggdrasil here. These goats are going to be running on a parade. How do you feel about this map, Dan?
Definitely going to be it's one of the more vertical heavy maps. We'll put it at that. This is where Crazy Raccoon definitely could run the Ultron and the Torch combination, but then again, the bans have been more strategist related, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're not able to run that composition. So verticality might be a little bit tough for them, but for now, Zero Tenacity also going to choose to defend first. So we're gonna have to see how they approach this this map. As yeah, they do look to defend. They do have some high ground that they can work with, but we'll see how they do go for it. But one thing to mention,
yes,
every time there's a defense on these kinds of maps, mainly on Convoy, most teams like to run the triple Vanguard, triple strategist.
They do, to defend, right? That's something that we have to note, and that has been successful. But if you are pushing these goats out, we have seen Storm, we have seen Punisher, heck, we have seen a Jeff Nato do really well in EMEA like twice of how well that Storm is able to set up those verticality, buff the teammates, and Jeff setting up so much angles. So that's something that we have to worry about on both attack and defense side. But bring it back to the picks and bans. Zero Tenacity have this habit of locking in the Luna for, I believe, Dotori. And they reserved the Luna 7 times and banned it out 3 times. Next to that is Ultron and Emma, which they've saved 3 times. But usually it is that Luna. So what's your thoughts on locking in the Luna when I see Crazy Raccoons? They've only banned out Luna twice in this entire group stage. And didn't even ban out, yeah.
In general, Luna has been a very, very, like, very strong pick. It's very present in the picks and bans, but yeah, in general, I think Zero Tenacity, they just are just comfortable with it. It's more about comfort, but Luna also being one of the strong heroes in the game, despite the ultimate being 2 seconds shorter.
Ooh,
so
2 seconds.
yeah, oh no, 2 seconds is a lot in Marvel Rivals. These games go quick. They're just going. Yeah, but 2 seconds, yeah, it could mean the difference, but Zero Tenacity, they're able to see through the nerfs. They still like the potential of either just healing up the team or just, you know, putting on damage and just going full force in. And Zero Tenacity, they've been wanting to do that to varying amounts of success, especially with the Venom Psylocke combos. But I wouldn't be surprised if Zero Tenacity do want to go for that composition again.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see, because I think one thing I've noticed that was a bit prominent on the side of CR and not so prominent in Z10 is that they were kind of working with some team synergies with how they're able to have the Magneto and Ensong working out. They also had the pickup of the Jeff and Venom on their side. Maybe Zero Tenacity with the Luna just also kind of work their way towards that a more synergistic type team. But we digress. We're going to head toward map number 2. It's going to be Z10 to defend, while Crazy Raccoons are going to try to push these goats out to the streets of Yggdrasil. Saying what's up to everyone that's in chat, by the way. I see Lord Grimm is here. I see Claytonic is here. I see Gexer Val Nilo. Shoutouts to everyone. Brando is here. Hello, welcome. We're in for a long day, guys. So hopefully y'all are locking in as we lock out the Emma and Warlock.
And Crazy Raccoon want to give Lost Road that Jeff, who has, like you said in map number 1, has been playing very, very well, especially with this
Swallow.
how do I say this? Sky is just sniping out XZ in these
Oh, yeah.
positions,
Oh yeah.
and
That's,
Lostro is going to be more than happy to come back to this Jeff pick. But an adjustment coming in from Zero Tenacity. They dropped the ban every strategist you can think of part and just go all in on Vanguards.
ban
Look
all
at
the
that.
van. So they want CR to have a bad hold or bad defense here. So interesting. One-sided Emma ban on the side of Z10. And hey, JT3 was doing really well onto that to start things out with the Psionics induction. So just taking that off the table is really good. And reversing it, they're still locking in that Luna for Totori or whoever was going to pick that up. But they still don't have access to that Jeff. And now CR is really attacking all the strategists they can here.
Yeah, finally the lock-in comes in for Zero Tenacity. Dotori will be rocking the Luna Snow in the end. As Crazy Raccoon, they preemptively do ban out the Bruce Banner, aka the Hulk. And now what do they decide to go for here? Because they just completely denied the Laser Squid coming in on the side of Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, and they lock in the Mantis too. So, man, they lock in a Mantis and Ultron, which is kind of scary. And they have a Jeff to work with as well, just in case. So they're definitely playing to the triple strategist very well. However, on the side of Zero Tenacity, they can deny one more strategist here. I wonder if they're going to take out a Flyer or they're going to take out the Ultron. Okay, cool. No
Nice.
flying.
Yes. No fly zone on Yggdrasil. As Crazy Raccoon, we talked about it. They like the Torch Ultron combo, but they can't rock it anymore. So now it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment here. Zero Tenacity probably will go for the 3-0-3 composition, 3 Vanguards, 0 Duelists, 3 Strategists, and Crazy Raccoon can have a little bit more freedom to rock what they want to run. As we have been seeing options, like you said, the Jeff NATO with the Jeff and the Storm team up ability, but there are also other teams rocking the Groot Moon Knight combo that we all know and love from so many seasons.
I think, like you said, they have their fair share of heroes to go with. NX can also be Star-Lord, and he just burst out of the gate, set up a really good angle for us to go past the first turn in Yggdrasil. However, Zero Tenacity really needs strong holds here because based on their picks and bans, I think they're really relying on them to have a good hold and for Crazy Raccoons to have not a good second half of this map. And you called it triple, as our friend Multitudes would say. Triple strategists, triple vanguards here on Zero Tenacity side, while Crazy Raccoons come out of the gate swinging here. JT3 on the Angela.
Yeah, JT3 rocking that Angela, like you said. But for now, it is a very aggressive positioning off the start for Zero Tenacity as JT3 is able to find Wendy, is able to find the correct clone as Hyon also stacks it up as they take out 2 of the strategists. One of them does come back with the BRB, but JT3 just axes down no smite. A little bit of a lumberjack moment, if you could say that, as Hyon will clean up the rest of Zero Tenacity, and this hold just already crumbling to pieces. And now Crazy Raccoon now looking to push as Zero Tenacity goes for a portal play. Do they stick with the triple here? It looks like they will, and they will re-engage.
Luckily for them that the goats haven't moved that far, but they need to hold this engagement here, especially as the goats pass the second turn. They can actually have a really good defensive hold. JT3 still on the Angela, picking off the backline, but they're so bunched up together, and Wendy bringing back the strategist of old, the Loki here, but Loki having a lot of debuffs in this season. See if the survivability is going to be there slowly but surely.
Oh my god!
It is going to be pickoffs left and right on Crazy Raccoon side.
That is a crazy Angela ultimate coming in right inside that room. There is nowhere for Zero Tenacity to go. And Crazy Raccoon yet again win a commanding fight here. Zero Tenacity, they were just not able to run a single ultimate online. And Crazy Raccoon, look at them. They're just taking control. They're taking the advantage, and they're just gonna go all the way in. First point just now comes in as NX and the rest of the Crazy Raccoons just run rampant over Zero Tenacity.
And now they switch it up. You see Jerry on that Ultron, but man, that first checkpoint unlock without being contested is signs of confidence on Crazy Raccoons, and that's what happens when you let XC run rampant here with, when you have, what's that, the Star-Lord on NX's side. Sorry, XC's now running the Star-Lord, so the mirror match is happening as we speak. And also JT3 with Angela, too. Just to start things out, that Angela ultimate on that telephone booth, that small area. Now, Nos might actually take out JT3, but the GOATs are still moving down.
Yeah, the GOATs are still indeed moving. A defensive ultimate from Zero Tenacity just to keep the team alive. But here comes the dance, and Jerry has the Rage of Ultron online, and Crazy Raccoon will just momentarily run for the hills as one member of Crazy Raccoon goes down, and the discipline coming in from Crazy Raccoon yet again, realizing that they have to regroup quickly.
Yeah, I like this. They're starving them of any type of ultimate. While this is a tough spot to kind of push from, this S turn in the second checkpoint, but just takes one good push for Zero Tenacity to actually go all the way here and pass the second checkpoint. So XE doing a great job. JT3 with a lot of disrupt, but it's Jeff. Shark Week is happening just so that they can have the hold, but XE now actually doubling up here.
Then X's
getting
turn.
the Galactic Legend.
Oh, and X actually gets taken away. XE was able to find him and just lasers him down with the Galactic Legend. And now Crazy Raccoon, this push starting to slow down a little bit. But then again, Crazy Raccoon still have a lot of time to work with.
They do. So they have to be very careful with as they push past this. But Eggsy just doing such a great job, forcing cooldowns, just pressuring anyone to kind of go forward. Kadia with the Psionic Seduction, but my goodness, Eggsy and No Smite taking 2 for the price of 1 here. And now we continue on. Crazy Raccoons getting a good push here, but No Smite is still unscathed here, still all good. And now Crazy Raccoons try to push once again.
Yep, they just have to stack up the ultimates yet again. Suhoon still threatening the fate of both worlds. JT3 also has Heaven's Fall available. So it's going to be a matter of time of when. This is a good time, but Jerry and Dotori are threatening their strategist ultimates right now, so it might be a little bit difficult for Crazy Raccoon to get back in.
True. So now it's kind of a stalemate here as we approach the 2-minute mark, or past the 2-minute mark of the game. Rikasuko is going to be the first one to try to dive on in here.
Here we go.
With Angela to force the ultimate. But now the claps are going to catch JT3 off the air, and Wendy still remains alive as they build up their ultimates. Crazy Raccoons can kind of push with the dance floor here of Seung-hoon, but Zero Tenacity are still in a good position down there.
Yeah, they are just all over the back line of Crazy Raccoon. But Hyon pops the Soul Resurgence, and that might bring some resurgence into Crazy Raccoon as Lostro does pop the Jeff. Oh my god, what a sleep from Hyon! I was just rambling, but now Hyon steals away the show, denies XC's Galactic Legend, and that might be all the difference here as Zero Tenacity are forced away as Crazy Raccoon push on a little bit forward.
Yeah, and that's crazy, right? Zero Tenacity usually wants to deny the Mantis, but the fact that Hyon was able to have that good sleep, and now NX with the Galactic Legend to just push away the defense of Zero Tenacity could be the difference maker. But now Rage of Voltron, along with No Smite here, forcing out both Fate of both worlds, and we just continue on here to fight in this small spot.
Oh my god, the deny!
But the deny, my goodness, JT3. Crazy Raccoons are still trying to march down these gates, but can they actually break down the gates of Yggdrasil for them to unlock the second checkpoint? We still continue to fight. Only one person from Zero Tenacity is holding.
JT3 does have the Heaven's Fall, but it looks like Zero Tenacity just in time make it out of the room, and XZ is able to clean up the rest. But here we go, Heaven's Fall coming in as Crazy Raccoon find 2, but XZ is able to trade an even trade so far, 2 for 2 overall. But it looks like Zero Tenacity finally will fall, as Asuka will as well. But again, more trades coming in, and now the feast finally coming in from No Smite, but it's with minimal rewards as we pause in the heat of the moment. This is absolute insanity coming in, and it's only map 2.
We'll find out more on the next episode, folks. See you guys next week. There you have it.
Yep,
But
we're done here.
what a crazy team fight, man. Angela and the Venom providing so much dive ability to the backline, and High End popping off with that Mantis, making them reconsider how they did their picks and bans, because Eggsy was popping off with that Star-Lord, but that sleep was so crucial for them to push past and go to that second mark of Idrisil. So it's looking like, I mean, it's a back and forth. At this point, I'm not sure who's going to take it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I need to highlight JT3 just denying so many ultimates. Shout out to Hyan as well, getting a crazy sleep onto Eggsy. Something that is very, very difficult to do as a Mantis player.
Yeah.
But yeah, JT3 also denying so many ultimates. That's what Angela's really good at, just disrupting and displacing so many of these heroes. And we saw it right there, somehow finding the perfect time to deny the Feast of the Abyss coming in from No Smite. And
Disrupt, displace, and deny. That's basically how you kind of bring out this JT3 gameplay in this matchup, because there was so much crucial ultimates that could have changed the tides of this game, but JT3 was just on top of it all, just denying and playing the real front line there.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, as I was saying, if JT3 keeps going and disrupts all of these ultimates, Crazy Raccoon might just, they could just go all the way through it to the third point. But now Zero Tenacity, I also have to give the flowers to them. They've been holding this second point really, really well, staying in that little room, staying away from the line of sight of NX's Galactic Legend. And this positioning from Zero Tenacity just helps them push on forward, but we have yet to see if that'll be worth it in the end.
I think there's that urgency for Crazy Raccoons, because in the next half of this game, they're denied a lot of good Vanguards. So I wonder if JT3 is still going to stick to the Angela in a defense, because I can understand she's really good at push, she's really good at being very aggressive, but when it comes down to the second half of this game, they're denied the Magneto, they don't have an Emma, they don't have a Doctor Strange. So they can't afford any of those heroes that can try to revive the team, or not revive, but get them back to the team fight fast enough, give them that bubble, give them that shield, have an anti-dive going on. So I think Crazy Raccoons really just have to step on the gas and not look back at all. They just got to keep going for the 3-point game here.
Yeah, they have to. Zero Tenacity playing for the long game. Like you said, betting out these key Vanguards that could help Crazy Raccoon on the defensive sides. Like you said, no Strange, no Mag, and it's going to be a little bit difficult. So Crazy Raccoon really, really need to keep going and get that push going, because right now they look good, but if they start to show cracks in the defensive side, it's gonna hurt them even more.
So I'm looking at the pause that's happening right now. Kadia and Ripasuko are actually out, but if you know, No Smite already popped the Venom shield, while JT3 is looking mighty healthy. So it looks like, I think Venom's the only one. There's only Venom that's holding the point right now, but they still have to recapture it for them to push. So I wonder if this is going to give enough time for one of them to jump onto the point. It's not looking good, because Kadia was the only Vanguard and he was just knocked out. So
yeah, he is gone. No Smite has the Feast, has the bonus HP to work with. Not entirely sure if he has the second health bar available to him just yet, but yeah, Crazy Raccoon's also... Vostro is in the middle of a Jeff ultimate right now.
Oh geez, really?
So we'll see when that will get popped. I think it's just a zoning ultimate in a sense, as the rest of Zero Tenacity are just scrambling to get back onto the site. Keep in mind, before we go into this pause, there has been a 2-for-2 trade and then a 1-for-1 trade, if I remember correctly. So it's been somewhat of an even trade. So both teams are a little bit scattered right now.
Yeah. Saying what's up to everyone. This gives us time to talk to chat a little bit. Hopefully, if channel points are
cool
still
down a little
right.
bit.
Yeah, we're gonna cool down a little bit. Saying what's up to the Ultimate Derp. We see that Ted is here. We have Ben, the Tiger is here. We have Gexer, Lord Grim, Anti Tryhard has been joining us since Group 1. If you guys have been with us Let us know who y'all are for. I don't know if you have emojis of Crazy Raccoons or Z10, just because the chat is moving right really fast and this game's so fast. So it's kind of hard to read everything. So we're just reading out your usernames. So shout out to each and every one of you that's joining us. Hopefully are doing well. Are you for Crazy Raccoons? Are you for Z10? Let us know with maybe some emojis in chat or whatever you guys want. But right now, I think, well, it's all right to say that Crazy Raccoons are the favored ones to win this one, right? Because they're undefeated
On
coming
paper,
in, right?
On paper, yes. Crazy Raccoon are currently the only undefeated team, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
10-0. Didn't drop a single map so far. And right now, we've been covering the storyline a little bit as we go into playoffs. Crazy Raccoons, they were in Group A, and if you remember in Group A, there weren't really all strong teams on paper. Keep in mind on paper, as Group B was more dubbed as Group of Death. You had Reject and Gen G both being in that same group, but Crazy Raccoon, you could argue, had the easier of the two groups. And now, right now, as we go into playoffs, this is like really their first big test. And Zero Tenacity is a good starting point when it comes to playoffs here.
They are. And then remind me, Dan, our next match is going to be Gen G or versus someone, right? But
I remember correctly, yes.
That we will be getting
we're getting back soon.
Yeah, soon.
Very, very soon. But yeah, the next matchup is Gen G up against Onside Gaming.
Wow.
So almost a Korean derby, but Gen G did also adjust a little bit in terms of their roster, but we are back in the heat of the moment. This is where we ended off. Can Crazy Raccoon secure the second point? Overtime is triggered here as NX is able to track down another even trade, but this time in favor of Crazy Raccoon as they're able to find 1 for 2 as the rest of Zero Tenacity pile on in. JT3 finding anyone to skewer, but in the end, Crazy Raccoon finally make it to the second point.
Like
this is exactly
moths
what
to
they
a
need.
flame. Yeah, they were actually just funneling in, and the slow staggers taking out Jerry first. No Smite had to run on back, give a point just to heal up, and then Adia also trying to switch up to Captain America. So now Zero Tenacity need a really good hold to deny the 3 points here as Crazy Raccoon setting up really good flanks here. We're going to buff the Star-Lord here to try to push in. We have Soul Resurgence on high-end side that has been MVP, I would say MVP-like performance with this Mantis. But now we're trying to set up a dive here as NX, New Galactic Legends, are going to be ready, but it's going to be NX to pop first.
NX is going to start firing away. Lostro is going to find first blood in this team fight in particular. As the rest of Zero Tenacity are going to get pinned into this side of the map. JT3 finds a skewer onto Dotori, who has to jump away to safety. As the rest of Zero Tenacity need to find a way to get back as Crazy Raccoon are just piling on in, and the rest of them are starting to make their way onto the site. A barrage of particles, a barrage of ultimates, flags, circles, dance floors, you name it. We've got it all here right on the point as Zero Tenacity and Crazy Raccoon just start swinging away.
They do, and No Smite did swing away, but Ripasuko is going to try to go back. Oh no, it's actually No Smite having also that Piece of the Abyss.
Oh my god!
Unfortunately,
wait, what?
Unable to get it, and now hold the 2. Oh, I didn't even see the time, Dan. Oh my god, I thought another team fight was about to ensue.
Tunnel. Oh my god, I think Crazy Raccoon tunneled a little too hard. We tunneled a little too hard. We didn't even look at the timer. No, not even a single ultimate. Sorry, not even a single player on Crazy Raccoon were able to get a foot onto the site, at least trigger the overtime meter. And that it might be a crucial error coming in on to this second half of this map. And now, like we said, Crazy Raccoon, look at your screen. They don't have access to Magneto. They don't have access to the Doctor Strange. Not even the Emma out. So how are they going to defend? We've seen so many of these players go triple on the defensive side, on these convergence, on these convoy maps. And Crazy Raccoon, their resources are so limited right now.
A little bit. NX tried to go with the Groot a little bit, but I think he has way more value as the Star-Lord. But man, apologies, folks. I didn't even notice as we were. I thought the next team fight was about to ensue, but the clock just wind down. We didn't even trigger an overtime for that, and it was actually still kind of far. So, as you said, could be tunnel vision. Could have been maybe they wanted to just force more team fights, but. This could be a big opening for Zero Tenacity to capitalize on, as we see JT3 still on the Angela for the displacement, but they are going with a Wolverine and Storm just for them to go guns ablaze, and Exy is already out of the gate here to try and get a kidnap going on, trying to mark down Angela. Couldn't get it though.
Yeah, realizes that the range is a little too much, but yeah. The leap is on cooldown. It looks like Exy is going to change over to the Star-Lord. And now the push begins for Zero Tenacity. Can Crazy Raccoon hold? If you remember correctly, the first time around when Crazy Raccoon were pushing, they were able to easily make it past into the first point. But can Crazy Raccoon put up a fight here as two go down early? And now Crazy Raccoon need to run for the hills. Hyon and a fellow strategist need to fall away as XC looking to push the issue here. As the rest of Zero Tenacity look to push this point further and further in.
Yeah, Kadia now also on the displacement hero here, tries to get the stab onto the Venom, and now eyes are in the sky, Angelas are in the sky, but Kadia backing away just to get those heals going on. So, gotta love how Crazy Raccoon's disciplined not to force any team fights, but they really gotta wait for their vanguards. And now Jerry,
big skewer!
Rage of Ultron, and JT3 taking out Wendy with a big skewer there.
Yeah, big skewer indeed. Rage of Ultron is going to get denied. Save Wendy there. And now Crazy Raccoon have a little bit of a chance to breathe. But now Wendy being respawned and being so close to the team is just able to rejoin the fight with relative ease. So Crazy Raccoon now need to lock in yet again.
Yeah, so they're still not out of the woods here. They need to come in, and now it seems like a Galactic Legend would help them do that. They trade off 1-for-1 here, an Ultron for two strategists, but we do have a Karmic Revival about to be used by Hyan. Hyan chooses to revive himself, but a little too late on the timing there, so they still push these goats past the turn here, but still making it a hard team fight is Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, they need to regroup again. Now, a little bit of a moment to breathe, but for now, looks like everyone on Crazy Raccoon is looking to dive in. And X just jumping, leaping his way onto the site, but the heavens fall coming in as Xe looking to clean up the pieces as the Jeff ultimate is going to be used by Lostro, but Xe is just whirling away. But Lostro is able to find Doturi. Hyon is able to get the Karmic Revival down in time, but Xe is going absolutely ham. But JT3 comes back alive and as Asako shuts down that Star-Lord on Zero Tenacity.
Note that JT3 unfortunately getting eliminated, but the Karmic Revival was ready, so we have another Heaven's Fall on his side. Zero Tenacity need to pick up the pace here as we're about to hit the first, the final minute of this first push. So now they're setting up an angle really far away from the objective. So how are they going to try it? Going to try to go for the Rage of Voltron, just a push, and a dive also on Ripasuko.
Even if they don't get any knockouts here, Crazy Raccoon are okay with this. They're okay with keeping Zero Tenacity at bay, but it looks like Zero Tenacity find an alternative route onto the site as Wendy gets a freeze onto NX, and that's going to take him out as the rest of Zero Tenacity finally making their way. Surely this is enough to get them onto the first point, because now it's all delayed, all late. Oh no, Hyon can't get to the circle in time as XC is able to laser him down. But Crazy Raccoon are still in this fight. They're not done yet, but it looks like that invisible boundary might just do it. Zero Tenacity finally making their way in.
Okay, we see that the jump from Eggsy able to take out JT3. They continue to just stagger Crazy Raccoon. Kadia has changed on over to the Magneto. And surely this has to be the overtime to actually knock down the gates, the first gates of Idrisil, as Crazy Raccoons are going to give up this first, give up a little bit. Oh, but hang on, JT3. Oh no, he's trying to fight his way in, but they're going to just allow it to happen.
It is the anticlimactic play, but it is the correct play. JT3 wanted to try to stall a little bit, but realizes that it's going to stagger way too much. We'll just back away for now, as the Rage of Ultron is going to be used.
Whoa!
But Ultron is unstoppable during it, but NX lasers him down. We'll laser another, and this is just a light show coming in from NX. The tracking is on point. The aim is crisp as he's almost able to take down No Smite. But Zero Tenacity needed to run for the hills. Keep in mind, it took them way too long to get to that first point. So all they have is 2 minutes.
They do. So I like how they were able to actually save up No Smite, but in the process, you build up NX's Galactic Legend. Haiyan does have the Karmic Revival for them to push still. So NX now gonna go for the ultimate to take out Cherry once again. But Magneto to counter and takes out Lastro in the process. Eggsy now trying to go for the Venom as the dance floor is being lit on both sides. Oh my god, but hang on, we have Karmic Revival. So Eggsy does have the Galactic Legend ready for him to use, and he uses it right away just to get some elims. Kadia takes out Lastro, and they continue on to push.
Push is going for Zero Tenacity. They find too early, but here comes Seunghoon with the Fate of Both Worlds just to nullify any more damage. It's just damage control on Crazy Raccoon as Jerry and No Smite team up to find 2. As this push will inevitably move on forward. I don't think they'll be able to make it to the second point, but it'll be very, very close.
It would be. So they stagger a lot. They have to wait for JT3 and Ripasuko. We do see that Eggsy is setting up a flank here. Still at 35%. Ultimate checks here. Dotri and Jerry do have defensive ults ready to work with. Eggsy just drawing fire. We put an Ultron bot on him just to keep him alive. And now we're back into another team fight.
Yep. Haiyan just poking away as Jerry has the Rage of Ultron. NX is going to get caught out. Maybe even off guard by the Rage of Ultron being up and ready to use. Dotari still has the invisible boundary. And on paper right now, Crazy Raccoon might not be able to hold down the fort here as the invisible boundary does come in. That extra support is all it takes to get them onto the second site as Zero Tenacity ever so close to getting to that second point as the Meteor takes out the Venom. But JT3 finds a skewer onto 2, and NX will clean up the other. And it looks like signs of life coming in from Crazy Raccoon as NX does have the Galactic Legend firing away, firing to keep Crazy Raccoon alive. The overtime meter still alive and ready. As that second point, though, in the end, will go over to Zero Tenacity from the heroics of XZ.
Yep. The stagger. Okay, Venom has to get out of there. He has to hightail it just to make sure that he's going to go in with the rest of the team. But Eggsy trying to leave no prisoners and trying to actually take him out. So Crazy Raccoons need an insane hold. If Zero Tenacity can push past this, I don't know if Crazy Raccoons is going to think really hard about how they're going to play that, how they play that first round. So, Lastro now. He's going to try to set up an angle here with the Jeff. There's only 60 seconds on the clock. They're going to start it out with a Rage of Ultron here. Seunghoon's going to hold on to the Fate of Both Worlds, but NX trying to push the Eye in the Sky as they try and continue on to hold here.
The timing coming in from Haiyan with the Soul Bond, just get that extra damage reduction onto everyone so no one on Crazy Raccoon goes down to the Ultron ultimate, but Wendy does have to Fate of Both Worlds. It's a matter of time of Wendy wants to use it, but he might not even need it as Asuko goes down early. But there's the Karmic Revival. Brings back Asuko as NX twirling away, but the Karmic Revival will bring back NX into the fight as XC finds more. Galactic Legend available yet again, but there's the Fate of Both Worlds coming in from Seunghoon. They all need a bunch together. Lastro finds a Jeff ultimate. But how many did he find? That is something we don't know just yet as more ultimates coming in. NX, his health bar dancing down and up, but can he find any sort of advantage as the invisible boundary and the Fate of Both Worlds going to be burned by Zero Tenacity, but no one goes down just yet. But finally, NX falls over onto the site as the rest of Zero Tenacity slowly but surely moving towards that point. They just need to make it halfway onto the third point. So close, but can they get there as Haiyan finds those snipe onto Wendy? But is it going to be enough? It doesn't seem likely as No Smite able to team up with 2 and the rest of Crazy Raccoon fall. Zero Tenacity answer back with game number 2.
two.
The fact that Zero Tenacity were able to turn that around after a crazy first hold of Crazy Raccoons really begs the question. Zero Tenacity was really playing for this endgame scenario to deny any vanguards for any holds. And Eggsy is going to be your MVP of this matchup. It was a good effort on Crazy Raccoon's sides, but then it comes back to how they played that first half of Yggdrasil. And if they were able to push all three, we could have been potentially seeing a different result here.
Very well could have seen, like you said, a different outcome, a different result. But this is the timeline we're in. This is the timeline where Crazy Raccoon weren't able to step foot onto the site in time, and that allows Zero Tenacity to take that second map here on Yggdrasil. And Eggsy showing some Star Wars gameplay. Able to go toe and toe with EdX, who proclaims 51? He is one of the best in the world. And yeah, 51 eliminations. That is a crazy number to look at right now.
I would say though, Crazy Raccoons showed a lot of adversity. Showed a lot of flexibility here. Hyan onto the Psylocke, but JT3 kind of forced to go with Angela here because there were no more vanguards to work with to push. I mean, we did see a Groot for the defense, but that was on NX. But NX had his own game that he was playing because his Star-Lord was way too valuable. But it really went down the wire. It doesn't matter how fast, but they were still able to cross that finish line. Famous Man once said, doesn't matter if it's an inch or a mile, a win is still a win. Family.
Yeah, a win is a win indeed. And Zero Tenacity very well would want to take that, as now we're tied 1-1. It's effectively a best of 3 now.
It is.
So,
that is true.
Ooh, exciting.
And
I'm so excited.
Zero Tenacity made history being the first one to serve an L to rejects and being the first one to give Crazy Raccoons their first L, bro. Like, what the heck?
The perfect run is no more. It is over.
It's over.
It's done. The run is dead. The flawless run is gone. We have to reset, and that's exactly what Crazy Raccoon need to do, as they have the map choice. They have a few minutes to think about it, and we'll see what their choice is coming in to map number 3, so don't go anywhere.
Oh yeah, 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. 쓰러지지 마. 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해. 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 쓰러지지 마. 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고
clear your sleep schedules or clear out your day because we have ourselves a 1-1 series. Z10 has made history, not only beating Rejects, but serving Crazy Raccoons their first adversity, serving their first L of this entire group stage plus playoffs. And right now, to be Crazy Raccoons in a very interesting spot, Dan. They have not seen a game number 3, which they'll be actually picking the map.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen Crazy Raccoon pick a map for themselves. Like you said, this is their first ever map loss in stage 2. They went flawless in the group stage, but now we talked about this time and time again. This is their first true test going up against Zero Tenacity, a team that's nothing, which is nothing to scoff at. We've got a bunch of players that used to be on that Genji roster back in stage 1 and now banding together here with a few extra players form Zero Tenacity, and now they are making a name for themselves, coming in from the open qualifiers, making their way into stage 2 and now in stage 2 playoffs. So it's been a long road for Zero Tenacity, but for now they are looking to prove that they can still go toe to toe against the world's best.
Yeah, and you know, we build up this narrative that has a perfect run so far, but I think once we hit the playoffs and you start to see teams kind of clash against each other, you can only hold on to that perfect run for so long. But now I kind of like this because sometimes an L makes you fight more or fight better, or you can actually see more depth when it comes to adversity. And Zero Tenacity, even though they got that win, we still have to see if they can continue on that streak, because they did get that win because Crazy Raccoons got a little bloodthirsty there and got a little tunnel vision, not going for the full 3 and playing to the win conditions of Z10. So now this will be Z10's big test, another test on Z10 side, if they can hold on to the momentum here and kind of rattle the Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, like you said, it did rattle Crazy Raccoons a little bit, probably. Especially since it's their first map loss. In a sense, you could probably call it a wake-up call. We did see Crazy Raccoon on paper easily making their way into playoffs, but now things are starting to ramp up, and we finally see the choice coming in from Crazy Raccoon. They're choosing Central Park here. The Convergence map. I think it's Convergence. Yes, Convergence will be the final one. And keep in mind, since this is the final game mode in the competitive pool at the moment, we will reset when we go to map number 4. So all 3 maps will be available. You will have Domination, Convoy, and Convergence available. The only restriction is that you cannot pick maps that we have already been on. So Hell's Heaven is not available. Yggdrasil no longer going to be available. And now Central Park.
I'm excited for this one because we did see some amazing Angel plays onto JT3. I wonder if that will still be on the table, because there's a lot of kidnap potential in this map, a lot of dump areas, especially once you start to get inside Dracula's castle. So the picks and bans, we're going to see if Z10 is going to consider banning out the Mantis, which they've always been doing since group stage, but the switch up to going for Vanguards really helped them out, and it seems like they just want to take out Sharks. No Sharks this week. No Sharks allowed in Dracula's castle, folks.
And no fly zone in Yggdrasil. It looks like it's going to be a no. How do I say that? No.
Swim
below sea level zone.
It's adult swim.
Guess no swim.
Yeah.
yeah. That works. But all
fly though. It's an all fly zone here. We got Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, Crazy Raccoon. They give NX the Ultron there. That's huge. That is huge.
Ultron's really good in this map. There's a lot of good spots you can set up, especially since Crazy Raccoons are pushing out first.
Yes.
You can kind of set up in the 2 pillars once you get past the columns. But Zero Tenacity locking in the Mantis and also banning out the Mantis, which was good because Hyan was godlike. He was nasty with with those sleeps.
Shout out to that sleep onto XZ. That was disgusting. Absolute insanity.
That's what we strive for as Mantis players.
How do you land that? You just had to lob it at the perfect angle. XZ had to fly also at the perfect angle, and anyway. Yep, Zero Tenacity. They give no room for NX to work with. No Star Wars safety net this time around. Zero Tenacity will take Star Wars for themselves.
Interesting. Are they gonna actually lock in a torch here? Because they're kind of target banning, yeah, the Star-Lord. They did lock in the Ultron, which maybe NX and High End could kind of rotate around who's gonna use that. But also banning out the Luna. So they trade out the Luna to lock in the Mantis and Star-Lord. So one-sided Ultron and Luna for Crazy Raccoons, while the last ban on Zero Tenacity's side, I wonder what it's gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, it could be the Torch, but I don't think Torch is that valuable of a ban. So I wouldn't be surprised if Zero Tenacity go for a different kind of ban.
Phoenix.
Yep, they're just gonna target down NX here, take out the Phoenix. So in a sense, it's making Crazy Raccoon tunnel onto this Ultron Torch pickup. And Zero Tenacity are well aware that Crazy Raccoon really like this composition, and if you're able to pin them into said composition and are able to counter appropriately, you just kind of effectively put Crazy Raccoon in a chokehold, and there's really no other options you can really go for unless NX really has something deep in his pocket.
I think
So we'll see.
we've studied Crazy Raccoons, right? And we've warned everyone watching about this this tandem of Ultron and Torch, right? So Zero Tenacity know what they're getting into. Maybe it's the devil they know that's better than the devil they don't, since they've also kind of studied the same tapes, and they just got to be able to get ready for this type of matchup. But kind of scary that you're giving High End and NX the heroes that they kind of want. But we do see a bit of synergy here with Mantis, Groot, and the Loki here for the defensive hold of Zero Tenacity.
Yep, the team up very, very strong here. But now, how does Zero Tenacity decide to hold here as the timer runs to 0? And here we go. Map number 3 underway here. NX and Crazy Raccoons looking to strike back here in map number 3.
NX already setting up a really good angle here alongside with his compadre, the Torch, High End here, but Eggsy. And I mean, Loki, yes, receiving nerfs here and there, but he's still crazy when he's able to set up his clones in this area just to hold strong. Note that Groot is here as well, so he has extra walls from the Mantis buff.
Yeah, extra cover indeed, as Kaidia gonna get lasered down, forced to use a bubble on himself. Does that allow Crazy Raccoon to look for an opportunity here? They know that there's no bubble available, but a great shield from Lostro will allow NX to laser down Eggsy, and that might be the tipping point here in this first fight, as NX just barely in time is able to save Asuko, as the rest of Zero Tenacity need to hide under cover to just prevent themselves from getting lasered down from above.
True, Eggsy is going to slowly but surely join the team fight here, but they might have to give up a little bit of ground, but hang on, invisible boundary for them to hold strong here. So now this allows Zero Tenacity to march give a bit of space here up, and strangling Prison, but the backline, but they still stay alive here on the side of Crazy Raccoons. High End though, bright like a star, is going to try to light everything up as they try and force them out, and Eggsy getting a pick off of JT3.
Yep, Silent Seduction is going to be answered back by Asuko. JT3 did get taken out. Kaidia did use the Meteor onto NX, but was just a few damage points short.
Yeah.
And NX was able to barely survive, as Wendy did use the
God of Mischief, man.
God of Mischief to find a strategist ultimate, if I were to assume anything, but now Crazy Raccoon looking to push yet again. Here we go. Fate of both worlds is available. So is the Meteor M. But JT3 opts to use it on something else. And here we go. The push comes in with the Fate of both worlds just to deny and neutralize what is left of XC as Hyon torches him down. No survivors here as he moves on forward, moves into the back line of Zero Tenacity. Great sleep coming in from Jerry, and that will force Hyon away as NX did use the Reach of Ultron to find something, but Kaidia will be the one to answer with an elimination.
Eggsy back into the team fight here. His Galactic Legend forced out 2 ultimates, the Meteor M and the Fate of both worlds on the side of Crazy Raccoons, and an amazing hold on Zero Tenacity's side, even though they were able to actually get a bit of a backline here, but Eggsy back in the fray, taking out NX in the sky. We're about to hit the final minute of this hold, and Zero Tenacity doing very well here. Now it's Eggsy, you know, playing very bold here, playing very strong, going very aggressive. He's the one of the most elims, but he's getting a lot of respect out of Crazy Raccoons. High-end now, building up that ultimate, needs to go for the Supernova here and now.
Oh, great synergy coming in, using the Silent Seduction to try to crowd control the members of Zero Tenacity, but a great Soul Resurgence keeps every one of Zero Tenacity alive, but Hyon still doing significant damage here, able to provide zoning, able to use the pillar as well to provide that extra cover, and now has the assistance of NX to just keep himself alive for just a little bit longer, as JT3's Meteor did get screened by Kaidia, and here we go, the push now coming in from Crazy Raccoon. This is their breaking point. They need to win this fight if they want to secure this first point, but Zero Tenacity are not going down without a fight.
Yeah, used the invisible boundary right away, forcing Lastro to spend its second. Kadia now has the Meteor, and JT3 takes out Eggsy. It's totally fine. Kadia gets a dunk and takes out Seonghoon in the process, forcing out the Loki clones. High-end still the annoying Truman Torch up in the sky. They trade back and forth. Jerry takes out NX. JT3 takes out Kadia though, so now this could be the hold. They want to get the point, and Crazy Raccoons forcing out the overtime, unlock the mission area.
Yeah, finally, they get the first point. A sigh of relief coming in from Crazy Raccoon. A quick checkup on the ultimates. Okay, I was going to say, actually had the legend, but he can't be a legend if he's lying dead on the floor, so yeah. NX will surely keep Eggsy at bay for a few more seconds. But now Crazy Raccoon, they need to find as much ground as possible to try to get the distance down. But you also have to remember, you gotta at least have someone on the site, or else that overtime meter is not going to be triggered. So Zero Tenacity finding a way to just at least find one elimination before the barrage of ultimates come in. And here is the start as Seunghoon is dangerously low. He is hellfire, dancing down and up and down again, but Eggsy can't find the mark. He can't find it. But the Strangling Prison is going to be perfectly timed though, as Zero Tenacity are able to hold off for a little bit, as a minute and a half left on this timer.
That was so beautiful. The patty cake play, that's totally fine, but you're not looking at your front line, and slowly but surely they were able to get that going. Wendy now having the God of Mischief here. He's going to get a copy onto one of the strategists. So Zero Tenacity with a good hold. They have to force their way out of this spawn area. A minute is about to hit the clock, and Eggsy now coming in with that bubble just to force out the cooldowns before they try and touch point.
Here we go, NX thinks that the time is now. Kaidia tries to land this Meteor onto NX, I assume, but doesn't quite land the mark. And now the rest of Zero Tenacity need to find a way back into this fight. Wendy uses the God of Mischief to steal away the Soul Resurgence. But it's a trade coming in with Lastro's invisible boundary, but Hyon goes down before that boundary even takes fruition, as Crazy Raccoon. Now, 30 seconds left, and they do it.
Scary strategist there going for a high end. Katori having the invisible boundary to work with JT3, forced to not touch point here, but high end trying to pepper up the objective just so no one can touch. But now, invisible boundary right on time here, just so we can get an elimination onto Ripa Suko, and they're still holding strong with their ultimates, Dan.
Yeah, the ultimates are strong with this one as JT3 charges up the Meteor. Can he find the mark? Yo! Bang! Bang! He takes out two! Jerry and Wendy wiped out from this fight as Zero Tenacity are struggling to pick up the pieces as their fellow strategists are finding their way back onto the site. Crazy Raccoon forcing them away. A Supernova, Psionic Seduction, Wombo, Combo. Everyone goes down. Crazy Raccoon will take over this fight, but the overtime meter, they need to have at least someone on this site, and they are not making the same mistake again. And they will...
they're still holding strong here, so incredible stuff, but no smite, hang on. We get a portal going on, he's gonna try to touch. Can he catch in time? It's slowly climbing the area, and now he's able to actually get it, force the next team fight. Jerry comes in the Soul Resurgence and forcing out the invisible boundary. No smite trying to go for the backline here. High end still hiding behind the invisible boundary just to keep everyone alive. The Rage of Ultron, Lastro takes out the Tori, so Crazy Raccoon's picking up the pieces and cleaning up shop in this team team fight. It's only the Vanguards and one duelist to keep it alive here to force out the overtime, but the dust is settling and Crazy Raccoon march past the gates of Dracula.
JT3 from downtown, a 3-point shot onto Jerry and Wendy. What a shot coming in from the Meteor. I think that was one of the best Meteors we've seen in this entire tournament, but for now, the job's not done. They still have a 3rd point to take over, and Crazy Raccoon are looking to do just that.
They are coming into this next fight. We have Wendy with the God of Mischief as well as a Galactic Legend locked and loaded here. Minute left on the clock. Can they still deny the point here? This is a very dangerous area. This bridge area is can have a lot of pushes, so Invisible Woman is going to have so much value in this next team fight. It seems like they're just holding strong here, waiting for the objective to get to a really scary spot as Eggsy just holds up the line here.
Yeah, like you said, displacement being the name of the game here in this part. As Hyon and Eggsy looking for a 1 versus 1, throwing away, but JT3 holding strong onto this site. 20 seconds left until Crazy Raccoon are forced into this site. The stairs are just so difficult to get onto. As Crazy Raccoon look to breathe for a little bit, they can just back away. They have time. And X looking for a different approach. Trying to find some sort of potential, but now the ultimate's coming in. Can the displacement come in? Nosemight needs to be careful to not get shoved down onto the map. Asako goes down somehow. As Sunghun is not able to save him in time, everyone of Crazy Raccoon just crowded together. No smite. Can he get the Strangling Prism in time? It doesn't seem likely as the rest of these ultimates are coming in. Lostro with a saving Invisible Boundary just to keep Zero Tenacity at bay. And now the Strangling Prism comes in. It catches so many members of Zero Tenacity, but it only takes out NX. As Crazy Raccoon, they're still holding. But the Galactic Legend, can they hold? Can they stay alive in this fight? A Desperation Portal even used by Asako. Hyon now on the Wolverine. Like you said, JT3 now dangerously low as well. As so much action happening here. Who goes down first? Who will win? Hyon will be the difference. Kidnaps one, takes down the other, and the Vanguards of Crazy Raccoon are gone out of this fight. Keep in mind, with overtime going, these respawn timers are so much longer. They're doubled. And now Crazy Raccoon, with the skin of their teeth, will just take away what is left of Zero Tenacity. A great Eye of Agamotto, a great kidnap to displace everyone of Zero Tenacity. Crazy Raccoon take 3 in the closest way possible.
Man, they were crawling their way, but man, oh man, did they get that 3 points. Very well earned, paid in full. And Zero Tenacity having really good holds, and it was just a battle of ultimates after ultimates, but the change up onto the Strange and to the Wolverine was just the cherry on top for them to get that 3 points. And you have to admit, Zero Tenacity, they were kind of ahead when it came to ultimates, but the way they were able to manage it, it was really just this slow climb up the stairs and just playing it very well and very, I'd say, as a unit, just moving as one, and they could not afford to lose a team fight. So now Zero Tenacity have to duplicate that same type of performance and force out an overtime here if they want to maintain the, if they want to take over this this best of 5 series.
Imagine overtime in the first match
Map 3
of Map 3 here in playoffs. I don't know if I can take that. We still
we have to restart the
we still have
YouTube, 'cause
3.
we can only go up to 12 hours. So me and Nell covered a best of 8 in a best of 7 series.
That only in Asia will you find a best of 8 and a best of 7.
Yeah.
It sounds confusing, but if you know, you know. But now Crazy Raccoon look to hold. As Zero Tenacity, it's their turn to push. It's overtime or bust for them, and they need to find 3 in order to do so.
Eggsy already making sure he knows it's going to be a dogfight in the air. Already far out here, pushing and making sure that Hyon has his attention as they try and force their way down this alley.
How is there a ground for Eggsy to stand on that tree? That's something I've never seen before. But anyway, here we go. Zero Tenacity. Looking for a they're getting scrambled around. Yeah, the structure is starting to respawn here. Jerry now calling out. No, poor Mantis getting caught out as Crazy Raccoon. They have the man advantage here, and they look to push the objective, push the advantage, if you will. As Hyon goes in, almost finds someone, but has significant damage. Will take out one. Asuko teams up to find another, and it's going to be looking like a team ace unless JT3 with a triple.
Yeah, it's amazing how Crazy Raccoon was able to clean up shop, but Zero Tenacity does have some retries going on here. Eggsy turning it up to the Phoenix, so we do have the end song Inferno here, along with the Meteor M to work with. So Zero Tenacity has that going on, but they need to set up angles. They need to push a little bit. When with NX and Hyan in the sky here, could be a different story. We do have NX ready with that Rage of Ultron, while Dotori does have the invisible boundary, but doesn't threaten a push here.
Yeah. Apart from the invisible boundary, there's really nothing else really to work off of, as Wendy is going to use the God of Mischief, will use the Soul Resurgence to get everyone speeding onto the site. But will that elicit a reaction coming in? Here we go. 3 ultimates invested from Crazy Raccoon, Supernova, Psylocke Seduction, and Lastra with the invisible boundary, as Hyon able to pick up a quick double here, as Zero Tenacity need to look and run for the hills yet again.
Hightailing it out of there. It was quite expensive, but they still trade 3 for 3 here when it comes to the ultimates. 2 defensive ultimates on 2 sides of Crazy Raccoons, but Kadia and Eggsy are going to have their Wombo combo ready in time, so I wonder if that is going to be the case. They need to force out an ultimate, though, or a defensive ult on the side of Crazy Raccoons for it to be super effective, but they are still able to actually hold really
Here we
far
go.
away.
So Resurgence Part 2, this is their second push coming in, but this time it's well countered with Soonghun's Fate of Both Worlds. But keep in mind, the End Song Inferno and the Meteor, the Wombo combo, can they land the mark? We're not entirely sure. It might have been sucked away into JT3's Meteor as he takes out Jerry. Wendy goes down to Hyon, gets a double, and the hold stays strong yet again for Crazy Raccoon.
The immovable force of Crazy Raccoon, Zero Tenacity now at a big disadvantage coming into this next one. They are staggered. They don't have that much ultimates. And so far, Crazy Raccoon's defense are holding very strong. They have access to the vanguards of their choice. You ban out NX's favorable duelist, but you still have to deal with him. No smite, already switching on over to the Doctor Strange. They hear that a portal is opening, and now they have switched things up. They are going to try to approach from the backside here.
Yep, JT3 going to be the first contact here. As the rest of Zero Tenacity, they have to make an adjustment. This is their adjustment. This might be their final team fight here. If they don't get this, they're going to lose out here on map number 3. So there's a lot on the line here as Crazy Raccoon are looking good right now. They're looking to hold as ultimates. Keep in mind, Dotori does have the invisible boundary, does use it. As I say, Asuko and Lastro also have their own ultimates as well. Lastro is going to counter, but now the advantage in ultimates is in favor of Crazy Raccoon as the Supernova and the Psylocke Seduction. That combo coming in yet again. JT3 though does have the Meteor, so when will he use it? The invisible boundary stolen with the God of Mischief, but now JT3 with the dunk onto Wendy as the rest of Crazy Raccoon are going to hold. The overtime meter is going to run in, but is it going to run to 0 soon? Might be, as the Eye of Agamotto finds one. Jerry will clean up Hyon. As Zero Tenacity, they're looking to hold up. Look how thin that overtime meter is, as the rest of Crazy Raccoon with the Fate of Both Worlds looking to hold, looking to stay alive here, as map 3 surely will go in their favor unless Zero Tenacity have some way in. Kaidia switches to the Venom to try to find a way in, but the time runs slow. Zero Tenacity are forced out, and Crazy Raccoon at match point.
Zero Tenacity, you got to give it up to them. They tried their best. They tried different approaches. They tried switching things up, going for an End Song and Meteor M combo. But at the end of the day, the map choice was on Crazy Raccoon's side, and it definitely shows in spades. A 3-0 game here, and now match point for Crazy Raccoons heading into the 4th, potentially last game. Zero Tenacity has to win in the next game, which will be domination, but I mean, there were signs of life here, but just like moth to a flame, they just beat them to the punch. We talked about how we feared and revered the high-end NX, Torch, and Ultron combo, and this is exactly why they had to spend their cooldowns just for them to survive the onslaught or the barrage coming in from the sky. Then once there, you're met with JT3, and you're met with Ripasuko just holding strong. And man, JT3, my goodness, the pickoffs on his Meteor M were immaculate.
That shot from downtown again, just absolute perfection coming in. Oh my gosh, yeah, Crazy Raccoon with one hell of a hold, just keeping Zero Tenacity at bay. And this is finally Crazy Raccoon's opportunity to, like we've talked about, the Ultron and the Torch combo that Crazy Raccoon have relied on throughout this entirety of Stage 2. And now they get to show it off here in playoffs. We're able to lock in that Ultron, and now Crazy Raccoon, they have shown Zero Tenacity what it's like to deal with that Ultron Torch combo, and now how do Zero Tenacity approach this next draft coming
What's
in?
scary is that I think that what Zero Tenacity did was they kind of awakened the sleeping giants of Crazy Raccoons, right? They kind of woken up the raccoons, and they're crazier than ever, folks. But we'll find out how crazy things can get as we head to the next map, which is Domination. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be map number 4, so don't go away.
누워진 방바늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아급고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자청을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 꼬집혀볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자청을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어진 운명 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에
And we are so back as Crazy Raccoon now at match point, while Zero Tenacity look to go back to the drawing board. They had to experience the Ultron Torch combination, but now Zero Tenacity have their map pick. We did make a little bit of an error there.
My bad.
They do have the freedom to choose any map they want as long as they have not played it. So no Hell's Heaven, no Yggdrasil, and no Central Park. And now look at the bottom of your screen. Zero Tenacity look for Araco as their next choice.
Interesting. So I'd say like this is one of the more chaotic convoy maps because there's a lot of portals, there's a lot of interesting plays, a lot of places you can kind of dump people in. But coming from Yggdrasil, which I feel like is kind of like a balance, or like you see a lot of just good plays. Here you can kind of cheese when it comes to like the placements and the snipe outs. Again, it's one of the newer maps since the first stage of Ignite. So seems like Zero Tenacity are going to defend their standings here, and they will defend to start things out in Araco. So I wonder how they're going to approach these picks and bans, as the Vanguard bans really help them in pushes, right? So are they going to do the same end game type strategy to deny that from Crazy Raccoons? We're going to find out.
There's a chance to just suffocating Crazy Raccoon from any sort of options for the triple defense.
Ooh.
As a Zero Tenacity, they're doing it.
They heard it though. They lock in the Magneto. And they're like, we've seen this before. Let's lock in the Magneto. But look at that. Attacking the Vanguards once again. Taking out the Strange. Locking in the Emma. Making it a one-sided Emma. So the dives are going to be really strong, as well as the holds on the Zero Tenacity side, since they locked out the Emma. And they blocked and locked the Emma.
Oof. How does Zero Tenacity approach this? They do manage to take away the Strange. I think that's one of the more impactful Vanguards to take away.
Right.
If you're thinking ahead onto when
Overtime,
Crazy Raccoon look to defend.
That is
But
true.
Emma Frost also a very good ban out here. Emma Frost very, very strong here. There's a lot of big lanes here in Araco, so not having the option to control that long lane is going to probably hurt Crazy Raccoon. But we'll see how they adjust in the end, as right now, as it stands, Crazy Raccoon still have the option for the Ultron Torch.
They do. However, they are really just attacking all the Crazy Raccoons, at least. Taking out the Jeff now. Combine that with the Mantis, Luna, and the Warlock. So when it comes to the triple strategists, you have the anchor of strategist of Invisible Woman, but you don't have Jeff, you don't have Mantis, you don't have Adam. So you do have an Ultron to work with if that's going to be allowed. And they're actually going to deny NX of his Ultron. So good denial there on the side of Zero Tenacity. They are holding first. So at least they took out really strong Vanguards in Strange and Emma.
Yeah, now what's the option coming in? It looks like NX thinking about the Star-Lord. We'll go for the Phoenix. Two options that are available for NX here. He is really the star player. If you're just tuning in, you gotta put all eyes are on NX right now to see if he's able to perform. But then again, Crazy Raccoon, they still have a very solid lineup here. I know JT3 was shining brightly in that third map.
Yeah, I'd say that NX is the striker, but you gotta give it up to JT3 with his impeccable defense. And Haiyan also playing the tandem of them striking first and like having their eyes in the sky. And speaking of which, NX is kind of hovering onto that storm, which is going to be very dangerous to have. So especially in the first push in Araco, just buffing everyone and just setting up a really good angle in the sky, it could be tough. While Zero Tenacity is kind of going for that triple on the Vanguards and Strategist.
No surprises there, but a little bit of a surprise is Wendy still on that Loki, a pick that hasn't been very, very strong as of late here in Season 4. I know we talked about this here before, that his pick and ban rate has quite literally fallen off a cliff.
Yeah.
But now the push begins for Crazy Raccoon. Again, they need to go for 3 before they have to have on paper, a difficult hold on the second half of this map, but now BRB going to be burned, but NX still keeps that man advantage.
Yeah, taking 2 of the Vanguards, and just like that, Wendy unable to snap away from his clone, and just like that, the defensive hold is slowly crumbling. No Smite already switching to the Doctor Strange, to make sure that they can still hold strong as the pickoffs are going to happen left and right. Zero Tenacity now have to be very careful as Arako is marching his way down. Do see that Ghost might just jumping on in there along with Kadia just to hold the objective as much as they can.
Yeah, early Oil coming in from Zero Tenacity here as the CYA, the Cosmic Yarn's going to be strung in for Zero Tenacity.
Whoa.
And XC on the Rocket Raccoon, but a great shove from Dotori, taking out 2 of the strategists, Jerry and Kaidia, and Dotori as well will clean up house. And out of nowhere, a great shove coming in from the Invisible Woman.
I would say that was actually one of the starts for them to actually just take the foothold in this matchup. 2 of the strategists out with just a great shove on Dotori's side. So they want to keep Arako this far pushed out because they have to walk in.
There we go.
And now Sharknado could be in for
has the
Crazy
visible boundary.
Raccoons. There you have it, but look at that. We have Jerry trying to go for the dunk. Able to get no one, but able to actually keep everyone alive so far. Oh, but no Smite actually getting BRB'd. Oh, no BRB actually. So Exy.
BRB available.
Yeah, unable to get it.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon though. They are looking good yet again. The Meteor not quite landing the mark, but a great hook on to Wendy, but is able to snap away back in time. But Hyon sets his sights on Dotori instead as the rest of Crazy Raccoon falling to pieces now as Exy trying to dash away to the hills. But now look at this. Asuko putting up the wall just to zone away the rest of Zero Tenacity. Can they even make their way in? No portal available just yet.
Yeah, we still continue to push Arako towards the first checkpoint here. They're unable to get through the hallway as Zero Tenacity need to push and try to hold just to force out the overtime here as the clock is winding down to the final minute. Ult checks here. We do have a CYA, also an Eye of Agamotto to work with. Well, Crazy Raccoon now spends up the dance floor here on Seonghun's side.
Yeah, they quickly take care of the Cosmic Yarn, so no bonus HP coming in for Zero Tenacity, but no Smite comes in, but only stuns a tree. No one else as the rest of Crazy Raccoon look to come in. Sharknado is available for Crazy Raccoon, but Glostro goes down, but NX still able to find one. Can he find more as, oh my goodness, Jerry explodes as XC is able to bring back Dotori thanks to the BRB. Now, Crazy Raccoon now in a bit of trouble as Kaidia with the Desilize Seduction just zoning the rest of Crazy Raccoon away. But for now, everything is looking good for Crazy Raccoon as they look to push in, but Kaidia is able to find Hyon. No Spike takes to the skies as he takes down Seonghun as a domino effect of ultimates coming in left and right.
Meteor M unable to get the dunk, but it is going to be a Zero Tenacity advantage here as they hold strong here. Hyon forced to go for the Psylocke to try and get some pickoffs here, but overtime meter is slowly whittling away and they're unable to claim points. So what a defense on Zero Tenacity's side. Able to actually just thwart any efforts for the Sharknado and also making Jerry explode there, but it's still all good because they got the triple going on. So we had the Emma, we had the Strange to hold strong while JT3 made his way back into the fray, and for them to deny any points from Crazy Raccoons here.
Now this is a much worse situation from what we saw in map number 2. Crazy Raccoon again. No Strange available. You see it right there on the middle of your screen. So if any of Crazy Raccoon goes down,
they have to
it's
walk
gonna,
all the way
it's
back.
It's gonna be, yeah, you gotta walk all the way back. It's not a short walk. You have a lot to go for, and without this portal, it's gonna probably cause so many problems as Zero Tenacity, they don't have to go very far.
Yeah, I think that's why they're opting to go for the Venom and Angela. They did get a lot of success when it came to Yggdrasil on that part, but this is a different map, and they don't have, I would have to say Zero Tenacity doesn't have to push that far. They just have to unlock a first checkpoint here. So there's a lot more room for error on Crazy Raccoon's side since Zero Tenacity could just spawn close by and they have a Doctor Strange to work with.
Yeah. 4 minutes of barrage that is of Zero Tenacity. Can Crazy Raccoon hold? It'll be a miracle if they're able to do so. But
Match
they have
point
to
versus
play
survival
perfectly. Yeah. Now,
XZ changing it up. It's not mandatory to go for Tuck season here, so we're not going to go with Wolverine. Just seeing if he could kidnap anyone. But right now, Lastro off in an angle here, just making sure that he could just be a nuisance here, not healing up, but trying to go for damage, and Kadia get caught in the crossfire there. And we get a kidnap onto the Storm, and JT3 making sure that no one's gonna go unscathed here.
Yeah, JT3 on this Angela. We've seen him cancel so many key ultimates in map number 2, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to translate into a map win. But JT3 trying to do what he did best in map 2, and it looks to be no exception here in map number 4.
Oh my
as
God.
Lastro finds Jerry.
Okay, Eternal Bond just for the push here, so no one's gonna be on point, and we're able to teleport back. It's all good, but they gotta deal with that Jeff. So that Eternal Bond was able to actually get them to push out, but JT3 with another kidnap, able to actually take out the Tori in the process. Has his ultimate ready, can drop the heavens down to anyone, and they push just a little bit. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock here. Zero Tenacity is gonna have to work as they switch on over to the Punisher.
JT3 looking so flashy here, but the Omega Hurricane is going to be available, and it will be used. But will Crazy Raccoon be able to hold off? It looks like the answer will be yes, as these Fatal Poke Worlds will be used. But look at Crazy Raccoon. Everyone has their ultimates available as NX on the Magneto. A little bit of a surprise move there, but XZ with the final judgment. The screen be damned as XZ finds 2, but the Karmic Revival is going to nullify this Punisher ultimate as Jerry does find 1, but every one of Crazy Raccoon comes back.
True, so now no more Karmic Revival. NX takes out Satori. They continue to clean up shop here. NX showing his Vanguard skills. So a trade-off, but a little bit of advantage. A step ahead is Crazy Raccoons as we whittle our way down to the 1 minute 30-second mark of this game. Karmic Revival is still at 20% mark here, but they do have an Eternal Bond to push here.
Yep, Eternal Bond available, like you said. Kaidia also with the Psionic Seduction. This might be a crucial moment. Crazy Raccoon have yet to find an ultimate to counter a threat that is present in Zero Tenacity's belt. Can they do it? As JT3 gonna get shotgun to the face by XZ. Kaidia will follow up as well. And now things are looking dire on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Man, I love this summer skin, bro. Like, that's such a fun
I know, it's so pretty, but Jerry is doing what he can to keep Crazy Raccoon at bay. They need to regroup, and look at this. Zero Tenacity halfway there, halfway to force a deciding game at number 5.
Oh my goodness, able to actually thwart the efforts of the kidnap here. Once a defensive ult is going to be online and you have the final judgment on the Punisher, it could be a really hard game for them to come back from. But Kadia gets the choke slam here. Couldn't get an elim. We're trying to just focus our attention as we try to get the eliminate on the Ripasuko. Able to get the Kraken impact, Psionic Seduction, just for him to just deny any Karmic Revival. Uh-oh.
It's Jeff was used, but Jerry is just fighting, kicking, and screaming. The final judgment also going to be used. Crazy Raccoon, they're at their limit. They cannot hold this any longer, and it all looks inevitable. Can they hold? Asuko gets shoved away. Great shove, and that forces map number 5. Oh my gosh, what a series this is becoming.
Dan. We're only in game number 1. This is only series 1, bro. An Asia special. Overtime is regular time here. And Eggsy, the beautiful summer skin of that Punisher. Oh man, I should really cop this one. Just the shotgun blasts were so fun. But we called it, right? They had an amazing first hold. They're really good at convo. They deny really good Vanguards from Crazy Raccoons. They couldn't have the Strange. They don't have the Emma. And I think that's what one of the domino effects that really played into Zero Tenacity's win condition, which is just getting one checkpoint unlocked. They switched on over. They had enough time to work with. for them to be able to switch on over to the Punisher. Plus the Jerry Kraken impacts worked out so well, and they stuck with 2-2-2 to win this to win the map. So incredible stuff on Zero Tenacity's side, and really pushing Crazy Raccoons to their limit. As we're gonna go to map number 5, Dan.
Can we get there in one piece? That is the big question.
Hey,
oh my gosh! All right,
it's the friends you make along the way, Dan. It's not about them.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. But now, yeah, Crazy Raccoon. This is their test. This is their breaking point. They have to win this, or they're going to get sent to the lower brackets surprisingly early for some people, I would say.
I mean, you could say the same for Zero Tenacity, right? Just the constant back and forth. But map advantage go to Crazy Raccoons. They can go domination. They played very well in domination. Or they can, I'd say just force out, don't do Convoy. Convoy seems to be the map of Zero Tenacity. So they're really good at once it starts, the picks and bans. And maybe they just need to force them out of their comfort zone in this matchup.
Yeah, now that the options have opened up again after map number 3, now that map number 4 is settled and Zero Tenacity did pick Convoy, we won't be seeing Convoy for the rest of the series. It has to be either domination or convergence. So, okay. like you mentioned, it did seem like Convoy in particular was something that Zero Tenacity liked. Yes, they can still pick domination. It is still available, so they will be able to go for that option if they do so desire to. But now,
well,
things are starting to heat up a little bit here.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if we go back to the first domination we did see, Zero Tenacity did win one map in Hell's Haven. So maybe not domination, maybe go for like a more solid one. I mean, Dracula's castle was really good. They were able to hold so strong there in Crazy Raccoon's favor. But I'm sorry, I think I jinxed this because during the break I was like, yo, Dan, what are the odds that we're going to go 2-2?
What if? What if?
What if? Marvel's what if? Marvel Arrivals what if, folks. This
good show, by the way.
I haven't seen it yet, so
This is really good.
Oh yeah, heck yeah.
I love
the zombies, right? Okay. So we're gonna take a break because we gotta set the stage for map number 5, folks. Don't go anywhere. More of Marvel Rivals Ignite when we come back.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자청을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 끝까지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 내 배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 내 운명에
Can you believe it, guys? We're already in map number 5 in this first best of 5. We have 4 best of 5s today, and this first one already going the distance. It's really setting the tone for the rest of the night here. As yeah, me and Dan,
Rest of the morning,
Dan
I think, for
and
you.
Koch, yeah, we're gonna try our best to help you guys navigate through this cluster of a series.
We're in this
that's been so
together, chat. So if you guys are burning the midnight oil, or if it's like morning, whatever, good afternoon, night, we're here. We're in this. We're 100% with you guys. And what a way to start this out, right? We were talking about how the first match potential could go for best of 5, and what a test that Z10 is giving to CR. Okay, you had like the fastest games in the series, 2-0s. How about we go with the full BO5 here? That's what Z10's bringing to the table. So just seems like they're pulling out all the stops. And just when you thought a map was very dominant, like Central Park on CR's side, Z10 comes with a Rocco and just flips the script, and it's like, oh, we can also dominate. So I would say we're on an even keel here as these two teams battle it out to avoid the dreaded lower bracket. And we go domination.
Yeah, we're going domination. Krakoa will be the choice here for Crazy Raccoon. And then since it's domination, we won't see a map 6 in the best of 5.
That's true.
So we're good. We'll be fine. We'll be fine, guys. We won't have a grand final stage 1 scenario again.
Map 6
I hope
and
not.
BO5.
I mean, that was pretty sick.
You were watching on the sidelines, bro. You'll be the ones commentating it next. So
yeah,
I'll
be in the grand final. So we'll see if that ever does happen. But for now, we're thinking too far into the future.
Yeah, true. We gotta get past.
We'll ground ourselves here.
Yes,
we're at a do or die scenario here. Winner stays in the upper bracket. Loser goes down to the lower bracket. And both of these teams really don't want to be in that lower bracket situation
this early on, right?
This is going to be one of the most important domination maps these guys will ever play.
How poetic, right? We start things off with domination. We're going to end things off in domination. The question is, will it be a deja vu scenario for Crazy Raccoons, or did Zero Tenacity just have a diesel start? Like, all right, we give up map 1, we take map 2, and we just kind of prolong it all the way and just warm our way up here. And considering this is Krakoa, there are a lot of flyer potential, especially in the garden area and the cave area. The dance floor is very interesting because there's a lot of good points so you can pull and get good pushes off. So we just have to wait and see as we head on over. Domination Krakoa.
Final map in this best of 5 series.
We can say that with confidence, chat.
Yeah, we can say it with confidence. Yes. Yeah, exactly. We don't have to. We're not lying
potential.
anymore.
We don't say potential. No.
We don't have to say potential. Nope.
Yep. Domination. Best of 3. No chance to tie in this game. We're gonna start things off with the picks and bans here. I wonder how Zero Tenacity is gonna approach this. Are they gonna go target ban NX, or are they just gonna copy, which is banning out 2 Jeffs? Because that Lastro's Jeff is just so good.
Oh yeah, he has been an absolute monster on the Land Shark. And now, since it's domination, I think Crazy Raccoon made a good call here. They know that Zero Tenacity, if they did play on a convergence map, that was the only other available game mode. And the Zero Tenacity would have just gone the ban out every single Vanguard you can think of approach.
Ooh. So I like this.
Yeah. Now, it really puts them at even footing with Zero Tenacity now having to adjust their picks and bans. But then again, we saw this in map number 1. It's just going to be a list full of strategists.
Yeah.
I were to assume.
It's looking like it. I thought they were going to go one-sided Mantis, but we pointed out from the beginning that they're very comfy having the Luna. At least they were able to ban out the Jeff. However, you have NX on the Ultron. So I wonder if that's going to respect ban a duelist taking out the Human Torch in their lineup. But that's still up for debate to see. And it seems like the respect of taking out Hyan is going to be strong enough for them to actually take out the Human Torch. So I like this. At least you're denying another really good flyer in this map, since Krakoa, high ceilings, you know, you get fresh air, but it's actually very prime for all the flyers to just run around.
I mean, Hyan still has other options. You still have the Storm available. JT3 very well could go for the Angela as well, but now it looks like Zero Tenacity now straying away from these strategist picks and bans, now moving on to the duelists, and will take the Star-Lord for themselves, and will just let XZ pilot that hero.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to go one-sided Star-Lord, but it really depends on the pick. They do actually ban out the Mantis, so no Mantis on both sides, so it won't get clutch lob sleeps from any of Zero Tenacity or Crazy Raccoon's players, but we just have to wait and see on the last lock-in for the Zero Tenacity here. Might go for, wow, okay, they want to make a duel of the Star-Lords, a dance-off to save the universe here, folks. 2 Star-Lords in one map is going to be kind of crazy. I thought they want to go safe and just try to save up a Vanguard, but no, this allows the Luna Snow to be banned out, so no fate of both worlds on the side of Crazy Raccoons.
I'm not judging.
Yeah, Dotori, or actually it might be Wendy, be piloting the Luna Snow this time around. Oh, this is an interesting setup here. Both teams gaining access to the Star-Lord. We'll see if XC decides to follow through with it. Jerry will play the Phoenix like we've all seen, but does
so
NX
one
stay?
thing I'm worried about here is they locked in the Star-Lord, right? Jerry is really good also as a duelist. Are they going to go 2-2-2 in this lineup, or will they actually go with the triple strategy, which Crazy Raccoon won with in Hell's Haven? So just the adjustments on the side of Zero Tenacity will be one we're going to look out for, because they did unfortunately lose the first domination map we did play.
Yeah, both teams using the Rocket BRB to get that extra HP going. NX is the one supplying on Crazy Raccoon's side. We'll switch over to the Star-Lord, but XZ doesn't opt to go for it. Instead, we'll just team up with Kaidia and No Smite to go for that dive composition with XZ on that Psylocke.
Eggsy did really well, but I think one of the banes of his performance in Eggsy, on his side with Psylocke was the Jeff that kept sniping him out from afar. So it seems like he will be able to actually provide some support here, but get spots out early with Hyan in the sky here. NX onto that Star-Lord, trying to get Kadia.
Nice.
Able to actually snipe him out as he was trying to escape there.
Yeah, and a great chokehold onto No Smite. Takes him out before the bonus HP even comes in. And now it looks like Crazy Raccoon will finally take control, and they will take control immediately. And
yeah, so now they're pushing them back to their spawn. This is really good play. Zero Tenacity not switching it up just yet, but yeah, that's the risk when you run Angela. You need to not see her coming for him to be super effective. And in this area where especially you have eyes in the sky like Hyan, you have NX also flying around, it's really hard to set up your picks as Kadia here. But we do get a dive here onto the back line. No Smite dangerously low here, has to fly on away here as Ripasuko chases him out.
Yeah, but there's a trade. XC for JT3, Vanguard for Duelist. But right now, Crazy Raccoon still in a commanding position here. Hyan on the Ultron instead of XC, who is on the Star-Lord and has been absolutely cooking so far. And now XC makes the adjustment to go for the Star-Lord pick as the Rage of Ultron rains down onto Zero Tenacity. As XC trying to find something, but here comes the Galactic Legend. Whoa. Denied by Dotori's invisible boundary. Can Zero Tenacity find a footing here though? 60% already on Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, they're fighting away from that point, and it's way past the 50% mark. Jerry does have that end song to work with, but can't pair it up with anything. Kadia dangerously low. Ripasuko trying to take out Eggsy, who is in the sky. So when it comes down to output, no smite taking out NX before anyone's able to get the save onto the dive, but the invisibility. We have
Oh my gosh, here we go. Soon with the Karmic Revival brings back NX back into the fight. JT3, the hero of map number 3, now comes back with a vengeance. Is able to find a double. Seunghun will clean up the third. And now Crazy Raccoon. Looks like Zero Tenacity though are able to trigger the overtime meter, but can they even get there in time? The timer's running short, and they're not able to get it in time. And Crazy Raccoon shuts out Zero Tenacity in this first round. One more round seals an upper bracket spot.
Survival point here for Zero Tenacity, push for that map number 3, but Crazy Raccoon is looking down a pass to stay in the upper bracket. Something I gotta point out is the survivability of everyone in Crazy Raccoon's side, because they are running, they were surviving for so long, and they're able to do that with the Warlock, with the Ultron, and the Invisible Woman. So I wonder if Zero Tenacity is gonna change things up, because they got sniped out early, and they only have 2 strategists to keep them alive.
Zero Tenacity just looked like they didn't have any sort of ground to work with. And yeah, Zero Tenacity are looking for all the adjustments they can. Eggsy now on the Phoenix.
2, 1.
Will this be worth it in the end? We have yet to find out here in round number 2. Crazy Raccoon have a chance to end it here. Or will Zero Tenacity force us to go all the way?
We do see that Eggsy has switched things up as well. Jerry's still sticking to that Phoenix, but NX just going on ahead, scouting ahead, just to bait any sort of activity here. Eggsy needs to be godlike. We haven't seen Hela in a hot minute here, but he's already at 60% for that Goddess of Death to work with. And Hyan has already had that rage build up just for them to dominate the point to start things out. So it seems like same story here in map number 2. Crazy Raccoon winning that first takeover of the site, but can Zero Tenacity come in here with the invisible boundary?
Oh, the Meteor M going to be used as well just to keep the rest of Crazy Raccoon from taking any more damage, as Jerry providing so much area of effect. But now everyone on Zero Tenacity trying to pile on in, but the ultimate economy from Crazy Raccoon is just too valuable here as NX rips apart Zero Tenacity. Something that he's done before to other teams, and now Zero Tenacity have to experience it here in a do-or-die scenario.
It was looking really good for Zero Tenacity's side, but man, NX was that difference maker just to clean up shop when the dust settled and all the ultimates. Eggsy does have his Goddess of Death. We do have also Meteor M to work with, but damn, they gotta walk down to the site first to just contest, because now we're at 50%, and now the pressure is definitely on for Zero Tenacity to take over the site.
Yeah, this right now looks like their only chance to come back into this fight. Crazy Raccoon, they know where Zero Tenacity are. Everyone piling into the high ground as Hyan snipes down Jerry. And Asuko holding down the fort on the side. Kaidia is taken away as Asuko just chasing down No Smite, and Crazy Raccoon hold yet again. Karmic Revival now available onto Seunghun, so this fight is going to be so much more difficult on Zero Tenacity. Teleport is available, but they're not going to use it just yet.
Yeah, Ripasuko also has the Psionic Seduction ready as we use it, but they're not even contesting the site. We're at 90%. It's getting dangerously close for Zero Tenacity.
Gotta go.
Crazy Raccoon just needs to hold here as they try to push forward here. 100%. They hold the overtime, but NX is here just for the backline.
Oh, NX!
Oh man, try to go for that with that soul siphon, but now Jerry tries to trade things out. Wendy now forced to go for the dance floor here as they go for the Karmic Revival.
So much action happening as another trade coming in. Seunghun with the Karmic Revival will deny a trade as this overtime meter runs thinner and thinner. So is Zero Tenacity's chances at taking this map number 5 as NX in the back line just ripping away rains down hell as Zero Tenacity. There is nothing left in them. As Crazy Raccoon, we go all the way. We need all the maps. But Crazy Raccoon will move on to the upper bracket.
They just show that they're kings of domination here. It seemed like there was a bit of signs of life in that first map, but once they were able to continue on here, they chose this map in particular for them to be able to get the victory here. And I was, like the game mode says, that was complete domination there. 100% for 100%, which makes me also kind of go back to the picks of Zero Tenacity. They were still forcing the 2-2-2 while you have a really good duelist in NX ripping out your backline, which is only 2. They can play patty kick all they want, but there's no sustain in the front line, which that was the keys to victory of how Crazy Raccoons played this. Not to mention also Hyan as well as Seonghun just keeping everyone alive, and also Hyan with the amazing pickoffs before they could even touch the mission area.
Yeah, I feel like this in this round in particular, the Crazy Raccoon just ended fights before it even started. Zero Tenacity just had no room to work with. And like you said, these early picks coming in, like Hyan snipe onto Jerry that one time, and so many other opportunities, especially with NX also picking off XZ on the side, winning that crucial 1 versus 1. Just
I was actually surprised.
I'm at a loss for words.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that XZ switched on over to the Hela. I thought he'd actually kind of force the 1v1s with NX to have the Star-Lord happening. So, yeah, it's an incredible back and forth. But man, that last map was just, I think, more confidence on Crazy Raccoon's side. They were able to actually force them to a best of 5, but end of the day, they still remain on top and they still remain in the upper bracket, while Zero Tenacity, I mean, we have to give them a little bit of the flowers here because they gave us such amazing games, but hopefully they survived, fight another day. They will fight another day in the lower bracket side. Stakes will be a lot higher though, so we just have to wait and see who will be facing Zero Tenacity.
We have yet to wait and see. That's going to be decided on our next best of 5. Finally, we are able to settle the first best of 5 with Crazy Raccoon up against Zero Tenacity. It took us a while.
We got there.
5.
We got there, chat.
We did it. We did it. We got there. 3 more to go. We got this.
First checkpoint unlocked. We got this, guys. We can keep pushing. There you have it. There's the scoreline, 3-2 in favor of Crazy Raccoons. We're gonna talk to one of the Crazy Raccoons themselves, possibly gonna be NX. So I'm excited to pick his brain a little bit because that was one of the most intense sets we have seen since it did go the best of 5. But in maps where they dominated, they completely dominated, but it just kept swinging back and forth. Like one time Z10 was able to dominate, then Crazy Raccoons. So just an ebb and flow of a great game.
Yeah, I've like you said exactly. Like the ebb and flow on the series, it looked very even. Like Crazy Raccoon winning 1, then Z10 claps back, then you know back and forth. But every single one of those maps, it just felt like it wasn't close. But then again, Crazy Raccoons were finally able to close out in the end. And speaking of which, we are going to interview a player. You've seen him before, and we get to see him again. It's going to be none other than NX, the star of the show here on Crazy Raccoons.
So let's get to it, chat. There he is.
Oh, hello. There he
NX.
is.
Hello. First off, congratulations on an intense best of 5, all the way till best of 5. Coming from just 2 zeros to now full best of 5s, how's the team feeling after they secure at least the upper bracket in the playoffs for now?
If anything, we're more stressed because, you know, this is not a match we thought would go this far, and I think we we got a lot to work on.
Okay. Dan?
Yeah, I know coming into this match, you did have a whole week off. I know the entirety of Asia did have that week off. Did you guys work on anything during that break? Because 1 week is a long time between these kind of
Without
matches.
revealing too much, of course, because we want.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
We did work on that Angela Venom composition, but it sadly didn't work too well.
Let's talk about that because you said that this matchup wasn't intended to go the best of 5. What were you expecting, and what did you expect in this matchup?
Honestly, we just expected to, keep our undefeated streak going. We wanted a 3-0. That was our goal, but it ended up being a very difficult. A lot of individual mistakes.
Okay, got it. But hey, you still continue on to amaze us. Dan, any follow-ups?
I think we're good. Also, again, congratulations on the win. I know it's late over there for you, so get that well-deserved rest.
One thing I do want to say is, NX, do you have any shout-outs or any message you want to give people that are watching right now? Because they're going crazy for you in chat.
I got nothing to say. I'll keep trying my best.
All right. We can't wait to see your best. Congratulations again, and still securing that top spot here at the upper bracket. Can't wait to see you perform tomorrow. Have a good night's rest, man. Thank you.
Goodbye.
There you
That
have it.
is none other than NX, again, the star player on Crazy Raccoon, making the difference here on the roster. And now they are making their way through into the upper bracket, whereas Zero Tenacity will be stepping on down to the lower brackets and will await their next matchup in the near future.
I would like to commend how honest he was, that they still have a lot to work on, even though he was like, yeah, they thought they would, be able to actually hold on to their undefeated streak. But I think now this is really good because it also gives them a jolt to be able to, all right, we got to hold on to this position because Zero Tenacity, big test for us. But now you're either going to face Gen G or Onside Gaming in the upper bracket. So that's going to be the next matchup we're going to see. And Dan, time check from where you are, because NX is in the same region, right? What time is it right now?
It's looking pretty late here. I am on the Eastern time zone, so it's a bright and early 3 in the morning here.
So with that, folks, we have to set up the stage for the next matchup. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, it is going to be Gen G versus Onside Gaming. We'll be right back.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 주어진 이루면 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The fate of both the worlds is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 잡아 나도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 나도 믿어 날 때까지 세계 오면
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
I want your soul. Hell unleashed! Mind crush. Priceless. Neo peasants.
And welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 2 playoffs. We finally make our way to the second best of 5 here tonight. We just saw Crazy Raccoons and Zero Tenacity going all the way. We needed all the maps, almost all the rounds as well. But in the end, Crazy Raccoons stay alive in the upper bracket, whereas Zero Tenacity will go down. I'm Dan. Next to me is Potch, and we're gonna do our utmost to bring you through the action as we do look ahead with Gen G versus Onside Gaming.
I'll tell you what, I think NX is not going to sleep yet because he's going to watch this match very closely because the winner of this match will be facing Crazy Raccoons. But nonetheless, we continue on to talk about this match. Let's start with Gen G. Gen G, one of the synonymously strong teams. It was the Gen G Rejects Finals. They did make it second in their overall group stage, only suffering a loss to Rejects, but 2-0ing everyone else like Down Payment, Rocky University, Z10, and OEG. So I'm excited to see how Gen G is going to bring their brand of Marvel Rivals to the table, especially with Monster and False, the vanguards from Canada and USA respectively, into the mix. And they have been making a lot of waves ever since they were the brand new additions out of the South Korea team.
Yeah, these two additions definitely did help Gen G. We did point out they did come out from Group B, so it was a very difficult group to come out of, but
yes,
Gen G come out with no exception. It's a different roster, but they do have the same amount of firepower, if not even more, if you think about it. And now up against Onside, it's a decent test for them coming into playoffs.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see how Onside Gaming is going to go, because on their side, they did 2-0 Assemble Fire and Incipients, did suffer a loss to XOXO and Crazy Raccoons, but bounced back with a win on Uinx's side. So if we look at the overview, Onside Gaming is actually third place. So it's the third place versus second place spot in Group A and B respectively. I think you and Multi brought it up before, Rebirth being a really good strategist on the side of Onside Gaming. It is all a South Korea team, and they've performed very well. Tuba being an amazing vanguard, Inhyuk as well, Gamebo being an MVP duelist, as well as AIM. I'm excited to see how they fare up against Gen G, because it's kind of fair to say that Gen G is the favored ones, and it's Onside Gaming that's kind of the underdogs.
Yeah, Onside, if I remember correctly, did come in from the Open qualifier, so now in playoffs, it's definitely going to be a very interesting to see where they're at as a team.
Can I share with you something?
Yeah,
so,
what's up?
It was a match. I was commentating with Nell. Shoutouts to Nell. It was Rocky University versus Rejects. The channel points were super lopsided. Nell in map 2 was like, "Yo, I'm gonna put everything on Rocky University." He put 2K down. He got 14K on Rocket University. What I'm trying to say is,
we're so up.
Everyone has a fighting chance here. Even though we do say the odds are stacked to give us Onside Gaming, because Gen G is the franchise team, the powerhouse, the one that was invited. You can't count anyone out, especially in these terms of best of 5. You can kind of bounce back here, but it will be an uphill battle for Onside Gaming. Anyway, I just wanted to say that. I hope you guys are up with your channel points, guys.
Speaking of which, Onside Gaming, most of these players we haven't really seen in matches past, nor have we seen them in past titles as well.
Yeah.
Most of these are being relatively unknown names as far as I know. But look at Gen G, you've seen some of these players in the mid-season finals.
Yep.
if you do see a name familiar in the likes of I believe it was either False or Monster.
Yep.
Yeah,
Imports
some of them,
from the NA
yeah,
scene. Yep.
imports
North
from the
America.
NA scenes. I know one of them has played on a roster before.
Considering
Yeah.
also that they're adjusting towards the connection of Asia, because everyone from their team is from South Korea, right? So I'm excited to see how they perform. But some of the known names, like you pointed out, Dan, you got Snake, you got Brownie, you got Choppa, and you got also their coach Soon that is in the back line. He's a reserve coach and player if need be, because Zoon was actually a coach and player. So you can imagine him shot calling and also leading the charge with his Captain America. So yeah, kind of a Gen G 3.0, if you would, ever since the championship, MRC, Marvel Rivals Championship to Stage 1 Ignite. Now we're at Stage 2. This might be the winning formula for Gen G to take it towards the offline playoffs.
Oh yeah, and, so far it's looking good for them. They were able to get out of the group of death, but then again, this is from the level that Gen G are playing. That getting out into playoffs is the expectation.
That's true.
Now they have to make their way back to the grand finals. Unfortunately, they did lose out to Reject back in Stage 1, and now they have to start making their way back. And we're going to see if they're going to be able to do so.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the overall match stats. That was the only match they went 2-1, or 1-2 at least, against Rejects. Everything else was 2-0 in that group of death. So that says a lot about Gen G. If we switch things over to Onsite Gaming, yes, 2-0s, but unfortunately they also lost 0-2 to XOXO and Crazy Raccoons, which we just saw. I mean, Crazy Raccoons is quite dominant. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of a toss-up here when it comes to how Onsite Gaming is going to perform, but it's safe to say that Gen G is kind of the favored one and the expected one, which begs the question, right? Coming in with that pressure, you can either thrive or crumble under it, because with the name that you're carrying like Gen G, a prestigious name like that, you definitely have to perform when the lights are brightest, especially here and now in the playoffs. First round also, right? So yeah, they got their hands full here.
Yeah, it's going to be a big question mark now for Onsite. Can they get through Gen G? Can they find an upset on here in this series? And I'm excited because we were talking about this before we went on live. I there's a chance that this goes all the way too. And after that first match, can we handle another Map 5?
I could do this all day, man. We could do this all day, Dan. We got this.
I don't know.
The sun's about to come out. It's fine. The sun's about to go out for me, but in your side of the world,
I think I got a few. I think I got a few more hours before the sun comes up. I think.
Your neighbors are complaining. Chat, let us know where around the world y'all are at. If you're here with us in Asia, it's probably at afternoon. But if you're joining us from other parts of the world, let us know. And we appreciate each and every one of you for being here. Hope you all are doing well. As we keep you guys company and also provide the hype and also a bit of explanations and a bit of interviews as well on both sides. Can't wait to see how Gen G is going to continue on their dominant streak, or will Onsite Gaming kind of prove that upset. Just gonna, I'd say what's up to everyone that's here. Calhoun's is here, Johnny916. Cakes is here too. I hope I pronounced the name correctly. Charlie GG, Joe Sick. Oh, Nell's also in the chat. What's going on, Nell?
Oh, yeah, there he is.
I see him. The legend himself, 14K and counting. So if you guys you need some channel point parlays, you ask Nell. Actually,
yeah, he can hit you up.
Nell's biggest advice is not to even put a bet down. Hold on to your channel points. How can you lose something you don't put on the pot, guys? Boss Rat's here too. Calhoun's. Yeah,
there's the all-encompassing statistic. 99% of gamblers.
Quit before they're quit before they make it big, guys. You're one channel point away, guys. Is it Onsite Gaming, or should you go double down on Gen G? Just find out. Just put your channel points on the line. We'll see. Something that while we're waiting for the match or the connection, Dan, I want to ask you, what are your thoughts on Daredevil? Because he just got revealed in the last couple hours.
Or not released. Yes, he did get revealed. Ooh. another duelist coming into the fray with so many duelists already in the field. He's got nunchucks. He can scope out anyone that's hiding, and that's gonna be probably valuable when it comes to that new map that we're getting.
Yep.
The Kunlun.
Kunlun. We did study it a little bit. A lot of smokes. A lot of. I mean, he's gonna be really crazy with that because the smokes just blind you, right? So let us know your thoughts on Daredevil, folks. I feel like my friend said it best. It's kind of a mix of Iron Fist with the deflect and also a bit of Spider-Man because he can pull himself in and pull himself out. So he's got that dive ability. So I wonder how he's gonna actually shuffle with the triple strategy because dive kind of took a hit with triple strategy. So you really want Brawl to be in your mix there. But we digress. Let's head into the picks and bans here. We're going to Burn T'Challa for domination of Gen G versus Onside Gaming.
Keep in mind, this first map is always going to be random, and it'll always be domination. And the random number generating gods decide that we will play on Burn T'Challa this time around, as we do.
Do you think you're how lucky do you think you are, Dan, when it comes to like?
I always think I had terrible luck. I don't know. I just never. I'm just never lucky.
Dude, when I play D&D and I roll a D20, I always get 1s or below 5s. It's terrible, man. You do not want me to buy a lotto ticket for you guys. But anyway.
I don't want to do it either.
One-sided, actually no Jeff, so no swimming allowed, plus one-sided Mantis and one-sided Ultron on Onside Gaming's side of the bans. And we ban out more strategists here. Even though there are not much strategists. I mean, there are a lot of duelists, but the strategists are getting kind of wiped out of the board here.
Yeah, the strategist pool is definitely getting very limited right now as it's all strategists here. Mantis, Ultron, Warlock, Luna, Jeff getting banned on both sides as well. So it's gonna be a cluster of and a scramble to get as many strategists as possible before they're taken off the table.
Yeah, so one-sided Luna and Mantis on the side of Gen G. Good pickups, I'd have to say. Mantis being that, like you said, that offside strategist, with the Luna being there also can have so much sustain with the Snowflake and the Clap. But it seems like we're switching things up now, taking out a duelist of Star-Lord away from Gen G.
Ooh, Star-Lord getting taken away. They probably saw the potential in that series of Zero Tenacity versus Crazy Raccoon in that first best of 5, and they're just gonna onside. They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to deal with it at all. So they're just gonna get rid of it, and they will take the Warlock for themselves. A strong pick, especially when it comes to domination.
But I like the pick off onto the strat. So 4 strategists off the table for Onside Gaming. So they're kind of forced to go Rocket. And they don't have an Invisible Woman either, so Cloak and Dagger might be a choice here. They still have the Ultron and Warlock as well, so they just need that one anchor of a healer to go with. So I wonder how they're gonna play that out. While Gen G, they've showed us levels. In 3.5, they were going dive with the Captain America Venom, but when they started to go triple strategist, you really started to see them shine in the later half of the group stage. So they can pretty much play whatever meta they're comfortable with.
Yeah. And now let's see. Like you said, Onside don't have many options when it comes to strategists. Dawn is probably going to switch to something else. Not going to stay on the Rocket Raccoon for a while, just for the team-up ability, which both teams are doing to get that bonus health online. And here on the highest level, it's all the little things that count here.
Oh yeah, for sure. And Rocket being one of the smallest characters is one of the little things. I'm kidding. But yeah, he does give.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, I thought that was a pun you were trying to go for, but we are gonna actually stick to the Rocket. WDY is actually gonna go with the Star-Lord here. So, like you said, not much strategists left on the table, but they're actually going 2 strategists with Ultron and Rocket, which can be all right. But you're going triple strategist to Gen G on Loki, Luna, and Mantis.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for Onside. They don't have many impact strategist ultimates here. Dawn does have Cosmic Yarn, but that can be easily countered by just taking away the giant mechanism that's going to be in the middle of Onside Gaming's team. Rebirth, Rage of Ultron could provide damage, but the utility is a little bit lacking. Really, all you can rely on if you're on onside gaming is Inhyuk's freedom charge, which is going to stack up slowly here. It's only at 30% comparing to everyone else, as Tuba does open things up.
Yeah, he does take out Felix, but you do have other two strategists to work with here. And slowly building things up, but Brownie able to brawl with the best of them, taking out Rebirth up in the sky there. So the Rage of Ultron is going to be put on pause here while we do see Captain America getting dangerously low. He's going to move away. This is actually a really long team fight here. Onside Gaming not letting out, and they're cleaning up the CYA here.
Yep, Cosmic Yarn no more, as the rest of onside looking to push in as the Soul Resurgence from Snake will keep Genji alive for the time being, but here comes the Ensong Inferno. It's going to come down, but it's not going to do a whole lot. WDY now popping the Galactic Legend, going legendary, but is not able to find anyone. So now here comes Brownie with the dive, finds double, the two Vanguards of onside taken away, but Tuba does come back thanks to the BRB. As the rest of Genji are looking to clean up, as they do have a two-man advantage. My voice is already losing it right now. Oh my gosh.
Take over here, guys. Let's give Dan a little bit of breaks up of water. As Felix was actually got eliminated once again. So they're really picking up the strategies. But the beauty of triple strat is that you can have the Mantis and the Loki just keep everyone alive. And a long team fight, well fought, but Onside Gaming now has to hustle and try to capture the area once again. Star-Lord trying to just jump his way out of there, but Brownie, a king with the 1v1s here, and he's going to add more damage to the table as he's chasing out Captain America. You good?
Yeah, more actions happening. Yeah, we're back. We're so back here.
We're so back, guys. We're so back.
But onside need to get back onto the site.
Okay, taking out Monster. That could be the first domino piece to fall into place here, but we do see God of Mischief here. Hoodie has already got a copy, but False does fall, so they don't have any Vanguards to work with. Monster needs to get back onto the site to keep everyone at bay, and forcing out Felix to dance here as Dawn goes for the CYA up above, so it's going to be hard for them to pick it off.
Ooh, yeah, that's great positioning coming in. Dawn using the Cosmic Yarn up above, like you said. That's going to prove to be valuable here as onside will plot back.
And they did, taking out three of the strategists here. Brownie's going to follow suit. It's just False that was the one that was sent out early, and onside take over the mission area here as Genji kind of regroup. So seems like Onside Gaming is making this work. They do have the damage output, but when it comes to sustain, once the ultimates are out, Dawn is going to have to work extra hard to keep the CYA up, and also the Rage of Ultron by Rebirth.
How long can onside play zone here? Keep Genji away from the side. It doesn't seem like it's going to be for long as Brownie just takes away AIM, but does come back thanks to the BRB as AIM now coming back with a vengeance. Resurrected and revitalized as the rest of Genji looking to try to force their way back in. The Soul Resurgence only going to buy it a little bit of time as False does take out Tuva, but the rest of onside are going to look to hold.
Yeah, they're holding very strong here. The team fights, it's just Genji's a step behind. Onside Gaming are always one step ahead on the pickoffs, one step ahead when it comes to the ultimates, and now they're holding strong with this duelist lineup here. WDY able to get that teleport in just as that escape hatch route, and we do see that we're about to tie things up with the mission control area, both at 69 at one point. That's nice, guys. Inhyuk getting to sleep.
Yeah, Inhyuk getting a pick onto Snake as well. Has the freedom charge to just buy a bit of time. Oh, wow, that was bad. Don't clip that.
Keep
Please
going.
Don't clip that. Don't clip that. Hey, stop.
Do not clip that. We are watching as we do see that Onside Gaming continue on as they push past almost the 90% mark. Tuba still able to get Brownie out of the fray. We still stay alive as we do get a choke slam onto Tuba. Genji continue to try to fight their way back into the mission area, but they get picked off left and right. Hoodie unable to sustain as he used the God of Mischief, and Onside Gaming looking to clean up shop here with their very unconventional lineup, going up against a 3 strategist. But there you have it, folks. Onside Gaming dominate the point.
Big plays coming in from Genji, but in the end, it is onside taking over in the end. Yeah, that was great plays coming in from onside, holding down the fort, especially with the freedom charge. I got a little worried. I talked about this before this round even started. Onside don't have a lot of impact ultimates to work with. Dawn has the Cosmic Yarn easily countered with a simple left click, but Dawn was able to put that high up in the sky and just make it a little more difficult. Rebirth also limited with the ultimate as well as the utility. But in the end, onside made it work.
Everyone just had their time to shine. WDY scouting on ahead. Inhyuk getting the final picks when they get really low. You have Tuba also with the disrupt. They played very well to their strategy. When it falls apart is when they can't out-damage Genji and they can't sustain, right? But Dawn just seems very much ahead. I mean, there was that one CYA that didn't work out quite well, but you pointed it out, like just really good placement. You have BRBs as well, and you're also giving Star-Lord that teleport. So he's able to actually stay alive here. So Genji now back into the fight here, back into the fray. Brownie in the back line's just trying to provide as much poke as possible, but the sustain needs to be able to outlast the barrage of offense coming out of onside.
Yep, and so far it looks like Genji will gain a lot of ground. They do a lot of damage onto onside, so onside really need to run for the hills for the time being, but it looks like they're gonna look to dive right back in. Snake in a lot of danger with the invisible boundary, or was it the invisible boundary? No, it's gonna be the Soul Resurgence in the end as Rebirth tries to find something as Genji will take over the site and start stacking up points.
We've seen this before where Genji's able to control the first part of the game, but Onside Gaming slowly but surely trying to dissect the defense, and now they control the mission area only at 16%. Rebirth also takes out Monster, so Tuba now just disrupting the front line here. They're slowly falling apart. Snake dangerously low, Felix as well. They're going to follow back to the spawn area, and it is going to be a cleanup here on Onside Gaming.
Yeah, Genji invested a lot to try to keep themselves alive, get control of the site, and then Onside just pounce on the opportunity. They invest quite a decent amount, but they still also have a lot of ultimates coming up alive. As WDY has the Galactic Legend coming up soon, Ain has the end song, but Snake finds a pick onto Dawn.
Okay, so now just getting a bit of a boost here. Needs to be able to hit the shots and able to actually get this poke going on here. If anybody dies, it could be really hard. But Aim forced to go for the end song here, dangerously low, and Galactic Legend is going to be used as well. Offensive ult is going to take out Hoodie in the process, but we dance up here into the mission area with a Fate of Both Worlds while Inhyuk able to actually take out Felix. They hold strong here. Onside Gaming left and right getting those elims.
This is looking dire for Genji. They're getting tested right now as WDY does clean up Brownie. The stagger starting to cause a bit of problems for Genji as this point already at that 75% mark. Genji need to find a way in. They do have a strange portal to work with, but it looks like they're not going to rock with it just yet as Monster picks up the Captain America.
Yeah, I think they're just going to have to force the touch here. WDY dangerously low, but it's all good. Able to get out scot-free as we try to force the overtime from happening, but Onside Gaming just need to hold here. They're about to get their ultimates on point. The CYA is ready, but Soul Resurgence in response to the CYA just so that the team fight does last a little longer. But you do have the end song working in their favor. False and Snake light up the board here.
Yeah, Rebirth does respawn thanks to the BRB, but the speed is all in favor of Genji right now. Aim does find one, but False is able to quickly shut it down. The Snake does find the 1v1 onto Rebirth. Freedom Charge going to be used by Inhyuk, but he's the only person on the site. Does he start bouncing all over the site? It looks like he's going to do his best, but a good sleep will maybe deny any sort of stall. But they do shut him down, finally.
They do, but right away we do see that the team fight continues on as Star-Lord makes his way in a little too deep, though. WDY not having any backup there, and now Genji needs to far camp this objective area just to make sure they get that. Mind you, Onside Gaming's at 99%. If they were able to win this next team fight, onside, Genji need to portal in and just try to hold as much as they can. So they still have time, but you can't give out too much momentum on Genji's favor here because they can run away with it. And Monster on the Captain America really doing the work.
Here we go. Rebirth going to kick things off. I'd assume there'd be a domino effect of ultimates coming in a very, very short notice as everyone dumping everything into the kitchen sink as onside. Use all their ultimates perfectly.
Man, and they're able to capture it? I don't think they're going to make it in time. No one's switching out to Doctor Strange.
Portal,
Felix.
portal.
Here it is. Can he actually interrupt? But
No.
a clean 2-0 by Onside Gaming. If y'all put your parlays on Onside, folks, you'll be in the 14K club, which Nell's in right now. But what a game. We were building this up as a David and Goliath story, but if you just watch this blindly, you'd think it's Onside Gaming as the Goliath. That was a shutdown, 2-0s.
That was dominant coming in from onside. And yeah, if you bet on onside, you're gonna be swimming in some cash, swimming in some channel points if you took Nell's advice. Either you took Nell's advice to go for the lesser majority.
Nell, pick 7 numbers right now. I'm gonna go to the 1 to 50, baby. But I will say this. Onside Gaming with an unconventional Rocket Ultron tandem, but you still got a 2-2-2.
Oh, yeah.
2-2-2 still definitely works out, but I think they were able to match and sustain the output that they were trying to heal out here. So it kind of forced them in a tough spot. Felix had to change up from Ultron to Doctor Strange to try and touch, but it was too late. I think, yeah, domination seems to be their map, and if they keep holding on to this type of momentum, then I think we could potentially see an upset here against Genji.
Very well could be. And right now, onside are a third of the way there. They just need 2 more wins, 2 more maps to their name.
Hey, Dan,
that'll seal the deal here in the series.
I have a question. What about another best of 7?
I don't know. Oof.
Is
Can we do this all day? Can we do this all day?
That is the question. Can we do this all day? Why is Gamora? Why is Gamora not here yet? But we're gonna find out here. Oh, maybe. Who knows? But again, we're looking at the handiwork of Onside Gaming. AIM was just so good. I know Inhyuk got MVP, but AIM was able to get the better of the exchanges. His Endsaw Inferno did so well. And just Dawn having a really high output when it comes to heals, and also Ultron just being close enough to the team fight to just give any of the health drone bots to anyone who needs it, and had the Rage of Ultron when needed. So we did see kind of Tale of Two I would say lineups here in domination, right? Crazy Raccoons forced the 3 strategist lineup, but you have Onside Gaming that had a very unconventional Rocket and Ultron combo that worked out very well.
And that's kind of scary if you think about it. Genji put a lot of emphasis on banning out as many strategists as possible. True. And with onside being able to just be like, yeah, that's fine. We can just run Rocket and Ultron. Yeah, we'll be fine with that. And they pulled that off. So how does that feel for Genji when they have to think about what they need to do for map number 2?
Well, we're going to take a very short break and find out afterwards, folks. So don't go away. More Marvel Rivals when we come back.
Oh yeah, 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선 다시 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 내 배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 승리와 명예 The way
And welcome back, folks, to map number 2 of Onside Gaming versus Genji. And we're looking at the channel points lines. It seems like Onside Gaming has made the doubters believers now into this, but you still can't count out Genji, right? Maybe they're kind of cooking, but it was just such a dominant start. But I just want to give a shout out to Drakenbreaker, because I believe someone was asking in chat, Ukiyo Pikachu was asking how the picks and bans work. So thank you for filling that out. In a nutshell, it's you block characters and you lock characters that you want to use. So it's very specific to the teams. It doesn't mean like if I block an Emma, I can't use that Emma unless it's blocked. So yeah, it's very high level gameplay from before the map even starts. So you gotta love.
Yeah,
how
no other game does it like the way we do it here in Marvel Rivals, and it does tend to get a little bit confusing.
So
But yeah,
good.
I appreciate the community
Thank you,
covering
guys.
each other, making
Heck
sure
yeah.
everyone's on the same page, making sure everyone knows what they're getting themselves into. But we look into this match, Genji probably didn't expect going into a map 1 loss to Onside Gaming.
I know some friends, I'm not going to name them, they lost a significant amount of channel points as they messaged me. Shout outs to, you person who said that, who messaged me. But we do have a Rocco that is going to be our next map here. This was the turning point for our friends over at Zero Tenacity that changed things up, and they played very dominant. And I can't believe, Dan, we're at that reality where Onside Gaming not just won up against Genji, who we've been kind of gassing up since the beginning, but they won 2-0. It was quite dominant if you think about it. Yes, there were a bit of back and forths, but they won with an unconventional lineup, and they won with their own way. They didn't even switch up their team strategy, but it was Genji that was kind of playing to the meta that we know. That's why you gotta love the underdog team. You gotta love the teams that haven't been in the spotlight, because they can surprise us with an Ultron and Rocket combination that completely dominated Baron T'Challa.
Yeah, and we talked about this before, after map number 1, that Onside, if they're able to play at this level despite being denied from so many strategists.
Oh yeah, you're right.
How does that make Genji feel? Because that's we talked about it. It's scary.
It is.
Now, even if you ban all these strategists and you still lose, like that's gotta be soul crushing.
A little disheartening, right? Because usually it's priority strategists, and they're gonna start things out with the Jeff, but are we going to see any switch up here when it comes to Gen G's picks and bans? Because we did see Onside Gaming did lock in the Ultron, did lock in also, I believe, a Star-Lord, just for them to have that bolstered damage. They aren't the ones that picked this matchup, so they will still continue on with their Ultron lock, just because this map also promotes a lot of flyers, and there's a lot of good areas that Ultron can actually use. So we are going to see more of the strategists getting banned out by Genji. Mind you, they made it a one-sided Mantis and a one-sided, I believe, Luna. Oh, no, yeah, on the domination map.
Yep, more strategists being taken away from the table. Genji will take the Mantis for themselves and themselves only, whereas on the flip side, Onside look to take the Ultron instead, and more verticality, the better. But do they go for the torch combination here? But Genji are also on the defensive side. Also, it doesn't seem like they're gonna do what Zero Tenacity did and just start taking away Vanguards instead, which I think is a very smart move as well.
Yeah, because this is Convoy, and we saw the value of having your pick of Vanguards, right? And that was kind of how Zero Tenacity played it out. At least Genji is gonna just save themselves an Emma. which did have impact in the previous game.
Okay,
However,
here we go.
oh god,
Here we
onside.
go.
Nice checkmate there. All right, you have the Emma, but you won't have any more teleports. We're taking out the Doctor Strange, and we're saving up the Warlock here for ourselves. So we have access to be able to go for the Karmic Revival.
Yeah, and that's providing to be a good setup when Onside Gaming eventually do play on the defense side. For now, they will be on the attack. Genji agreed to start out on defense. And for now, Onside are looking really good if they're able to get a good push down in round number 1. Whereas Genji need to hold the fort to their absolute best.
Yeah, I mean, they can... I think they're opting for a triple. Yes, they are. Sorry, I just have to make sure. So this is a possibility, but seems like they're kind of sneaking in a very interesting pick here. I won't spoil it just yet, but Genji has already moved out of their spawn locations. They will try to hold up as much as they can. Just to tease you guys, there's going to be some networks and some interesting spiders out and about here for Genji. If they oh yeah, they are going to go for it.
They're going for it. Genji looking to rock the Penny Parker, who did get a significant amount of buffs as well, especially towards that ultimate. Now that the webs that it creates now slows for a significant amount.
3, 2, 1.
And then
Yeah,
now the gates open. Map number 2.
In-hyuk onto that Doctor Strange, Rebirth onto the Ultron. Still going with the 2 strategist lineup here, but AIM now taking to the skies, taking a page out of Crazy Raccoon's book here with the tandem of Ultron and the Human Torch here. So they could actually clean up the nests real quick here, and they don't have to worry about touching them because they are flyers. In-hyuk as well, since he is also flying Vanguard here. But the thing, the Brawler, could actually go 1v1 up against Doctor Strange. We do see that the nests are already placed here as Arako has stopped moving.
Yeah, Arako does stand still for the time being. Resistance from Genji. The Penny Parker definitely causing a bit of zones coming in. But can it be enough? They need to hold if they want to get an easy-going push in the second round. But for now, Onside looking to do just that, but they do get taken out by Snake.
Yeah, and now it just seems like they're falling one by one here after using that invisible boundary just for that defense. Now they're trying to stagger the Vanguard here in In-hyuk. Still holding on. WDY has used the Bucky, but we haven't seen much value out of it just yet. He does have the Kraken Impact to work with. Falls dangerously low. And now we do see that Onside Gaming has to worry about that Penny Parker to the left. Agamotto, what a beautiful push. Oh my god, able to actually get the Penny Parker. And now we do see that the Thing also dangerously low. That's one Vanguard off the table for Genji. Whoa.
And Snake tracks down another as well. An even trade so far from both teams as the ultimates come down, as Tuba goes down, AIM as well. And Genji will somehow hold the fort down. A great pull from Felix as well to just top it off.
Yeah, beautiful hold, beautiful defense on the side. Snake knowing when, all right, you know what? There are ultimates flying about. Let me just go for the kill here, and let me go for the finish, the pick-off here on the side of Onside Gaming. But Onside Gaming changing things up now. They are going to Punisher Storm. Dawn still needs to build up that Eternal Bond just so that Final Judgment will be uncontested. Hoodie setting up his clones here. The spider networks also have not been cleaned up, and Brownie getting dangerously low goes back to the spider network. Snake taking out Tuba. This Rocket Raccoon is a left-click Rocket Raccoon, and Snake as well. Adding more to the board here as well as Fall. So spawn camping here.
This is a good look for Genji right now. Keep in mind, this is going to set them up for success when it comes to the second round in this map number 2. Whereas Onside, they're looking for all the adjustments, and right now this is their option. Dawn with the Eternal Bond, Tuba as well with the Silent Seduction, AIM as well with Final Judgment available. So many resources on Onside that they could just dump at any given moment. Whereas Genji, they kick things off with the Cosmic Yard.
Okay, answered back with Invisible Boundary here. They still hold strong here. Final Judgment as well as Omega Hurricane coming your way, says Onside Gaming, but has already been spent, and False actually taking out AIM as well, and the Omega Hurricane kind of cleaning up shop here for the side of Onside Gaming. So finally a team fight and a push away from that corner for them to be able to actually push Arako past this Z-like turn.
Yeah, this is a scary part of the map where you could get shoved by an invisible woman, and that's going to be catastrophic. But now Onside don't have to worry about anymore.
No portal as well, so really holding strong here, setting up a turret. Oh my god, WDOI. Gotta be very careful here. We do see a Psionic Seduction on the side of Tuba. Brownie right behind here. Takes out AIM from the backside, and now tries to ease way towards the point here, and we do have Monster just cleaning up anyone that is holding the objective.
Yeah, great cleanup coming in from Gen G. They're gonna look to be able to hold down the first sight. Monster is flying everywhere. Picks up a triple on the tail end, just throwing haymakers left and right.
Right
As
hand
Gen
after
G do
right
deny
hand.
Onside from a point.
Yeah, they definitely woke up in that match. They did not take any prisoners here, and Onside Gaming kind of scrambling, even though they took out a lot of the value of when it comes to strategists and one good Vanguard here. They didn't even need the Doctor Strange because they were still able to hold strong with that 303 composition, triple Vanguards and triple strategists. So how is Onside Gaming going to respond here? Because man, this is tough. Actually, they have to hold, and they don't have access to that much strategist that they want to have that sustained.
Yeah, all it takes is Gen G to make it to the first point. It looks like Felix is just going to run the Black Widow just so that he can be able to find anyone playing a little too aggressively on the side of Onside Gaming. We've seen this kind of approach before, and here it is no exception. So Felix will just try to find some sort of value with the Black Widow.
So they do have Karmic Revival. They do have access to Doctor Strange as well. WDY on this Star-Lord did get a lot of good picks off in the first map that we did see in Burn T'Challa. But we do see that Gen G did switch it up. They are going with the triple strategist now. And Brownie's going to be the sole damage dealer here. As well as we have Monster and False holding up the front lines.
Can Gen G clap back here? It might have been a little bit of a surprise in map number 1 with Onside taking a quick 2-0 in the round. But Gen G, they have set themselves up to a map to a victory, as Inhyuk and Brownie will trade 1-for-1 for the time being.
Brownie's got to be very careful. Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
1v1
be careful as False finds Duba in the tail end of this little skirmish that's been happening, as WDY did dip down into the bottom of the map for a quick second. But right now, Gen G, this push is going really fast right now. They're already halfway done.
They are, so they need to hold, especially if they're able to bring it a little closer away from that spawn area, but it's getting dangerously close, Dan. So Gen G still able to hold, and now Rebirth maybe with the rage just to push them back, able to actually get a 1-for-1 pickoff on both sides. And also WDY being the main damage dealer here is going to be a little tough. False having to go forward here, actually taking out AIM, forcing out Gen G here. And now we seem like Onside Gaming trying to scramble their way back to Arako, but unfortunately unable to do so here. We do get a cleanup, and there you have it, folks. Gen G.
Oh, never mind. We're good. We're good. Gen G get it done. Gen G, they take map 2 here. It got a little bit close. Onside were close to some of these ultimates that could have stalled a little bit longer, but unfortunately, they just could not get it done. They could not get their ultimates as soon as possible. And in the end, it was all Gen G in this Arako map. And now we're tied 1 apiece.
I think they knew the fact that they needed to just really press forward and not deny any ultimates from being gained, because they know they had Karmic Revival ready. They had so much to work with. They could even switch over to Doctor Strange, but they just had an excellent push. They were just moving as a unit. And this is the Gen G we know, right? Maybe first map, they were still trying to get their bearings, a bit surprised with how well they played domination. So this is the Gen G we know, right? They're world beaters and they're able to actually get this victory in emphatic fashion. So I wonder if they can still sustain this, and I wonder if Onside Gaming, what they have to pick in map number 3, because they do have that advantage come to the next game.
Yeah, but for now, the only game mode that Onside are able to choose is Convergence. So it's either the Symbiote, it's either Spider Islands. I think it's Spider Islands or Tokyo. I think it's Tokyo or whatever.
Yeah,
that's what it is. And then you've also got Central Park. So those really are the only options that.
You could also try the new map with the clouds, if ever there.
True.
If it's available
as well.
Sure
I'm not entirely sure if Kunlun is available just yet here in Stage 2 playoffs in Season 4.0 as Gen G and Onside go into map number 3. That was a whole lot of numbers. I hope you all track that down. Anyway.
A number that we are going to see is still, at least, it's going to be a best of 4 here, because they still got to win by 3. And it will guaranteed map 4 at the very least, folks. So Gen G clapping back here. Onside Gaming kind of compared to the first game, it just seemed like they didn't have any solution coming into this. So we're gonna take a short break. Hopefully Onside Gaming will rebound from this, folks, so don't go anywhere. More of Marvel Rivals when we come back.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 들어서 내 운명에
A best of 5 turned best of 3 yet again here in the playoffs of Marvel Rivals Ignite Asia Stage 2. as we head into map number 3 between Gen G and Onside Gaming. Onside Gaming, unfortunately, we're not able to get done on their own map pick of Araco as Gen G look to keep this momentum going.
Yeah, you got to give it up to all the teams, right? So far, we saw only this is the second series of the day, night, midnight, early morning, whatever you're seeing now. It is apparent that, you know what, everyone's kind of going all out. From the group stage, we've got a lot of 0-2s, but here 1-1s, and now we're heading towards Hall of Jala here. So it is also Onside Gaming's pick. As you said, it was a convergence map, so there could be a tie, but I don't think we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get that when we get there. But for now, it's gonna be very apparent that both teams are kind of in a both dominant position in map 1 and 2. So this is the tipping point on either side, and Gen G does have that advantage because I'll be honest, comparing the two, Gen G had more of the shutdown in map number 2 compared to map 1, because there were signs of life on Gen G's side. I think they just were kind of taken aback with the interesting composition, or they didn't really know how, or they were kind of warming up to it. But now everyone's all warmed up. We are gonna try and break this tie streak here in map number 3.
And here we go. Hologelia will be the choice for Onside Gaming. We'll also choose to defend first. I'm not sure. Did they defend first in the second map? I don't remember too much, but either way, it is Onside on the defensive side. As we do move on into these picks and bans, do we see strategists or do we see a Vanguard adjustment like the Strange Denial?
So strategists for now on both sides, but Gen G switching things up, not going for the Jeff. And I do believe it was Gen G to be defending first with the Penny team up in Araco. So they'll be the ones kind of pushing the charge here. Not going to waste any time. I think they're going to allow the Jeff to come on through. It just depends if Onside Gaming wants to make it a one-sided Jeff. And they do, forcing out the Ultron and bringing in the Jeff, and Gen G having that Mantis, which did work out quite well in the previous games.
Yeah, with the movement speed, with the extra damage, steroid potential, but Onside, they do pick up the Jeff. The first time we've seen it all series.
True.
And will finally make its appearance on map at number 3 as these Vanguards and strategists are going to get taken off the table. Gen G opting to ban out Venom this time around.
Interesting. So they're not going to have the Venom Jeff team up. So I like how Gen G spotted that. You got that lock, but you do lock in the Star-Lord here. No Adam Warlocks on both sides. Now it's Gen G's turn to kind of attack and get rid of any other heroes that they could potentially work with. Luna's available to ban out. Nope, but they go for another strategist in the name of Ultron.
Yep, Ultron going to be taken away. A map that is very vertical heavy as well. Hologelia has a lot of open space to work with. Maybe not so much on the third point, but before that, there's a lot of room in terms of verticality, and Gen G are aware of that, and they will just take it away before it gets out of hand. Both sides, though, do lock in the Star-Lord for themselves.
Last ban is going to be the Magneto. Actually, really good takeout here on the side of Onside Gaming. I actually thought they'd take out the Emma Frost because False is so good with that. Monster kind of adjusts based on who else is left, but man, False doing such a great job being one of the Vanguards here.
Onside looking to use the Hulk Namor team-up ability here, trying to get that laser squid online and ready to go. And especially on the defensive side, it's going to be really, really strong for Onside Gaming. AIM could very well just hide in a little cubby up in high ground, if you do know about that on the first zone.
This is actually really good for them to hold, and this can kind of counter any dive potential on Monster and Brownie. Note that Namor is gonna have a hella team up now. Did you see that?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
When he gets KOs, they turn into squids. Ooh, ghost squid, spooky season. Oh, did you see the Jeff Pumpkin outfit too? It's so cute.
Oh yeah, it's so cute. We're gonna have to wait for that. We're still in season 4.
Yeah. It's almost there. Spooky season's about to come in. So We will see how this is going to happen. Rebirth actually positioning himself already to possibly harass, but they do get a shield going on here. So nice. Able to actually control the high ground. Dr. Strange uncontested here. Got to be very careful. They do stay on the other side of the pillar. They're going to switch right away, possibly to Venom, just so he could swing his way towards the point. But nice rotation already on Onside Gaming.
Yeah, they realize that they're going for a portal play, and they quickly adjust their positioning. No one getting caught off guard here. At this point, at the highest level, this is all but expected.
True. And we do see, oh wow, Namor needing help from Jeff there and his Landshark friend. But they do see that Genji is actually contesting the point just a little bit. WDY trying to go for the back lines of the three strategists. Playing patty cake, this leaves the front lines open and WDY is out of there.
Yep, they are able to heal each other, keep themselves alive, but can they still keep doing that? Almost.
Yo, and WDY actually uses the teleport. So godlike. But now Tuba gets eliminated by Monster. So Genji, excellent push. They don't have a Hulk to work with anymore. No Vanguards, and slowly crumbling are the defenses of Onside Gaming as Genji unlocked the point.
Look as you like it. 5 minutes to work with here as they look to keep the push going. Monster getting lasered down by AIM, but that is a tanky symbiote, if you ask me.
Hey man, it was really tough for him to actually survive that 1v1. Staggered just a little bit. They're still holding on to this this Venom team up. Oh, sorry, this Namor team up with Hulk. Hulk trying to save his fellow strategist or his fellow compactor.
Here we go.
And we do have the CYA to keep everyone alive. Galactic Legend is going to be responded. And now unable to actually get any pickoffs here, but you force out a defensive ultimate on the side of Onside Gaming.
Yeah, but they have so many more resources. It's Chef available on Rebirth. AIM also has the Horn of Proteus, and now it's WDY's turn with Rebirth on the Jeff. As the Psionic Seduction does catch out WDY, as everyone trading left and right, as Tuba finds a double. And with the Freedom Charge, they're just going to keep on charging in. Barge is in. Snake gets dinked away.
Again, a good stagger on the side of Onside Gaming. AIM up in the rafters in a really good spot to set up his Gamma Squid and also just be able to aim well. Horn of Proteus is also online, so Onside Gaming doing a really good job just holding point here. And this was their idea in the fir's point, right? So now Genji's going to have to reclaim it.
Yep, and Genji are trying to do what he can. Monster is up in the high ground, trying to just be that disruption, but everyone on onside are just piled up on here, and they're not able to get the job done as Brownie gets taken away. Horn of Proteus gets minimal value, but Hoodie able to snipe away AIM.
Oh, now Monster trying to get rid of the strategist here. Actually quite low, and Dawn has taken out. WDY holding on strong here, trying to aim for the strategist away from the Vanguards, getting med packs along the way, and just trying to build up his ultimate. Tuba, unfortunately, at Puny Banner form, will get eliminated by Snake. And Dawn with the CYA to try and hold up shop here, but they're still bunched apart. They need to try and regroup for the next team fight.
Yeah, but it looks like Onside are committing to this fight. Look at this, 3 ultimates online and going right now as Inhyuk takes full advantage of that with WDY, but Rebirth! A 4-man munch into the abyss as Onside will defend.
Someone clip that. That's Jeff in a nutshell, folks. He's all or nothing there. He's able to actually get him. And big stagger. Still 2 minutes left on the board here for Genji to work with. So they still have their work cut out for them. Dawn has to be very careful. Dangerously low. Got to keep him alive.
Yep, trying to do what he can to keep his health bar in tip-top shape. As Monster does dive onto Dawn and AIM yet again. He's tried this time and time again. As Rebirth will find Hoodie in the tail end of that fight, but now False Trying to laser anyone that he can lay his eyes on as Inhyuk threatens the Freedom Charge, but Brownie gets pinned into the corner and taken away.
Ooh, they trade strategists for Vanguard, but AIM able to take out Monster. So next team fight definitely staggers up Gen G as AIM just tries to put the finishing touches as they push them away from the objective, and he adds the squids in the process. Has one more just for them to push them away and tries to get the pull on, but AIM quite low. He's gonna go up above here. So if anyone gonna chase him down, no. Monster back in the fray. Goddess of Death just to add more down the line, and he takes out Dawn.
Somehow is able to thread the needle as Brownie does find Dawn, but here comes WDY, but Brownie is quick to respond. The left clicks proving to be too much for WDY to handle as the Jeff probably can find one, but it's not going to be enough as CYA is just going to be wasted, it seemed like.
Yeah, CYA to keep Jeff alive, but I don't know if he got a swallow to anyone. Felix back in the fray from the back lines, able to take out Rebirth. The screen lights up red. Genji take out 3 as they march their way to get the second checkpoint unlocked.
Yeah, and now AIM caught in a rock in a hard place. Will get staggered as Genji secured a second point and now onside. What can you really do here? The laser squid not quite working as you envisioned, but
Yeah.
Tuba does have Mega Hulk. AIM has the Horn of Proteus again, but Brownie is being an absolute monster on this Hela.
Yeah, and Monster also just disrupting everyone. He's the only one that's diving. And now we have the world beater Hulk here, able to try and grab anyone. Oh, but WDY just sending back Monster. And we have Rebirth as well, adding to the board here, putting Brownie back into spawn. Trying to stagger, and we continue on here to hold, but we still got 60 seconds, more than 60 seconds on the clock for Genji to work with.
Yeah, a lot of time to work with, but WDY overextends a little bit, and Monster is quick to punish it. As the rest of Genji looking to go right in. Brownie lasers down the AIM and is looking to do the same onto Rebirth. But this is a slippery land shark, so Brownie will let him go for now.
True. We got them clouds going on. This is in Kunlun. We've got to be able to get some good kidnaps or good pickoffs in this area. We have not contested just yet after that team fight, so Onside Gaming, a lot of checks that they can cash here, folks. Starting out with a CYA, WDY getting real low here,
my.
forcing out a defensive ult on Felix's side. Horn of Proteus finally sees 2, but False takes out WDY in the scuffle, and this forces the Freedom Charge as well as an It's Jeff. Can he actually take out 1? It seems like Rebirth is there, but able to actually take out AIM.
So much going in favor of Genji right now as Rebirth finds. He got slept on as WDY does find False in the background. Dawn will finally finish off Snake as Genji are down 2 members. Monster just trying to buy a bit of disruption, buying a bit of time as the overtime meter does come alive now.
Yeah, also AIM is switched on over to the Wolverine, by the way, just for a little more sustain and a little more fight in the tank. Running right rampant, running roughshod up against AIM. So now it's a 4v6. Monster quite low, but still remains alive. Tuba is the only one left with the world beater Hulk here, able to actually deny him, and now he's on Puny Banner, and he's taken out. So Onside Gaming, final stand here for them to be able to hold point. We do get a kidnap, but Dawn actually BRBing. Eunhyuk now taking out Snake slowly but surely. They're trying to get a grip on this matchup, and Eunhyuk able to take out a strategist. Tuba back in the process gets swallowed and gets spat out right away. They just need to hold up here against the Galactic Legend. Can they hold strong here? Overtime, they need to touch.
They need to touch, they need to stay, but it looks like they're able to hold onside by the skin of their teeth, denied the 3rd point. I thought Brownie would have been the hero play there, but in the end, it was onside, just barely denying 3rd point. But still, that is a lot of work for onside to do right now.
It is. I would say the way that Genji unlocked that point at the start was really good, but they had problems trying to climb up the alleyway of Jala there, and good holds on Onside Gaming, and they had to switch things up, kind of going for the Wolverine just to get more out of or more value, or just at least stop Monster and False from holding the front lines. So just an excellent back and forth here. The question is, can Onside Gaming force a 3-point game in this matchup? They still got their work cut out for them because Genji played flawlessly capturing that point.
It's all gonna matter in this first point. How long does it take for the first
30
point to
seconds
go
before you
down?
attack.
How
Get
long
ready.
can Genji hold off?
I'll take it back to Crazy Raccoons versus Z10, right? It was Crazy Raccoons to actually get 2-0, but it was Z10 to kind of push away from that. So you really want to finish your play and really want to just deny any points, or at least get a 3-point game if you're the one pushing. So hopefully this won't haunt Genji, but Onside Gaming now on the push. Let's see. Doesn't seem like they're going to go for a strange portal. They're going to walk down one of the lanes here.
Yeah, Brownie gonna get quickly spotted out. Needs to run for the hills quickly.
Uh-oh.
But WDY isn't able to get it done. Probably will just rejoin the team.
Uh-oh, wow, just running straight towards that Phoenix. So gotta be very careful. Dangerously low, has a teleport, and now Eunhyuk able to actually go 1v1. But man, Phoenix is a good brawler too. Monster now focusing his attention to try and spot anyone out. It's gonna be AIM versus Venom here. Brownie! Can he take anyone out? And the screen lights up red here, taking out Rebirth, but it's all good. Onside Gaming can still try and fight their way back in this matchup.
Yeah, Brownie though, being an absolute god with the left clicks right now. Can cook on the Hela, and now is cooking on the Phoenix.
I
Now
like how Onside
Genji-
Gaming is trying to split push their way, but man, just Brownie is just so good at holding up that angle, just so that they're forced to walk down this mid lane, and that you're gonna run straight into Monster and False here. They're not gonna go out without a fight.
Looking scary for Onside right now. They're trying to find any avenue in possible. Rebirth goes down at the same spot, it seems like, but it does have to be RB. So it's not as punished.
Okay, forcing to go for the end song here. Brownie has farmed off so much of the ultimate, but AIM as well. Let's see if he's going to target this one well, just to get any value out of it. And it is all blue here. Onside Gaming takes 2 out of Genji, and now they contest here, forcing Felix to dance here. But we do have Meteor M trying to get the aim, and the swallow unable to get it just yet. But now AIM is gonna just be able to actually get a pick off here, as well as Rebirth, and now they control the point.
Nice work.
Yeah, do they go for a teleport play? It doesn't seem like they will. Or unless they do, Snake is the one piloting the Strange, but they don't get the point.
Unable to get it, a little staggered there. They couldn't jump on in, but Brownie takes out Dawn. Eunhyuk takes out Brownie, so a trade 1-for-1 here, but the fact remains that Onside Gaming unlocked the point. It's all good. Dawn moves back to the respawn area. Eunhyuk finds the Venom, wants to go 1v1 here. Oh, there you go.
Just trying to catch a bug on the wall.
I know.
The monster is just quite literally making Onside run up a wall right now.
Time to port.
But they're able to zone him away for the time being as AIM takes down Felix. Can he find the 1v1 on Brownie? Nope, Brownie plays the passive play, but he's just trying to buy a bit of time. Just deny WDY, but I think WDY is only going to be settled with 1 elimination with the invisible boundary coming alive. But Genji are not looking so hot right now. They're crumbling by the seams.
Uh-oh,
WDY
yeah.
is just dancing all over them.
Dude, it just seems like the staggers. They're getting eliminated 1 by 1. And now it just seems like they're forcing team fights that the numbers are at the advantage of Onside Gaming. And now they're making their way up the alley uncontested. They don't go for the strange portal yet. AIM is going to camp far out here just so that we'll get more grounds onto this Panther, the statue of Bast, as Monster, dangerously low, has to be healed up, and Eunhyuk now at the back line.
Oh, great AoE coming in, just a resurgence as well, but onside are using a lot of their resources as well. Here comes the Jeff. How many did the Jeff eat? We have yet to see, as AIM just in the thick of it, trying to take out False, but the hit scan is a little too much, as Rebirth finds 2. And it's the 2 strategists of Gen G. And all they have is an invisible woman to rely on.
Yeah, they remain alive here, and it's uncontested. They push past the halfway mark. So Onside Gaming, slowly but surely, just marching their way down this hall. And Gen G, man, just the staggers on their side, falling one by one. They couldn't join the team fight altogether, but now they have a chance to reset. They have a chance to sync up together. AIM has to be very careful. Oh my god, able to take out Brownie.
Better watch your back. Thanks for
Brownie
the
just explodes without any time to react, but Snake is able to shut down WDY, but WDY comes back with BBRB. We've said time and time again, but the bubble with the Galactic Legend is going to be synergized as well as Hoodie gets taken away, but Snake is still flicking away as they do equalize, but AIM! Roller Phoenix, a playstyle you don't see very often, but AIM does it to perfection.
Dude, cleaning up shop. Just, man, Phoenix is such a brawler with her melee cancels and the hits, and once it stacks up. And right now, AIM's still at that same corner that he took out Brownie. Brownie now seeing AIM, able to take him out with that uppercut. So, a little revenge, a little receipt on Brownie's side. Now, Gen G really needs to hold here, Dan, because this is their last stand, and 2 minutes on the clock here for Onside Gaming to have this final push going.
Looking good for Onside. It's all in favor for them for the time being. While the rest of Gen G, they need to hold, like you said, for 2 whole minutes now. That is a long time to play to absolute perfection, as Monster is going to live up to that standard.
Oh my god, the CYA is still helping out, but we do get a crack and impact just for him to get the Jeff maybe, but no, tries to go for the heal, and now a bit of an overextension on Onside Gaming's side for them to actually lose the exchange there. Gen G now have finally had a foothold onto this matchup. Ever since the statue of Bast was unlocked, it was all Onside Gaming, but 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock. Onside Gaming need to be able to try and push here.
It seems we have company.
The ultimate's available on side of Onside. The only really defensive ultimate is Tuba with the Meteor M, but AIM and WDY having both of their ultimates available could be the difference here. Whereas Gen G, they do have the invisible boundary, and they need to use it soon, but Felix is there with available worlds.
Keeping them alive. Phoenix out of the equation here. Tuba is back because of that PRB. We do have WDY out of the equation as well. So Onside Gaming really need to make this last push matter here as the clock is winding down. Gen G finally able to dominate here. We switch. No, we keep going here. But WDY onto the Winter Soldier could be the difference maker here. Changing out the Star-Lord.
Is that the answer? Is that the correct answer?
30 seconds.
We have yet to see. 30 seconds left as Galacta announces that there is not much time left for Onside as they look to try to force themselves into a match point situation. But Gen G are not giving this up so easily.
CYA online here, but we do have Invisible Boundary to counter. Also, we have the Ensong Meteor M to work with as well. So it seems like Yogios and Dawn, actually, all three are going to be popped. So all the defensive ults are going to be utilized, as well as the Meteor M. Gets the throw onto a Vanguard and a Strategist here. Magneto is out of the picture. We do have a death mark on him, so now Rebirth is going to take away one of the Vanguards. Tuba takes out Brownie, but a 2-for-1 pickoff on the side of Onside Gaming, and the BRB is going to even out the odds, not even out the odds, make the odds in favor of Onside Gaming, and just like that, Gen G unfortunately fall back to spawn.
Well, they need to make something happen here. The point getting ever so slightly closer, but they're able to tap onto it in time. 0.35 meters left before Onside make it to match point, and they will do so with a third of a meter left.
Onside Gaming, folks. Genji raised the stakes 2-0, but they go 3-2. Read 'em and weep. And the way that they were able to push Vast past the alleyways, understood, okay, we got to switch things up. We can't go toe-to-toe with the Star-Lord versus the Bucky. Let's switch things up. And just like that, Onside Gaming potentially at match point here for the next game.
This is scary for Genji. This is a favorite to win the entirety of stage 2. And with onside proving that they can go toe-to-toe with the world's best, are now putting Genji in a difficult situation right now. All the pressure is on Genji. This golden standard here in the Asia region now at risk of getting sent to the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's kind of scary that we're living in this reality where Onside Gaming is about to make one of the biggest upsets in the playoffs of Marvel Rivals Ignite for Asia. That's incredible. That 1 week standard or the 1 week break really helped them out. And man, Genji, what can they do to bounce back from this?
Whole lot of question marks, whole lot of exclamation marks as well, as Onside are making very, very big statements off of the heroics
Big
of WBY and AIM. Yeah. Props to AIM with the Brawler Phoenix. You don't see it very often.
I mean,
And-
Rebirth also with that swallow and just getting that 4-person elimination was just so good as we see the highlights here. And I like that Onside Gaming tried to go for the they tried going for the Gamma Squid lineup here just to stop the thwarting of the dive onto Genji. But ultimately, they're the ones that kind of just rotate around the heroes and found the lineup that really worked for them to push for a 3-2 game. So it just seems like Genji are kind of set. But I mean, we say like it's a finality, right? But we could go another map 5 because this is Genji, and once they do suffer a loss, they do bounce back even stronger. So we can't call it just yet, folks. That's why you got to keep sticking around here for our map number 4. We're going to take a very short break. When we come back, the potential conclusion or the continuation of this matchup. So don't go anywhere.
한껏 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자청을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 어디까지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 펼쳐 미쳐봐 어둠 있다 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어진 운명 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리와 명예 The way
And we're back, folks, to map number 4, potentially the last match or continuation here until we get map number 5. But you got Potch Spice and Dan holding it down. Just want to give a quick shout out to our friend PDX Snipe, 3 of 3 betting on the underdog. He's up 70k. Let's go. But
That's a whole lot of channel points.
I will give a shout out to Charlie GG. How was I wrong twice, bruh? I don't know, man. We had this caveat, right, that anyone can win this, and that's why, even though it seemed like kind of an underdog story here, the underdogs are biting back here and forcing Gen G's hand, and in a weird fashion here. And it seems like Gen G is going to be picking domination. We're going back to Hell's Haven in map number 4.
It's interesting because back in map 1, it was all onside. They had so much control throughout the entirety of that first map, and Gen G they're going for a domination map. So this is a bold move from Gen G.
Yeah,
If they think that they
unprecedented,
have a chance to force a deciding map number 5, and with Gen G picking domination here in map number 4, that means. I hope not. I'm thinking way into the future. There is a world where we see a map 6 in the best of 5. I'm just gonna put it out there. There is a world that happens.
You're
Do
right.
we get there? I don't know, maybe. But
we'll
we have a lot. We have a lot of what's it called? We need a lot of things to go in order for that to happen. We need a lot of
You're
things
right.
for it to get to that
Yeah.
point, but
For
for
those
now
stu-
we should
yeah.
ground ourselves to the present.
Yes, let's do that as we talk about Hell's Haven. Domination, usually, we have seen them actually be really good in domination, even in the stage 1. But this is Gen G 3.0. We did see also Onside Gaming having the formula to actually go have a route to success up against Gen G. So are they going to duplicate that same type of Ultron Rocket lineup in this matchup? And let us know also how your channel points are doing, because I'm glad that we're commentating. We have to be professional here, Dan, because I don't have any channel points on the line. But man, I would have gotten my prediction wrong here.
Oh yeah, no, this has been a flip-flop of a series, just like the first one between Crazy Raccoon and Zero Tenacity. But as we enter into this map number 4, yep, both sides will ban out the Jeff. In a way, it was a huge mistake on Gen G's part for allowing Onside to pilot the Jeff.
That's true.
And yeah, that punishment was just too much. And now Gen G, they're not going to make that same mistake again.
Yeah, it seems like they're both locking in the Ultron here. So that's Onside Gaming was prominent with that strategy, but now it seems like Gen G, since this is their map choice, or they selected to go here, I think they have something up their sleeves. We did say that with Hall of Jala, but man, Onside Gaming was able to shut that down. So still targeting the strategists here. It's still all good. Kind of a mirror match of sorts, or a deja vu moment from the first domination match we saw between these two. So on this side, okay, so taking out the torch, and now this is actually really good on the side of Onside Gaming. They were the ones to kind of break that mold, also to not go all strategist and go for vanguards as well, and duelists as well.
But Gen G is sticking to their plans. We'll just fill up on their strategist. We'll take the Ultron, we'll take the Luna Snow, and deny it on the side of Onside, as Onside now going to deny Mantis, and now both sides not having access to that Guardian of the Galaxy.
They could lock in Warlock if they want, but they can also lock in a Duelist as well. And they will lock in that Duelist with that Starlord. WDY on that Starlord is actually godlike. So I don't blame him for doing that, but now we got a ban out of Captain America of Inhyuk, which was kind of the difference maker. So I wonder what other heroes he has in his pool in this matchup. Seems like he might have an Angela.
Yeah, Angela might be the option here. Venom is also a great pickup here, especially on this map, Hell's Heaven. So many angles to run up walls, dive in, and that's exactly what Monster's going to look for. Maybe soon. But anyway, yeah, Genji's map pick here. Domination, a bold move, like we said. Onside did dominate in the first time these two teams played against each other in a domination map, aka map number 1. And here, Genji looking to try and force a map number 5.
Oh, that's map number 5, man. That's crazy, bro. This is good training for you for grand finals. But man, I did not expect. I thought we were gonna kind of slowly jog before we sprinted our way to a best of 5. But I would say that the 4 teams are definitely spoiling us with the back and forth matches. So we just have to wait and see how Genji is going to take this one, because they want to be able to stay alive here at the upper bracket. Inhyuk is going to show us an Angela here, so let's see if Genji's going to regret banning out the Captain America now to face the wrath of Angela.
Yeah, Angela's going to be tough to play against, especially if you're a flyer, keeping tabs on that flying Vanguard as Rebirth opens things up with the pick onto Snake, and WDY will follow suit.
Good pickoffs on Onside Gaming, and they continue on here to stagger the Vanguard. They have one more to work with, so slowly but surely taking precious trade-offs on the side of Genji here. So a team fight 1, and Onside Gaming control the mission area here in Hell's Heaven.
Done. What's next?
Surely Onside don't shut out Genji here in map number, this round number 1, I should
That's the
say.
curse. I don't know. Can't call
Surely
it.
not.
Surely. Don't call me Shirley. But anyway, we see that Inhyuk now is gonna try and set up a flank here. Snake has to be very careful as he tries to make the approach happen. Monster now setting up some walls. No synergy with the Mantis. Brownie, trying to 1v1 up against AIM, but able to actually push a little bit away from them. But Brownie, be very careful with his uppercut. It is buffed out. Can't escape from his uppercut.
Yep, but now Brownie, the adjustment onto the Winter Soldier, but Rebirth has other things to say. Takes out Felix with the Rage of Ultron. Can he find more? Doesn't seem like he will do so, but that is extra pressure onto Genji while they are down a member, as a great skewer coming in from Inhyuk. Takes down False and takes down more as Brawler AIM comes back yet again to haunt Genji.
Yo, Onside Gaming once again, just with the Rebirth, Ultron, and also Dawn on this Raccoon. It's working out, and dare I say, Inhyuk is having more impact compared to Captain America, and Tuba just takes out Hoodie, so it's going to be a 5v6. They have to wait for their teammate to come back for a 6v6 to go on.
They've almost got it, says Galacta, as 85% now in favor of Onside. Felix gets taken away, but AIM is traded out by Snakes and Song Inferno. As Brownie trying to do what he can to get that execute down, but it looks like he's not going to be able to. Hoodie gets caught out yet again. Felix needs to keep this team alive. So many blinking health bars, but the percentage point hits 100. As Onside take control and shut out Genji in round number 1.
Dan, I'm going to bring it back to what you said at the start. The concern you brought out at the start is you said that Onside Gaming was just so dominant here, and they continue. That's 3 straight for domination, by the way. If you count the first 2 domination maps, that's 3 for 3. And they still haven't found a solution to the Ultron rocket combo.
If I remember correctly, I don't think Genji have gotten a single percentage
have
point
not.
every time.
Wait,
every
no,
time
they did.
Played, they
They
did
did.
for a tiny bit.
For a time, like 16%. But
Yeah, it was like
that was a
16%,
shutout.
but still.
Yeah.
This one was a shutout for sure.
Yeah, and it got forced to the 99% onside gaming's part. Gen G was able to push it, I think, to the 30% mark. But man, they are on their heels, folks. If you guys are Gen G supporters, y'all need to make your voices be heard in chat, because onside gaming, if they win this map, it's done and dusted. They still stay alive in the upper bracket. Gen G switching things up. Brownie is going to go with the Psylocke now.
Oh boy. Here they come.
Yeah, they needed to pull out so many things from their playbook here, as Inhyuk just being an absolute nuisance right now. Can he get a kidnap off? We'll see, as AIM repositioning
Whoa.
yet again forces out the fate of both worlds. And
Not even
now the fight begins as Rebirth trying to support the team with the Rage of Ultron, as Felix's ultimate
Hey.
now expiring. Monster will open things up with a pick onto Dawn.
That's good. They don't have any strategists for the heals now. It's only Rebirth, but he does not have the Rage of Ultron. He does have the heal bot. So Gen G have been able to actually win this team fight, and they can kind of control the point from here on out.
Nice. Yeah, great cleanup, great fight coming in from Gen G. And are showing signs of life here, but how long can they control this site? It does seem likely, as Gen G have so many ultimates to work with, whereas on the flip side of Onside, they're still close to their ultimates, but they should be able to get it soon enough.
True, we're going to start out with a Freedom Charge by Monster just to make sure the fight lasts in this area. Dawn! Oh, wow, Brownie taking out AIM here in the process, and we continue on. The switch up to Psylocke has definitely paid dividends so far on Gen G's side, and they only spent 2 ultimates here. So they're still holding on to a defensive ultimate and also Brownie and False.
And the pressure coming in as Gen G look to push the objective. And again, the ultimate economy still in favor of Gen G right now.
I think this is
Three
where we can
ultimates
start
available.
to see where Onside Gaming need more defensive ultimates, because right now they're coming into this team fight with all firepower, right? So the sustain is going to be really tough. We're going to see Captain America get a pick off of AIM. So AIM, unfortunately, getting caught out here in the open trying to flank. But Snake trying to get a pick off here. They're going to have to regroup. They're going to have to find their bearings. And Gen
Oh my
G now have
gosh.
finally figured out their way in this matchup, and they're being relentless with it.
Snake is absolutely dialed in right now, just landing the shots. And now Gen G, they're looking good right now. There is a world where they force a round number 3 unless Onside have something to say about it. Inhyuk is wrapping around. No one's on the side.
Oh my God.
Do they know? They figure it out.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
Brownie figures it out, catches Inhyuk's bluff.
But now it's actually going to be, he's going to kidnap. And now they force the overtime from happening. We have the heal bot as well as the Star-Lord ultimate ready, but they do get taken out. BRB is going to be given back to Inhyuk, but AIM is out of the fray. We do see Rebirth trying to go for the Rage of Ultron just for that push. End Song just to clean up shop here, but we do have a CYA to work with here. So final team fight for Onside Gaming to just try and push this point, and they're able to capture it.
Oh, the comeback coming in from Onside. How much longer can they hold it, though? You have yet to see as Gen G look to regroup.
They
Monster and Hoodie are close to their ultimates. Onside already have 2 to work with.
They do now. Feast of the Abyss trying to get a pick off. Oh, 3 for 1, but
2 for
no,
2.
Brownie actually takes 2 for 2 now. Brownie being in the back lines here, doing so much value here. And we do see WDY trying to get a pick off of the Vanguard. And now Rebirth gonna get a piece there. Brownie's out of the picture. And we do see Onside Gaming still holding strong here as they push past the 30% mark.
Oh, they're a third of the way there in this comeback in round number 2. But Gen G need to regroup. Hoodie and Brownie now this time have their ultimates. Stay close to the End Song Inferno, but look at the other side. Onside have a lot of ultimates to work with, but like you said, it's all firepower and no defensive utility ultimates available. But do they really even need it as Snake snipes down Rebirth? WDY with the legendary. Doesn't quite land it, but does find aim.
Now it's still going to be tough for them. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Great plays coming in. Great picks as well. And now Genji have to hold down the fort, but Rebirth is threatening with the portal.
Okay, Rebirth onto the Doctor Strange here, and now it just seems like they have one strategist. Can Dawn actually build up the CYA for another team fight? He's only at 76%. He can only hold for so long. End Song is going to be used, but Snake just gets himself out of there. And we do see an elimination onto the rocket, and the feed lights up blue here for Genji to hold. And that is going to be a map number 3, folks, that captures Hell's Heaven.
Genji finally showing signs of life here in this domination format. Here in map number 4. They just need one more round to force another map of 5 here tonight, back to back.
I really think when it came down to it, Genji's win condition was just staying above the ultimates and just hunkering down on Dawn. Once Dawn was out of the fray, they had no sustain. So now we're seeing a triple strategist lineup. They have a Warlock in the mix. Aim has changed out, folks. So now this is where onside game. Oh no, he's not. Dang, I don't know if he's going to go for it. But that was actually going to be the case where they kind of go for the triple strategist, but they're still going to persist here as Aim is going to still stick with the Phoenix here.
Yeah, Genji looking like a more dive composition with Brownie and Monster. The rest of Genji could definitely get into the mix and get into a brawler state. But for now, this is all it takes here. Genji win, we force another map 5, but onside, if they win this round, they complete the upset. So both storylines, very much a banger. We're gonna get to see which one comes out on top as Monster looks to dive in and get things started.
Oh, dropping down Heaven here, but we still stay alive. Get another dive in as Tuba tries to get a pick off, and it seems like Onside Gaming take a 2-person pick off of a Genji. WDY now aiming for the backlines, coming in, guns ablaze in here as they capture the mission area, and Brownie's the only one remaining. Has to be able to just follow suit and go back to his team.
I'll patch you up.
A little of a breather. Both these teams, Genji looking to regroup as Onside are in control for now. Genji need one hell of a fight now, but on the side of Onside, they have so many ultimates to work with, but Brownie has a prime target, and it's the Rage of Ultron. Can he shut it down in time? Yes, he will. As the rest of Onside are getting low. WDY going legendary right now. But can he find any more? Looks like he's only going to settle with one in the hands of Monster. Hoodie also threatening the invisible boundary. When will it be used? When is it time? As the End-Song Inferno going to be used as well.
Okay,
End-Song Inferno doesn't quite land the mark. Snake also using his as well.
So yeah, just doing a bit of cleanup here, and Snake taking out Aim. We continue on the team fight here. Onside kind of staggered, and it just seems like Brownie is just winning these 1v1 exchanges, and Snake just putting the finishing touches here as they try to capture the point. They will capture it, but at 70%, a little too close for comforts is Genji, but regardless, once they dominate the area, it's going to be hard for Onside Gaming to kind of come back into this. Note, when it comes to ultimates as well, Dawn is still at 75% with his CYA. Rebirth as well. They're changing things up. They're going to go with the Warlock now.
Enemy ahead.
Yep, Warlock going to be online now. Like you said, Genji heavily in favor in terms of ultimate economy, and they're going to take full advantage of that. Freedom charge, go right in. They are free to do as they please as Genji just destroy Onside in front of their own spawn.
He did, and it all started with Brownie, and he's already built up enough charge for his ultimate. He's gonna hang around here and just wait for the backlines to come into his trap for that Dance of the Butterflies. So the Warlock's still unable to actually find any value just yet, but this next team fight, they don't need to force it, right? They need to make sure that they know that Brownie is ready for the Dance of the Butterflies. A little too far in. They tried to go for an end song as well, but the CYA keeping everyone alive.
Need to run for the hills now, but Felix wants everyone to go back in. The Psionic Seduction is zoning so many members of Onside Gaming in here. Now stuck, forced to use the Meteor in a close quarter situation, but not enough damage to take out anyone.
Oh, and Kraken Impact just to build the real estate advantage. Brownie, oh my god, unfortunately for Onside Gaming gets caught out there. Oh, we do have a cover for but it's actually here. So now they stay alive. They push past 80%. Inhyuk trying to push, trying to get some elims. They're actually able to get a 1-for-1 pickoff. Amos still can actually come back into this team fight, but Genji slowly falling as Tuba goes for the Psionic Seduction for the cleanup.
Just barely. Onside are able to take control. Genji, do they opt to use the portal here? It looks like they're not gonna do it just yet. But now Onside, they're running full court press right now. All they need to do is just hold off Genji for 15 seconds.
Oh, man.
Monster trying to buy a bit of time. Here we go. The Freedom Charge comes in. This is probably the most important ultimate of their life. As Brownie, Monster, Brownie double, everyone falls. Genji, my voice can't take it. I don't think Onside can take this fight no longer either.
But the portal, and they can't even get to the spot. Oh my god, that was so close. And there you have
we
it.
See a map number 5 again.
In the game number 2, folks. Series number 2. Of course. I wouldn't be surprised if we go map number 5 throughout the entire day, but wow. Just the way that they were able to fight back, I really feel like, I mean, they switched to the Warlock, but they swapped out the Ultron. So, and they switched it out for the Bucky. So they still didn't play triple strat, and they really played to the timing of the Rocket. And unfortunately, Rocket, once he's taken out of the fray, Brownie knew he just had to go for the backlines, go for the Rocket, and they couldn't survive any team fights without the BRBs or the CYAs. So Genji, understanding that that's how they play it, it took them 3 maps to understand it, but once they did, it was actually a really good game for Genji.
Yeah, 3 rounds is what it took, and now Genji forcing Onside in a do or die scenario. And now, effectively, this becomes a best of 1. Both teams have a chance to move on to the upper bracket or get sent to the lower bracket in a single map. And Onside are going to be the ones choosing that.
Dan, can I just say that this is still upper bracket, right? Imagine the stakes, imagine the urgency when they're fighting for their tournament lives, right? If they're fighting this hard right now, I can't imagine how intense, how gut-wrenching or how heartbreaking the matches would be when it comes down to the lower bracket. And this is only like we're not even halfway done throughout the day, folks. And it's already been about 4 hours. So they're really giving us their all here. So we got to put respect on the names of Onside Gaming and Genji for bringing each other to that limit. Yes, we did say Genji was the favored ones, but it seems like Onside Gaming are playing like they belong here and they want to make a claim to remain in the upper bracket.
That's exactly what Onside are doing, and they're doing just that. But can Onside finish the upset, or do Genji shut down the Cinderella run before it even starts? We'll figure this out in a deciding map 5, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 미쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 내 운명에 The way up
Magic number 5, folks. We are still strong. Casters are going overtime, but so are you guys. So shout outs to each and every one of you that is joining us. Shout outs to Mazda the Clown. Sorry, I don't have chat up. It's on my phone right now. So shout outs to each and every one of you that's joining us. Don, Hokage, Sunday, Jung, T-Mac, Johnny, Jung, Gisales is here. What's going on? Dan, how is your voice holding up? We still got 2 more series after this.
It's hanging on a thread right now. I don't know if
holding
we've got
points, man.
another map 5 to deal with back to back, and it's only day 1 of the playoffs. And like you said before we went to the break, if we're seeing all of these teams fight like we are right now, what would we see if they were playing for their tournament lives? This is still upper bracket, so they still have one more match to play if they still do lose out here in this first round. But oh my gosh, the potential is massive.
I'll tell you what we can expect. We can expect the map number 8 in a best of 7 grand finals if possible. But we will wait. Again, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves because right in front of us is map number 5 between Genji and Onside Gaming. And we did build up Genji. We built up also Crazy Raccoons, as Crazy Raccoons undefeated. Genji, the franchise team, having, you know, a resurgence with only losing to rejects. So we really can't call it. I feel like this match was the most unpredictable one because at first we were like, oh yeah, Genji's got this. And all of a sudden Onside Gaming dominated in domination. And then all of a sudden Genji coming back in. Third map, holy smokes. Onside Gaming pulling out a hat trick, just being so dominant. So now they have advantage in map number 5. I can't call this. I hope you guys aren't in channel point debt because of how we're kind of building this up. Just go with your heart. And it seems like our heart is heading towards Central Park.
Yep, Central Park going to be the final map of this best of 5 series. And that's going to be chosen by Onside Gaming. Onside Gaming also choosing to defend first. And this is the convergence map of choice for Onside, as Genji will look to be on the offensive first.
When it comes to the picks and bans, I think the big difference maker in map number 3, and you pointed this out, was the Jeff factor. On Rebirth, had so much value, it was MVP. So I think we could kind of expect first ban is Jeff on both sides. Jeff is really good on this map, has a lot of areas where he can dump people from the Swallow. So it really could come down to how we played Hall of Jala, but without the Jeff anymore. So I wonder how they're going to play this out, because Onside Gaming is kind of a fan of the 2-2-2 lineup, while Genji really experiment with the 3 strategist, and you have Brownie in the mix there, just kind of being that solo duelist carry.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of different adjustments coming in from Onside Gaming, as well as Genji, but Onside, and with the likes of AIM just being that brawler Phoenix that we cover time and time again, he is just absolutely crazy with it. But Snake is also making a name for himself with the Phoenix pick as well. So it's going to be a big question mark. Do Onside want to ban out the Phoenix? Do Genji want to ban out the Phoenix? But that is only time will tell as we head into the draft for the final time between Onside and Genji. And what do we expect?
Surprise, surprise.
A Jeff double ban? Yep, there we go.
Yep. Your name's Jeff? Yeah, you're not on the list. Don't invite Jeff to the group chat here. No, he's not going to Central Park, folks. Unfortunately, this land shard ain't walking in Central Park. But we will see Genji lock in that Ultron and possibly go for, unless Onside Gaming locks in their Ultron, they kind of want to ban it out. Or actually, they seem very comfortable with the Ultron matchup up against Onside Gaming. So it's really up in the air with how Onside is going to play this. They usually ban out Mantis or another strategist to start things out, and they're going to just follow that.
Yeah, Mantis going to be taken away. Now Onside have the opportunity to pick a hero for themselves. What will be the choice coming in? Ultron was the choice for Gen G, but do Onside look to do the same? Yeah, they will.
What I've noticed with Onside is, yes, they lock in a strategist, and then they kind of go with a duelist. They go with Star-Lord, which on WDY is kind of godlike, but they were able to shut that down. So both Mantis getting locked out here on both Onside Gaming and Gen G's side. Now the question is, do they allow the Warlock to come out? This is where Onside Gaming kind of attacks the duelists. So yeah, they go for the
ban.
Yeah, the torch ban from Gen G.
Yeah, it denies the torch Ultron combo that other teams do like to pull off. A very standard team composition that does work very well. I wouldn't be surprised if Onside do lock the torch for themselves. Or is that asking for too much here? Yep, asking for too much. Yep, it's going to be the Venom instead.
Well, they did really well with that Venom. I think what I would have liked to see also is they lock in the Captain America, because the Captain America had so much value in the maps that they did win. But it seems like they want to lock in Venom, and this allows Gen G to deny Eunhyuk with that Captain America. So possibly playing to that Angela strategy, because this is a map where she does shine in.
Yeah, Angela also a very strong pickup like you just mentioned, but Gen G also going to take away the Captain America for Onside Gaming. You could probably argue the impact that Captain America's ultimate has, providing bonus health to everyone inside of the Star Spangled Path. As the bands do wrap up, and it's going to be Luna going to be the lock for Gen G.
I like that Onside Gaming was able to deny the Warlock. I mean, they do have Strange on both sides, but a good Warlock ultimate could be the difference maker.
Oh yeah.
And there's a lot of good spots where you can kind of hide out, especially once we reach towards the Dracula castle, that he can kind of put it in small shelters. As long as no one's actually there, that's all right. Unless you have like a bull in a china shop situation where Wolverine's there just to get the kidnap going on. But it seems like Onside is going to be defending, as we did see in the first in Hall of Jala. So we just have to wait and see how Gen G is going to choose to approach this matchup.
Ooh, yeah, on the offensive side is Gen G. How does Onside also hold off? We've seen some aggressive positionings coming in past matches here on Central Park. And AIM also looking to be on the Phoenix. Will he go full brawler mode? It is a zone that Gen G need to take control of, so I wouldn't be surprised if AIM finds an opportunity to just go right in and just start animation canceling on everyone. But only time will tell. As the final time these two teams will play against each other in the upper bracket. As Onside looking to complete the upset, and Gen G doing the flip side, preventing themselves from other embarrassment.
But I will say this, Onside finally going triple strategist here with a Cloak and Dagger. Oh my god, a WDY just taking out Brownie as he was actually trying to had his sight set on AIM. So yeah, Cloak and Dagger. We also have Invisible Woman, and we also have Karmic Revival on his side. So Onside Gaming playing the triple strategist to the sustain to hold. Not going for the triple, but Gen G now still have a lot of chances for them to try and capture this mission area, but getting there is going to be the hard part. We're looking at Hoodie now, trying to set up a good angle here as he tries to go for the pulse of Invisible Woman.
Yeah, right now the job as a strategist is just stay in the cover, but also have enough line of sight to keep your teammates alive. And it looks like Gen G are doing just that, but unless Hoodie gets picked off by Duba. And now that early pick might make Gen G run for the hills unless they look to go for more. Brownie now on the Ultron, the Endsong Inferno going to chunk down many members of Onside, and it's going to be enough to take out Eunhyuk.
But we do have the Eternal Bond just to keep everyone alive, as well as the end song just to do a little bit of cleanup and forcing out the invisible boundary. And now they're actually pushed on a little bit away. Tuba now trying to find his mark, and it lands on Felix. So they hold up strong here. The strange portal on Inhyuk is going to add more bodies onto the mission area here as Onside Gaming holds strong here.
Oh, this is not good for Gen G. Already the timer down to halfway. Inhyuk even uses the strange portal to keep Onside together. As the rest of Gen G need to find a different way in. They need to find a different option or just a different approach.
Yeah, it just seems like now they have Karmic Revival, so this next team fight, if it doesn't go their way, they have a retry. Inhyuk now has built up. He's just switched to the Doctor Strange. He already has an Eye of Agamotto. He's already teasing it here at the second floor here on this bridge area. Aim now, animation cancel as it's a way for Monster to get eliminated. And unfortunately, Hoodie wasn't able to sustain with the invisible boundary, but they go back and forth. We have a Karmic Revival on the side of Onside Gaming for them to get back into this team fight.
Yep, Eternal Bond to counteract Brownie's Rage of Ultron. And it does look like the Onside are going to hold for just a bit longer. But look at the timer. 1 minute left, but Balls is able to find one. The Eye of Agamotto is going to find Snake, who is in the middle of the Galactic Legend. But he's not going to be able to find anything. Great timed ultimate coming in from Balls with the Santa Seduction. It's going to zone away everyone of Onside Gaming. The Meteor not quite landing the mark either on the side of Onside Gaming.
And now it just seems
the
like
Gen G push in. Can they get the job done to secure this first site?
Uh-oh, we do see.
Close.
Yeah, they are bullying their way here. Aim T-posing, waiting for the right mark for the end song to be able to just add a little bit of value. Able to take out False. They hold strong here, Dan. They're unable to actually push all the way. And now Monster with an Eye of Agamotto. We still stay alive with the bubble. Not quite able to actually get the Maelstrom of Madness. And just like that, Gen G have unlocked the point right at the nick of time before the overtime would have been pushed. And Snake now just cleaning up shop, taking out Aim. It was a good hold, but Gen G now are pushing.
Monster, the hero play with the Eye of Agamotto, finds 3 all bunched up together. And just with one quick swift swipe, takes out what is left of Onside Gaming. And Gen G can breathe a sigh of relief as they do take control of the first site. But now they need to go for more if they want to comfortably put themselves in a good spot for round number 2.
Yeah, cleaning up Monster there. And also there was a Galactic Legend that was countered by the Eternal Bond. And WDY just lighting up the board here with the right clicks. We do see Psionic Seduction just to give a little space on the side of Gen G, just for them to be able to push the objective. We're past the 2-minute mark of this matchup, and Brownie is going to try and get some pickoffs, forcing out the invisible boundary on both sides, while WDY does have that Karmic Revival.
Revival is available, but Felix going to get taken down. WDY forced into the cocoon. Will he use the Karmic Revival? We'll see. But it looks like Onside are all still alive and well.
Aim doing a good job setting up angles here just so there are no flank opportunities on the side of Snake nor Brownie. So we do have a Feast of the Abyss ready to come online, but Aim also has his end song to work with. Tuba also has a Meteor, and we start things off with a Feast, but we have taken out Tuba in the process and Karmic Revival, but Snake is here just to play spoiler.
Yep. Snake tries to take down WDY, but WDY still gets the Karmic Revival down in the nick of time. As Snake will find Rebirth, but it looks like it's all Gen G right now in this fight. The Karmic Revival falls flat. Gen G push on forward.
Yeah, and this allows Onside Gaming to just push their, well, actually, it allows Gen G to kind of push their way. Aim was in a really tough spot there. They need to try and hold the point. Tuba can come in with that Meteor M, but can only get countered with pretty much nothing. They have Snake with the Galactic Legend that can get denied with that Meteor M. And immediately pushing it right away. Rebirth also having the visible boundary just to hold up shop here. False now is the only one that's holding strong here. Gets a pick off. No, not quite. Everyone still stays alive, but a Feast can possibly help out and able to actually get a 4-person takedown.
The burst damage coming in from Monster with the Feast, with the tethers. Just wipes out onside. And it's going to be an ace in favor of Genji. And they will push on forward. But now this is probably the most difficult part to take control of, especially with those stairs. A lot of disruption can spell the end of a push or a defense.
We have to wait and see how they're going to try to play this one out, because Genji pushing forward here as the objective continues to climb Dracula's castle, and also 60 seconds remaining for them to be able to make this 3-point gain happen. And Brownie has set up a really good angle. He's also getting pocket healed, and Snake as well. Good crossfire that they're setting up here. So forcing Onside Gaming to bunch all together.
He's just finding their perfect moment to strike. Onside, though, have a lot of ultimates available to work with. Tuba leading the charge, using the bubble to deny any sort of crowd control coming in, but the barrage of ultimates coming in. Which team will come out on top here as the Song Inferno and Dawn team up to find 2. Onside have the man advantage right now. Karmic Revival is available as a safety net as well on onside. But Genji are getting staggered. They're getting taken out left and right. Brownie switches over to the Strange. It's going to be a desperation portal play coming in. But AIM is able to take out Monster in time. But here comes the portal. Overtime achieved. But everyone falling to their deaths as Inhyuk is able to find Hoodie. AIM and WDY. But Snake is going to be using the Galactic Legend. Will find a double. But is it enough? Is it going to secure the 3rd point? We'll see, as onside falling before their eyes is the rest of onside. But WDY does have the Karmic Revival. That safety net is going to be used. But Genji also using everything as well. But now Inhyuk, it's his turn. And the feed lights blue as onside deny a 3rd point. Just like that. And now Genji need to defend from 2.
That Karmic Insurance really came in clutch, able to actually revive 1 Vanguard and 1 Strategist, I believe. And man, it looked really well for Genji at one point, but just unlocking the mission area was just an uphill battle. Onside Gaming had such a good hold, but once they were able to do that, it was just so good. So now we switch the roles up. I'm looking at Genji. They don't have a Karmic Revival. They still have the Strange to work with. They don't have no Jeps and no Mantis for the damage boost. So could this be an Adam Warlock difference, because they can run this triple strategist very well? They do have an Ultron, but the Ultron can only take you so far, and they don't give you those retries. And I would say WDY on the Warlock was getting really good value out of it in that 2nd checkpoint unlock. So only time will tell here, folks, but now we're going to find out here. It's going to be settled in this last half. Will it be Genji to move forward, or will Onside Gaming have one of the biggest upsets here in Marvel Rivals Ignite Asia?
Fly away?
So much tension building up here. 10 seconds left. Can Genji hold down the fort? Can they save themselves from a shock upset? Onside Gaming are also 2 points away from making the upset a reality. An open qualifier team that came in qualifying into stage 2, now a few points away, a few meters away from achieving a win against Genji. But Brownie wants to shut that down. Will take down Rebirth as soon as the fight begins.
Brownie has both the Snowflake and the Healing Pod of Ultron, just so that he'll be able to survive for as long as he can. So good gank, I'd say, on Brownie's side. Onside Gaming forcing the Winter Soldier in this map, as well as aim onto the Phoenix. So they do have a bit of a sustain onto the Cloak and Dagger and the Invisible Boundary here. So it just seems like Onside Gaming have to slowly but surely kind of force their way into the mission area to unlock the checkpoint. But Genji can just hold strong. Starts with an Eternal Bond for them to be able to get something going, but Brownie takes out Inkyuk as well as Falls. So, seems like a bit of a stagger here on Genji's side.
Yeah, the Eternal Bond does allow access onto the site, but on side are just crumbling as soon as they step foot onto it. And they're going to have to look to adjust yet again.
Yeah, it seems like maybe the switch up possibly on WDY. Maybe he wants to go Star-Lord for Star-Lord here, but we haven't seen anything yet. Maybe he's just waiting for the Kraken Impact to come online just to see if that'll be able to work its magic. Aim still as a hit scan is actually really good. Brownie now forcing his hand here, trying to go for the Galactic Legend, while we do see Aim trying to snipe out the Ultron.
Brownie doesn't quite land any eliminations just yet, but here comes the Fate of Both Worlds just to allow Genji to secure and buy as much time as possible. And they do so successfully. They're keeping onside at bay, but onside they do have responses to work with.
They do. They do have an invisible boundary, but that doesn't move you any closer towards that point. And you also have the End Song Inferno, and you'll actually have the Meteor M to work with. So, Psionic Seduction gets countered. So nice boundary that is set up. It's important to set up boundaries, chat. It's boundaries are always welcome. But now we do see that Goody is trying to just keep alive a monster in the fray.
And here comes Aim.
There you have
But
it.
the animation cancels. Oh my goodness, so much ultimates being invested, so much resources, news, and it's all for this first point. 1 minute left on the timer. Onside Gaming, they don't have much time to work with, but they're looking good right now as they are able to find one into the hands of Brownie. Genji, now at a man disadvantage. Snake, dangerously low. Hoodie, doing his absolute best to keep himself alive, but Brownie comes back into the fray just like that with a teleport from False. And now Genji looking to take control, looking to overtake the man advantage here on this first point. As there's 40 seconds left on side, you are not in a good spot right now.
Definitely not. So they are definitely staggered and out of sync here as they try and make their way back towards the area. 30 seconds left on the clock, but they have not responded yet to Brownie and his ganks. WDY has finally changed up to the Star-Lord, but will it be a little too late here because Brownie can keep them at bay with a Galactic Legend. Rebirth does have another boundary ready to be set up, but clock is winding down, folks. Can Genji still holds strong, be the immovable force as we go for a Galactic Legend? It gets responded though as they try to march their way down a point.
At least they step foot onto the site, will trigger the overtime meter. Brownie's ultimate is going to be denied, but here comes Brownie and Monster, but they're gonna get shoved away. Thanks to Rebirth. But now the Eternal Bond now coming in the nick of time. Tuba will find Brownie, but the Eternal Bond still stands tall, still stands strong, but the Eye of Agamotto only going to stun onto Inhyuk as on side, slowly but surely looking to take control. WDY will blend away Felix, but it's a trade 2 for 2. Snake will find one as the overtime meter runs thin, as so will the members of Onside. And Genji, by the skin of their teeth, will breathe a sigh of relief. They prevent the upset, they prevent embarrassment, and they move forward in the upper bracket.
I'd say they have nothing to be embarrassed about. Onside Gaming came to play, folks, and the way that they were able to show us they've leveled up since the 7 days happened just shows that everyone in the playoffs deserves to be here. And the fact that they were able to give Genji Esports a run for their money in this fashion was just insane. So again, congratulations. And we have to give our flowers to Genji, but Onside Gaming has definitely made a huge statement for them to take Genji to their absolute limit.
Ooh, yeah. Onside, yeah, like you said, big props to them. They have put on an absolute show in this best of 5. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get it done, but this is a great way to set the tone here as Onside. They know they can play against the world's best. They did just that here. And now looking into the lower bracket, this is looking to be a very competitive playoff bracket.
Definitely. Hey, you know what? A rising tide raises all sails. And Rejects and Genji set the bar, but everyone is slowly climbing their way back into this. And the fact that we went all the best of 5, not just in Crazy Raccoon versus Z10 or Zero Tenacity, but here as well, which we thought would possibly be Genji just kind of flexing how they've always done and just making it a shutdown. Even though this match, it did end in a 2-0. If you guys are just tuning in right now, you guys got to tune into the replays and really give respect to Onside Gaming for them to win those 2 maps. And in the way that they did, Genji was really pushed to their limit. Monster forced to actually go for a crazy play there. And yeah, just the way that they were, I'd say that they had to breathe a sigh of relief towards the end there. And job's not done because they still have to continue on and face Crazy Raccoons in the second round of the upper bracket.
We are just setting ourselves up for an absolute banger playoffs right now. We've already had Crazy Raccoon Zero Tenacity going all the way. We've got Genji ONG all the way, and now looking ahead, it will be Crazy Raccoon up against Genji, and then look at the lower bracket. It's going to be Zero Tenacity going up against Onside Gaming. So all of these matchups setting up for absolute bangers here.
We did say it, like, if they're playing like this in the upper bracket, what more? How are they gonna? What more urgency are we gonna see in the lower bracket matches, folks? So you definitely have to tune in from here on out as we go and trudge through these playoffs. Today, no heartbreaks, but we will see some amazing matches, and we have. I mean, dude, we went 2 best of 5 matches all the way.
We went from 2-0s, majority 2-0s throughout the entirety of the group stage, and suddenly here in the playoffs, we're just gonna get bam, map 5, bam, map 5.
Just keep on going.
We see more.
0 to 100 real quick here in the caster's desk. But appreciate each and every one of you that's still joining us and also talking in the chat, rooting on your favorite teams, giving us your insights as well. We see all of you guys and we appreciate all you guys for sticking around here. Hopefully you'll still bring that same type of energy all the way up until playoffs, because we will crown another one. And if I compare this to stage 1, we are definitely seeing a raising of the tides of Marvel Rivals here in Asia with how competitive these matches are getting and the team shuffling to make this a lot more interesting and a lot more competitive for us to find the best of the best when it comes to Marvel Rivals here in Asia.
A lot of the teams have definitely made adjustments after seeing the mid-season finals. That was our first international tournament in Marvel Rivals history. And it gave everyone a feel of where everyone is in terms of the regions. Obviously, North America and EMEA were the 2 regions to beat after seeing what happened in the mid-season finals. And now everyone's making adjustments accordingly. Some teams, like here in Asia, bringing in American talent, some bringing in European talent maybe. And these adjustments on the rosters could prove to be valuable. We've seen teams just absolutely catapulted into the top step, most notably Crazy Raccoon. And we have yet to see how far these teams will go with these adjustments.
Yeah, also Genji making the adjustments with False and Monster imports from America and Canada. So shout outs to them, because they also proved very a really good trade-off for Genji to work with, those 2 vanguards holding down the line. I know that we will be on the line with someone from Genji to exchange a couple of words, but yeah, just an intense match. I need to catch my breath.
I need a breather. We're gonna need some extended moments to recuperate ourselves. Just give us time to recover, but we will soon be getting into an interview. It will be the Vanguard player of Genji. It'll be Monster, who will join us in a quick moment.
And there he is. Monster, amazing performance. That Eye of Agamotto towards the end, that must have felt good. How's the team feeling after going the full BO5 against Onside Gaming?
I mean, we're really hyped. It was crazy that it even went that far, but I'm glad we stayed locked in till the end.
Yeah, it was definitely a really entertaining back and forth in chat and whatnot. Dan?
Yeah, and I just want to cover how have you guys been preparing it when you came into this series? You also had a week-long break. Well, what was the vibes like coming in here after a whole week of a break?
They were actually really good. We thought it was gonna be way easier than it was from like everything we've seen and our practice and everything. But you know, it was a lot harder. So I give the enemy team a lot of credit for what they did. GG.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, they definitely showed up, right, with how well they were able to push for best of 5. But Monster, take us back to your favorite moments in the game. Was there anything you want to highlight? Any play or any player that you want to highlight in map-specific moments?
Oh well, I don't want to glaze myself, but that strange ult on the first point where I got 3, holy
yeah.
dude, what a rush, man, what a rush! Like
that was crazy.
I think we would have lost that, but you know, came in clutch.
That came in
was
very
too
clutch
far.
because it was overtime.
Yeah.
And yeah, if you didn't get those elims, that would have been so. It would have been crucial. So yeah, definitely. I guess
Yeah.
recency bias too. That was really good. Dan?
And then last thing, I guess, for you, Monster. I know Posh went back, but I want to make you look forward. You're up against Crazy Raccoon next. How do you feel about that, especially seeing how that matchup turned out?
Also, NX gave you a shout out, you and Pulse. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see.
Yeah. No, NX is our boy for sure. I think
Nice.
you know, they're definitely a team we have our eyes on for sure. Like the #1 competitor, in my opinion. But after watching today, the nerves may have got to them too. So I think we'll have a good series. I think we have a really good chance of winning that.
All right, Monster, thank you so much. I know it's kind of late or super early where you are right now, so I won't keep you any longer. Thank you so much for your time and looking forward to more of your plays as the playoffs go on. So thank you so much, Monster. GG's.
Yeah.
And that was the one and only Monster, the Vanguard player from Gen G, who did complete the 5th map and will take the win here in this best of 5. Oh my gosh, we made it. We have officially made it halfway into day 1 of playoffs.
We did it.
We
chat.
need a check up on everyone here, not only us two, but also in chat.
Yes. Yes.
We
We will have to set the stage for game number 3. So folks, we're gonna take a short break. When we come back, it's gonna be XOXO versus Incipients. We'll be right back. Cinema.
한껏 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 언제든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래서 내 운명에 The fate of a both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠 있다 내일까지 세계 운명
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
I want your soul. Hell unleashed! Mind crush. Priceless. Neo peasants.
And we're back, folks, with series number 3 for the day. We're only halfway there, folks. And my apologies, it's actually XOXO versus Down Payment. You got me, Pot Spice, and Dan holding it down. I forgot what time we started, but I believe the sun is up already where you're at right now.
Yeah,
that's
that's getting there. I think the sun is slowly but surely, and probably within the next hour or so, the sun will be nice and shiny. But for now, we do have to look ahead. Yeah,
we do, and we got XOXO versus Down Payment. XOXO, a team synonymous to the phrase dive or dive, but we did talk to Sungjuk Woo before he headed to the playoffs, and he was talking about how he wants to diversify and not just rely on dive. Which, again, if we're playing triple strategist, dive is really hard. You really want that brawl, you want that poke. So, any thoughts on XOXO, Dan, before we talk about Down Payment?
I mean, we always talk about how good they are on the dive compositions, especially with the magic being buffed as well. Black Panther now having access to the Hulk synergy, the Hulk shield, that could also play a factor in terms of these compositions. But yeah, like you said, XO looking to diversify their composition. We've seen them rock the flying composition before, back in stage 1.
We did.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to pull it off again, but obviously that's gonna take a lot of things to go in their favor, especially when it comes to the bans. Since Down Payment could easily find that XO really like the Ultron Torch that other teams really like to run as a safety net, as a backup composition. But if Down Payment don't ban out the dive composition, just go straight for the safety net, that could play a factor when it comes to the death potential that comes in for this team.
So one thing to note is one of the intense matches that XOXO did have were against Crazy Raccoons. Unfortunately, they lost 0-2, but Crazy Raccoons had that wherewithal to ban out Spider-Man, just to take it away from Sungjuk Woo. So I wouldn't be surprised also if Down Payment went with the Spider-Man bans, but like you said, Magic is still on the table. You still have Wolverine. You still got other divers, technically, if they want to play with that dive-centered style. But looking at the flip side, with Down Payment, they did get a victory over Zero Tenacity, 2-1. And it was a real barn burner of a match, folks. And you still have players like Furikake, you have Bobo King, Fun 6. So you got some known favorites here. Again, it's a mix of teams from all around. You got some. You also have Six and Donald from Botswana and Australia, respectively. You also have people from Singapore, South Korea. So it's just an amalgamation of different places here in Down Payment side. While XOXO is just Thailand's finest.
Yeah, you could also argue Down Payment is the only international team here in Ignite Stage 2 here, at least here in the Asia region.
That's fair. That's fair.
And and making it to playoffs is definitely a great look for Down Payment as a team. You've got a lot of different players from different teams, not only from nations, like we mentioned, also teams. You've got Six and I believe Furikake, both from Kanga. Donald is. I might have gotten mixed up. I know Six, Furikake, Donald and Lumi actually all have played in the Oceania region back in stage 1. Some players being on Kanga, some players being on Vicious. And just
I wouldn't be. Yeah, I think you are right. I remember you and Multi talking about that in week 1. So let's look at the picks and bans here. They do have a one-sided Ultron and XOXO side. Well, we do have a pretty interesting types of bans on the side of I'd say down payment, because they took out the Jeff, but they wanted to make sure they didn't have dive, so they went and took out the Venom as well. So that's not even on the table for them to consider. So
that's a
they
great
might consider, yeah, the cap if they really would just want to eliminate dive, but no, going out to the Luna.
Yeah, going after the Luna instead. Another good option to take away from XO. Venom definitely is one of the catalysts in these dive compositions. Venom really likes to go in. Venom is that premier dive vanguard that a lot of teams like to rely on. And if you're going full dive and the Venom goes in first, it's easy pickings for XO. But without that Venom, without that symbio, it's going to make things a little bit more difficult. But now we are on season 4.0, so you do have other heroes that could take its place.
Yeah, so just the denial of strategists from down payment, but you have that one Vanguard that can dive, since XOXO is synonymous to that. They do lock in, I would say, the strategists that did pick up in terms of stocks in this new season. Adam, Ultron, Mantis to run the triple support. You need at least one of them to run a rough shot up against your adversaries. And they seem to have all three of them. So now it's, Mantis is out, but they have at least two. So they can go for an anchor strategist for this lineup to work. However, we're already seeing down payment kind of flirting with the idea of having an anti-dive in the name of Namor in their lineup, along with the Hulk.
Great options to nullify the dive, top it off with a Magneto as well. Just to give that bubble extra insurance that a key strategist survives a dive or a burst. But only time will tell, as XO1 looking to all in on this dive composition. Sungjok Woo, look at that. He's on his signature hero, that Spider-Man that we all know and love.
Not that friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. This Spider-Man is out for blood, and right away already setting up shop here. So they didn't ban out the Spider-Man, and that's what you're going to get here. Let's see if he's going to make a big play here. Note that Namor hasn't set up any squids just yet. Already set it up. Actually, they are going also an anti-dive with a lone field. Some Shaku getting taken out. Oh, and also accompany that with the Namor. Unfortunately, the BRP is not going to be with them, but it's going to be used on Seifa instead.
Yeah, great look coming in from down payment, shutting down Sungjok Woo before the fight even starts. A great snipe, a great right click from Donald to seal the deal before the Spider-Man does anything. And now XO looking to regroup as down payment take control. Alone Phil hops off Namor and quickly switches over to Star-Lord.
Yeah, Sungjok Woo onto the Captain America. So no, all right, we tried it out. It's not going to work out. Let's not let it snowball. Alone Phil was going with that Star-Lord just to add more damage and also a bit of ganking potential here. So they are just focusing down on this Magneto, and Ace able to, with the aggression, push forward with his team.
Yeah, the mix of right clicks and left clicks coming in from Ace is just enough to take him out, as Ace also finds Bobo King on the side as well. Down payment is still in control of the site, but how much longer do they have left is the big question. Olympus figures that it's time to start spinning, start firing away. That's 27 days, looking to hunt down 6. But the site, though, it's still in down payment's favor, as Lumi does pop the Fate of Both Worlds just to try to buy as much time as possible, as Ace gonna get taken out. Also, Sungjok Blue going to find the trade, but it all looks like XO as they finally do take control of the site, and down payment will settle at a very nice number.
Yeah, I do like that they spent their ultimates just to push the pressure a little bit. But now we're seeing a bit of change up now. They're not going for the anti-dive. They are going for the Emma Frost, Psylocke, and Magneto team up just so that they can hunker down here. Still going for a 2-2-2 type strategy, but You do have Karmic Revival on XOXO side. And Sungjuk Woo, a master at diving here, is going to get the attention off the Psylocke as Urakaka is going to try and keep all his teammates alive here. Donald does have the Meteor M, so how will they respond once he uses it? Ooh, doesn't even need to.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade though overall. As Sungjuk Woo dives right in, and everyone on XO will follow suit. Meteor goes wide, targeting onto Starward of Alone Fills, but Donald will go down using the map to just prevent any further staggers from happening.
True, and also just starve them of that ultimate. So a great hold on XOXO's side. We still haven't seen the full potential of this change-up away from the Namor since they didn't go full dive. 6 still holding on to the end song, but unfortunately Donald used up that Meteor M, so they can't wombo combo it. Note that on your left was able to get the BRB going, even though they had a 1-for-1 trade-off. So they're still ahead here as the Rage of Ultron is going to force out the boundary, but we do see Lumi taking out 27 A's.
Karmic Revival, though, does bring both of them back into the fight, but keep in mind it's 27 A's without that Rage of Ultron. Alone Fills just spinning and winning. And so is Zeta as well. Just clean up house. Down payment. Not looking so hot right now as XO look to take control of round number 1, and they will do so in a commanding fashion.
That was crazy. I mean, they did try going for the dive, and I like the discipline. They knew it didn't work out. They switched up right away, and down payment couldn't find a solution to the cap of Sungjuk Woo. You have also the 2-2-2 type lineup. Sorry, you have the 3 strategist lineup on the Adam Warlock and the Ultron, which are usually one of them is banned, but XOXO are having their way, and they're coming into this next team fight with Alone Fills to push the Galactic Legend. Bobo King really needs to set up the Dance of the Butterflies if he wants to be able to pick off the one strategist that they can try to that doesn't have escapability, which is that Warlock.
Captain, Ultron is the future.
A lot of things to consider on the side of down payment. This is only the second round of this map number 1, so there is time to adjust, a time to figure out what they want to do throughout this entire series. This is a marathon, no longer a best of 3 sprint.
We're obviously going to see a best of 5, dude. We just have to accept it.
Yeah. At that point, it's inevitable.
True. We might as well go for the 4-peat, right? So let's see how down payment will... They have 2 checks to work with here, and at least Looney, having the Fate of Both Worlds, can kind of charge their way towards the area.
But there's also Bobo King as well with the Dance of the Butterfly. Ace forced into the cocoon. Well, can they afford to track it down is the question, as a great Hulk shield is going to keep everyone alive. Ooh. As trades coming in left and right. BRB going to be used to get Alone Fills back into the fight, and now the man advantage in favor of XO.
This was
as everyone on down payment getting staggered and forced away from the site, and it's all XO from here.
Yeah, Bobo King trying to go for a sneak play there, but Ace slowly chasing down Psylocke. Be very careful. Nice checking his corners. And Ace staggering Bobo King here. Great trade-off there. And it seems like Ace is slowly building his way towards to get that Karmic Revival.
Yeah, great pick onto Bobo King. Prevents the flank potential. They don't have to worry about that anymore. As the rest of XO just looking to just hold down the core. Oh my gosh, Ace almost takes out Bobo King again.
That's crazy. I think it's a personal vendetta against Psylocke if that's the case.
I don't blame it.
Yeah, that's true. Donald, though, just for him to get the rage away, had to spend and also get the elimination onto 27 Ace. Ace does have Karmic Revival, but now Bobo King with that receipt to take out Ace with the Dance of the Butterflies. And now the CYA just for the sustain, but Alone Fills falls to the Goddess of Death.
Yeah, now 6 up in the sky with the Goddess of Death as Bobo King helps out with the cleanup. And now a down payment taking control with XO settling at 59.
Yeah, definitely Bobo King starting that with the flanks. I mean, if at first you don't succeed, try again. However, XOXO coming into this next one with a Freedom Charge to push alongside with the Star-Lord, Warlock, as well as the Emma Frost ultimate. Down Payment has to play this very carefully. They only have one defensive ultimate to work with.
Yeah, XO has a lot of opportunities to get control of the site yet again. And just like that, Bobo King goes down thanks to the Psionic Seduction coming in from Zeta. And now Down Payment will use Fun Psionic Seduction to try to find something, but it looks like it's all going to be used for defense instead, as Furukakai will use the Invisible Boundary just to keep everyone alive, keep everyone inside the site, inside of the point, as they look to tie up the percentage points here.
Down Payment doing a great job just cleaning up. XOXO not forced to go for the Karmic Revival just yet. Let's try and go back in this team fight altogether. So it seems like they're just waiting for the Warlock. Again, Ace doing a great job sniping out Bobo King, but Bobo King has been really good with the 1v1 exchanges. We're going to hit the 70% mark. They're not going to teleport in, so they are forcing to just hold them here next to their spawn location.
I was fine. Thank you.
So far, so good. 20 more seconds. Down Payment needs to hold unless XO have a way to get back in. Songjung gets exploded by Bobo King. And that forces Ace to use the Karmic Revival just to keep everyone alive. Alone Fills and Zeta will fall, but they will go right back up.
True, and now the Dance of the Butterflies, just to the CYA, we get the elimination of that tether, and now it just seems like 27A's needs to do a bit of cleanup here as the Goddess of Death and Meteor M are ready, and they actually trade off here, and XOXO not looking like they're in too good of a shape. Songjung needs to teleport and needs to teleport now.
Songjung prepping up the portal, but it's just him and 27A's that are going to be able to defend this site, as 6 is doing so much work right now, and everyone else of XO cannot stall. They can't get it done, as Down Payment secure round number 1, or round number 2 actually.
We're in for a treat here, a back and forth here on both sides. So now Down Payment have made the adjustments. I do believe Bobo King onto the Psylocke is a problem, so they're the ones being dove onto. So what is the solution for this? Ace is being targeted out, and it seems like they need a little magic, Dan.
Yeah, magic indeed, as Songjung Woo
30
is
seconds before you attack.
playing just
Get
that.
ready.
A hero that did get a decent amount of buffs now in Season 4.0. And that's, in my personal experience, is one of the most annoying divers I have to ever deal with, and it's so annoying.
What's scary is that she has sustain as a diver, right? And she can brawl too, because every time she deals damage, she has overhealth and she can sustain. And if you're playing a triple strategist lineup, and if you also, well, in this case, a double strategist plus the freedom charge, she could do a lot of damage in the front lines and also dive on in, so no one is safe when Songjung Woo is on that magic. So let's see if Down Payment is going to be ready for this.
I'm interested to see how Songjung Woo plays this out, but for now, both teams looking to meet each other up at the high ground before the site becomes available to both sides. Zeta jumping in, looking around, but Donald and the rest of the crew looking to find a pick onto Zeta. And will that be the tipping point here? Psionic Seduction also going to be used by Fun just to zone everyone of XO away, and they will do exactly that as 6 finds 27A's. Bobo King finds Alone Fills. It is total map control for Down Payment as they take control immediately.
Yeah, that was actually a shutdown on the side of Down Payment. We did see Seiza trying to go for that dive, but they did kind of split apart. We do have 3 checks on XOXO's side. While Down Payment has a good balance, they do have Invisible Boundary to save everything up. But Songjung Woo has to be very careful with how he's going to try and play this dive, because Bobo King now is going to start things off with a Dance of the Butterfly and take out 3, 4, 5. Look at that, a triple kill on the side of Bobo King. Just get a triple elim, and now forcing Star-Lord to hightail it out of there.
Yep, great movement coming in from Alone Fills just to prevent any further staggers.
But now XO back on the reset mode. Now have to find a different approach.
That is the question, right? They're slowly building up their ultimates. So is Lumi. Totally fine. Alone Phil's now just trying to scout on ahead just to see if anyone is there. And it seems like they're going to get the first pickoff here as Alone Phil's Bubble plus Galactic Legend, but will still stay alive, says Down Payment. Only one person traded off.
Yeah, Bubble Gang takes the skies to take away Alone Phil's from the fight. Here comes Ace with the Meteor. They just need to target the Invisible Woman, but they're not going to find that mark. They do find Lumi instead. And they will gladly take that as Down Payment looking to hold, looking to stay on the site. Plus 27 A's has something to say about it with the invisible boundary. We'll buy a bit of time, but Sungja Blue is not creating as much impact as we were expecting, as every one of Down Payment's finally are going to go down as Ace and the rest of EXO finally take control of the site.
Who heard you? He's like, all right, let me get on the board here to take out 6 and finally get onto the point. So now it is EXO that is bunkering down to just hold this area. I mean, Bobo King, you have to admit, got so much pickoffs with the Dance of the Butterflies and just being an absolute nuisance here, trying to just get as much as he can, but Bobo King quite low. Seitha waiting for him to pop up here. And let's see if he's gonna go for it. He's gonna charge right on in as he goes for the strategist. We switch on over to the Dance of the Butterflies. They're all clumped together just to keep everyone alive, but Bobo King takes out Alone Phil's, and now the Dark Child is gonna come into the mix. Quite low, but we still continue on here as they trade 1 for 1.
Coming in, deny the Dark Child from Sungja Blue, switching over to Spider-Man as Bobo King and Lumi teaming up to find 2. 6 is threatening with the Gods of Death as well, just to force EXO into cover. But can the portal come in time? It looks like it does, and it will allow them to tap onto the site. How does EXO get back into this if it even is possible?
That was quite unfortunate.
Just getting piled on in.
Yeah, that invisible boundary as he piled on in was just not in their favor, and Down Payment just making sure they are going to stay dominant here. And look at that, the denial of the Karmic Revival. No insurance for you, sir. And now Down Payment just putting the finishing touches on this checkmate scenario, and Down Payment facing adversity at the start, but weathering out that early storm for them to be able to get this 3rd map.
What a win for Down Payment. Just being able to deny the Karmic Revival is a great heads-up play, honestly, from Down Payment. Knowing that you cannot give any options of a comeback as the rest of Down Payment take over in map number 1 here.
Yeah, I would say MVP well deserved on Bobo King's side. He was definitely the playmaker and also the one to be able to charge on through with that Psylocke. So amazing performance on Down Payment's side. They had the right idea to try and counter the dive, but once EXO was kind of forced out of their element, they just played this lineup and it worked to perfection.
Perfection is what exactly they were looking for. Now Down Payment a third of the way there from a best of 5 win over XOXO1. XOXO1 just after that first round just didn't look like they had much didn't have much control of anything really. They're just getting staggered, picked off left and right. Props to Down Payment as well for just controlling and holding down Sungja Woo from doing what he does best, just dive in and doing as much damage, as much disruption as possible. And Down Payment setting the tone here in this best of 5 series. How does EXO adjust from here though?
That's the question. They were trying to adjust accordingly and trying to adjust with the picks, and I'd say they were kind of forced out of their element. So it's still up in the air. We've seen how these matches go. We haven't seen a series that... Oh, wait, was it Onside Gaming? No. It was always a back and forth since we did reach that best of 5. So
yeah.
I wonder if Down Payment is going to carry this over and continue on with their dominant streak up against one of the best. XOXO is actually an invited team. So that says a lot about this the stakes here.
Yeah, EXO are a contender here in stage 2. They were contenders in stage 1 as well, but now they are starting at the back foot. This is a best of 5, so they do have time to come back into the series. We'll see if they're going to be able to here in map 2, but we're going to take a short break, so don't go anywhere.
한껏 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 처음에 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 처음에 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 운명에 The way
Down payment, pulling off a map 1 victory against XOXO01, and now we move into round number or map number 2, I should say. Now with XO in the back foot, what do they choose for their map, and how do they adjust to come back into the series?
That is the question, and we will find the answers to that in just a bit. But we've seen, I mean, I don't know if the luster of, is this going to be one-sided or not, has changed because of the matches we have seen before. I am also, the Dark Child, crazy. I'm getting a bit of stuttering on my end. But yeah, it's just the way that these intense matches have been going that we can't call it just yet. So I wonder, Chad, how you guys are feeling in this match. Is it a 50-50? Is it not? Because I think me and Dan were saying that this was the most 50-50 we'd see, and we thought, hey, out of all these matches, I think this would go the best of 5. But
yeah,
boy,
we didn't expect the
entire.
Yeah, boy, were we wrong. Yeah, that's exactly what we said. Oof, there's a world where this also goes the distance. It goes to 5, but we've got a long way before we get to that point. And maybe XOXO find a way to get back. This is a team that really likes to operate on the dive composition, whereas Down Payment, they're a more traditional type of composition. They go for the simplicity. They go with what works, and they are doing just that. And for now, it's been working wonders for them, especially Boa King on that Psylocke that we have been seeing in stage 1, especially when he was on Rival. He was just an absolute menace on that Psylocke, but now looking ahead as XO choosing Spider Islands this time around. This is the first time we've seen it here in playoffs.
Yeah, you know what? Spider Islands is not necessarily a popular pick when it comes to group stage and also Asia in general. So Spider Islands coming in here, knowing, probably taking it to Spider-Man's advantage, I'm not sure, as Sung Juk-woo did try to persist, but let's take it back to the dive, right? I think Sung Juk-woo made more of a difference when he was on the Captain America, so they kind of sniped out the magic and also the Spider-Man very well. They countered it very well, so I wonder if they're still gonna persist with that and go with the flashy plays and try to force them into just playing that aggressive style and just countering them every step of the way.
Yeah, but you also have to think, Down Payment also banned away the Venom, which is the premier dive Vanguard. And I'm sure XOXO really wanted to pick that up, but unfortunately it was just taken away from them. They had to go with the other options like the Hulk, like the Captain America, and unfortunately it just wasn't working out for them. And now Down Payment, do they run back the Venom ban? I'm sure they will, but it's all gonna come down to this draft here, as we have yet to see if Down Payment look to make minor adjustments, but on the side of XO, what kind of adjustments do they make on their end as well?
That's true. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? If this strategy gets you so much results, why not just keep rocking it until the end and force your team or force your opponents to actually change up their strategy? Down Payment will be defending while XOXO will be charging through here in this convoy map of Spider Island. Place your parlays now and who you guys think is this is I mean, I don't know which one is actually has the advantage, because XOXO, sure, they're an invited team, but as you pointed out, international team on Down Payment side, and you have people on different sides of Marvel Rivals championships, different regions as well, doing very well in this matchup. So this is the most 50-50 we're possibly going to get.
And a quick little shout out here. It looks like Liger has appeared in the
Woo!
chat. The OCE caster himself coming in to show some support for Down Payment. A lot of the OCE players are now on this team here in the Asia region, and they all have taken a map. So that's going to be exciting here for any fans from the OCE region. As we do move further and further into these picks and bans, Emma going to be banned away on the side of XO. A great ban if you're going to all in onto this dive composition that you want to go for.
Wow, just attacking the Vanguards here. Taking out also Doctor Strange.
Okay.
So we take out the portal on the side of Down Payment. So I like this. They did save up the Magneto. So that is one of the best when it comes to Vanguard utility and also versatility. And now we're going to switch things up on over to the Strategist, taking out both the Mantis and the Luna Snow. And they have a chance to just secure at least maybe they couldn't secure an Ultron. So they actually secure the Luna. So one-sided Luna on the side of Down Payment.
Yep. Lumi has been doing very well on that hero. Is just able to keep the team alive, keep the Fate of Both Worlds up and going when the time comes to it. And now XO, what did they ban away? They do take out the Adam Warlock, so they deny Down Payment of a second chance in some of these team fights, and they will take Emma Frost for themselves.
Interesting. I wonder if they're going to respond also with another, because they were able to shut down the Warlock. So they're going to take out the Magneto. Now XOXO has their dive. They have their Captain America. They also have the Venom to work with. No Shark, unfortunately, on XOXO's side, but Down Payment can rock the Jeff if they choose to. Note that this map also kind of rewards triples, so that could be on the table for Down Payment to start out with.
So far, how does XO want to go for this, though? They are on the attacking side this time around. Down Payment, we should expect them to go the triple, the triple Vanguard, triple Strategist defense that a lot of teams have adapted in these kinds of modes on Convoy and Convergence. And how does XOXO pull through this, what on paper is a very tanky defense, but it looks like Down Payment aren't going for the triple. They're gonna go for the 2-2-2.
But look at XOXO. I don't know. Again, we have people in the chat or people watching can't see this yet, but we have seen XOXO kind of go triple dive. Just in front of our screen right now, folks. Sungjak Woo is thinking of going the Iron Fist, while Alone Phil's on that Wolverine. You're gonna see it shortly, as they are going to actually make this lineup work here as just the sole tank here. So, and we got two. Yeah, it's a 3. Oh wait, sorry, it's a 1-3-2.
Yeah, a little bit of a complicated numbers here, but Alone Phil's, keep in mind, does have the rocket jump available. So if he does go for the kidnap, he can just go sky high. We've seen other teams use that strategy before. And here it's going to be no different. Sungjak Woo doing a lot of damage here as Bobo King and 6 laying down the hurt as well, as the lamps aren't going to save Ace this time around, as Donald is able to follow up with another one. And now it's a 2-man advantage for just a few more seconds in favor of Down Payment.
You gotta love how Donald is setting up these walls, just cutting off any attempts for heals, cutting off any attempts at anything, while setting up Bobo King for him to flank his way, for him to set up a really good angle. So now we change things up. XOXO going with a Hulk here, as Sungjak Woo did not get any value out of the Iron Fist. Still holds strong here as Fun almost got kidnapped, but luckily Invisible Boundary was there.
Raids coming in. Fun going down so well on your left, as Sungjak Woo just jumping in and out of the fray. Just buying a bit of space, giving XL room to work with, but the Strangling Prison will find Zeta and will take him out. Gloomy does have to bit of both worlds and will keep Down Payment alive for just a bit longer. Goddess of Death now going to be popped by 6, but Donald is going to get shredded down. Can 6 find any opportunity to get a trade down? It doesn't look like he will be able to, as everyone of XO just runs for cover.
Yeah, and you gotta give it up for XOXO slowly pushing forward here, and now we're gonna allow Seita and Sungjak Woo to just drop their ultimate, as on your left takes out Fun, and it's slowly but surely all going XOXO's way as he takes out 6, and Alone Phil sends Donald back to the spawn, so it seems like a no contest, I'd say unlock of the point here.
Oh my gosh, how did that connect? Alone Phil's. You see them play so much Wolverine back in stage 1, and here he is not showing any signs of stopping. He is still an absolute menace on this Wolverine.
You do see the switch up here, 6 going with the Punisher, while Bobo King has switched it up, not the Psylocke anymore, but the Storm, just to buff some teammates. Omega Hurricane could also help get some displacements and also spread out. Fun now, trying to just get any pickoffs and actually find Seita in the mix. Whoa!
Oh, great last stand, but it's not going to do enough damage to take out anyone. 6 is able to shut down that Wolverine finally, as defense is starting to come into fruition here, as 6 picks up a triple and will send XO packing.
Yeah, I'll say this much. I think I mean, the Loki, I understand, but we're not playing Season 3.5 anymore, and unfortunately, once the lamps are spent, they could just go for any pickoffs. We've seen that situation happen before, and the way that Down Payment is actually they're putting so much damage on the board that XOXO was not able to hold up when it comes to sustain in that team fight. Now Sungjak Woo has switched on over to the Venom to try and get a dive going on as Lone Wolf is there, and Final Judgment just to save them away, and it's going to be a pickoff on both sides.
So many targets for 6 to go for, but started to get a little bit dizzy as the Invisible Boundary does bail XO out. But can they keep going into this fight? Here comes the Omega Hurricane. There is nothing that they can defend this with, as Bobo King picks up a triple, as 27 A's goes down with a quick flick from Lumi.
Down payment doing a good job, just I'd say weathering out the early storm and now forcing some discipline out of XOXO. Haven't seen any dives work out just yet, and down payment seem to be very ready for this type of matchup. They're holding strong and just denying the spider from moving.
So far, great ultimate timings as well coming in from down payment. These ultimates just coming in at the perfect time possible as Sungjuk Blue will find a pick on the Furry Kakai. Lone Pills will follow up as well as the rest of XO looking to push on forward, but they invested so many ultimates in order to do so.
Yeah, and now down payment can allow a little bit of real estate to be walked on, but they just got to be able to group up. Furakaka does have a check mark for that invisible boundary as they try and just push this mission vehicle a little further along. So now let's see how they're going to choose to engage this next team fight, because Alone Pills does have his last stand about to be ready, and he does have a little bit of cover, while Ace on this Phoenix can try and look for a pickoff as he tries to go for the End Song Inferno. Uh-oh.
It didn't even land, and Bubble King is quick to punish Ace. With a few left clicks as the invisible boundary does come in for XO. Will that push come in? The last stand shuts down 6 and Fun as well. Alone Bills just denies any sort of final judgment coming in from 6.
Yeah, that was a...
Oh, look to take control of the second point and a kidnap as well.
Alone Pills kind of carrying that final game there, and now Ace just making sure that he does have utility for him to be able to teleport in just to make sure that they can try to push past these ramps. But down payment, I don't know, 6, that was quite an unfortunate trade-off there. That was a good final judgment, but the last stand just answering back and answering in such an emphatic fashion that now down payment is behind on ultimates.
And down payment will deny a third point. Or do XO figure that this adjustment is the perfect way to go back in. A great kidnap on the Donald. That's going to kick things off here as the Omega Hurricane also doing a bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough as Fun now dangerously low. 6 goes into the fray, trying to shotgun anyone that he sees in point-blank range. Donald still moving onto the site, has the Strangling Prison available. Does he use it now, or does he wait to strike? Invisible boundary burned by Furukakai as the rest of XO taking to the high ground, just crawling all over down payment, just finding any sort of opportunities in, and there they go. Everyone of down payment dangerously low, taken away. Donald strangling prison, only strangles himself as the rest of down payment get wiped out.
Ooh, and just like that, I think no one is going to be able to contest. We do try and go and change things up. And a final judgment, but the local lamps to keep everyone alive as they try and contest this point. Ace has already switched on over to the Spider-Man to push people away. We have the Thing as well, and Alone Phil is actually taken out of the equation. Down payment trying to hold strong. They're able to actually get the Punisher off point. 27 Ace still keeping everyone alive. Omega Hurricane to contest. They need to stay on point here, but now it's only 2 out of 3, and we see the 2-person pickoff. XOXO needs to hold strong here and force his final overtime as he gets the pickoff of Bobo King, and Alone Pills is the only one that is here.
Alone Pills did find a good last stand onto Bobo King, but is it going to be enough though? And the rest of down payment looking to hold, looking to deny this second point as Lumi just flicking away the lamps coming into fruition, but it's gonna be gone just like that as down payment. At least they deny a third, at least they deny an overtime from happening here in map number 2.
I mean, it's a battle of inches at this point. I think down payment needs to think that they did not deny them the 3-point game, and they have to shoot for that much. Because, man, XOXO kind of found their stride towards the midway point of this game. But unfortunately, they couldn't hold strong, and it looked that way for a little bit. But the change up onto Captain America to just hold onto the point. 6 using up the final, the final judgment for him to be able to hold everyone. It's just so hard for you to be able to get back onto the point. We did see Ace kind of switch up the Spider-Man, but no value was gained from there. So We shall see how down payment will continue on this dominant streak, or will XOXO tie it up 1 game each?
How this turns out, as the triple is going to be the play for EXO. Not the most traditional of triples that we've seen in matches past, but it is one that works.
True. I'm actually... the Venom is actually ready for them to use, but they opt to go for the Strange, Captain America, and the Emma Frost, which, again, it can allow a lot of ground to be covered on grounded fights, which is good. But you have Donald on to the displacement queen herself, Angela. Let's see if he's going to actually get any pickoffs here, as he just monitors everyone.
Yeah, he's going to find an opportunity here. As the rest of down payment looking to hold down. Sungjuk Woo gets shut down immediately, as Donald will follow to do the same with Bobo King there as well. BRB brings back Sungjuk Woo, but already EXO looking staggered.
Yeah, this is hard because XOXO are gonna have to walk all the way back to the team fight here. They do have a Portal to work with, but he's still in the team fight. So now it just seems like slowly but surely down payment, walking down this alleyway and forcing out ultimates for ultimate, and it was down payment that popped the latest invisible boundary, so they're gonna stay a little bit ahead in this team fight.
Woo! Great snipe coming in from 6, taken out on your left. Will use the final judgment. Can they find even more? King and 6 teaming up with the damage, with the duelist potential. Will just wipe the floor of EXO. And down payment just pushing on forward, denying any sort of comeback from EXO in this fight. And they will keep this point moving just a bit further.
Yeah, so now it seems like they might go for a portal play here. Seitha, they're all bunched up together. Donald just making sure that he does have a bit of a scouting advantage to see. And we've already popped the portal here. Let's see how this team fight will go. Wow, 27 A's just able to pick off Bobo King from the distance.
Yeah, the silent seduction is proving to be valuable here. They're only going to find one. And the likes of Bobo King. That is going to be enough to at least defend, as down payment look to push in a little bit further. Bobo King has the Omega Hurricane, is just firing away, spinning away. But it's not going to have value into anything, as EXO looking to invest some ultimates. Freedom Charge already burned by Sungjuk Woo. Seitha, though, has the Eye of Agamotto. I'm sure down payment should be ready for this. We'll see if they're prepared.
Yeah, Ace doing a good job keeping everyone alive and staying out of line of sight. Eye of Agamotto is going to get countered, and 6 is going to punish him accordingly with that Punisher Shoddy. And we do see that Ace able to bring back Seitha into the fight. Urakaka doing a good job keeping everyone alive. Ult is going to be used, the invisible boundary, just for Bobo King to take out Sungjuk Woo. And the good hold is being done by XOXO so far, but 6 being a difference maker here with the final judgment.
6 is doing so much damage right now with that final judgment. Now onto the shotgun, but does he have the burst damage to damage the Fatal Growth World? Not at the moment, but it will be able to do so soon. As 6 trying to hunt down a target, will just flick onto Seitha instead. It's Sungjuk Woo now on the Spider-Man, and it's looking good for down payment as they look to set their sights on this first point.
Yeah, so just uncontested. I mean, that was an excellent team fight, but you have to give it up for XOXO. They constantly kept trying, and they're still going to try to hold as much as they can, but unfortunately, Sungjuk Woo timing a bit off, unable to get it. Seitha now onto the Venom just to add that dive potential. Note, I see a Black Panther as well on Alone Fills' side, so they're doubling down on this dive composition, but Bobo King able to snipe out Sungjuk Woo in the process, trading Seitha Furakaka, and no value out of the Meteor, and but Fun able to take out one of the vanguards of XOXO. So seems like down payment is in a group here as Alone Fills takes out a bit of the backline.
So how well can you pull off the dive? The spectacular spin is going to take out Bobo King.
Rest of EXO looking to hold for the time being with the man-to-man is fun, dangerously low, and Alone Fills will finish the job. But on the side of EXO, 3 have already gone down. Donald now rocking the Angela yet again. Is looking all but likely to shut down any sort of opportunity that EXO had.
That's crazy how the elims are on down payment side, but I'm surprised the mission vehicle hasn't moved as far. Just down payments, EXO constantly diving, making sure that they're contesting the point. And now we're past the 2-minute mark of this game. Alone Fills has switched on over to the Iron Man, so they're really bringing out everything in the kitchen sink to try and answer down payment. And they have to answer this Omega Hurricane that is trying to go for their backline. And it seems like they have to be forced to go for an invisible boundary just for them to contest and just for them to respond to the Omega Hurricane. But now it seems like EXO has a foothold yet, but down payment is still trying to keep pushing this mission vehicle with the bubble as well as the final judgment to take out 27 A's.
Ace goes down. Donald takes down Ace. The maximum pulse from the Lone Fills isn't going to do a damn thing. On your left gets skewered as well. Donald is quick to track him down. And down payment looking to just march on into the second point, but I think EXO have enough time to resist this.
Look at the displacement, just taking out the vanguards just to make sure that they can unlock this checkpoint. Bobo King just adding just buffs here and there and taking out elim after elim. Down payment looking pretty good here. Alone Fills did take out Forikaka, but it's still all good. They're still in winning this team fight. Alone Fills did swing up to the Psylocke, and this possibly could be that difference maker that they're going for here, as Fun is the only one that is trying to push the point.
Great team fight coming in for EXO. They're able to hold.
The final 10 seconds.
Now down payment. 10 seconds left now. Down payment need to get onto the site if they want to keep this map from going into EXO's favor. Donald did pop the Angela ultimate to just get that overtime going. Forikaka now onto the Jeff as well. Bobo King, can he find a pick up the Ace? Yes, he will. To the skies he takes, and he might take even more as the rest of down payment slowly but surely, it seems, as they are able to just make their way in. But Sungjo's Woo finds a pick onto Ruby. Zeta will follow suit as well. EXO now starting to show signs of life here as Donald will find Ace. But can they find more? Doesn't seem all but likely as Donald will be falling as well. Bobo King just trying to keep the site from going to EXO's favor, but they cannot get it done. EXO take map 2.
One game each. We're in for at least a map number of 4.
I've seen this movie before.
Oh, what kind of Squid Game are we playing here, Dan? But we have to give our kudos, our props to Alone Fills. Man, you know what? I would say that going up against this type of offense or this type of creativity, you gotta give it up also to Down Payment, because they went through they had to face an Iron Man, a Black Panther. They were going through the entire lineup, but they still tried to hold strong. It's every rotation you could think of. I don't know if they were spinning a wheel for them to be able to figure out where to go, but man, that was just they couldn't weather out that storm. I would say though, I mean, Down Payment did a great job getting the elims, but when it came down to it, it comes down to holding the mission area, and that's what EXO were able to do. Look, 6 got 47 elims. How crazy is that?
Actually,
47
insane.
47 to 47. But if you look at elims on the side of EXO, it doesn't stack up to that 247s, right? So
yeah,
it just comes down to we're playing objectives, folks, and it doesn't matter. Like, oh, I see the, oh man, I see that a lot when it comes to in-game chat. Look at my KD, I'm good. But if you're not on the area, it doesn't matter. So this is an example of it. EXO playing to the objectives.
Yeah, that's exactly what they had to do, and they do do secure the map using simple fundamentals here. As now we are tied one apiece, and now it's effectively a best of 3 again.
I wouldn't call it a simple fundamental. They were like really just going through the entire
yeah. I think yeah. The simple fundamentals is a little too much. That I can agree with.
Yeah, they just tried going through everything. Yeah, and the fact that they were able to push here all the way up until that ramp was really good, and the fact that they're able to hold was really good. Makes me wonder also, maybe Down Payment might try to experiment with a 3 strategist lineup coming to the next one, because the 2-2-2 worked out well, and in team fights that works good, but you want to be able to keep containing and sustaining the mission area. So it's still up in the air, 1 game each. Holy smokes, what is happening, Dan? I'm losing my mind.
I am losing my mind. I am trying my best to give you guys the action. Me and Potch are definitely working overtime, definitely holding down the fort. We're doing our best. We're going to take a few minutes to recover as we come back here for map number 3 between XO and Down Payment. So we'll be right back.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그래들의 승리와 명예
Ladies and gentlemen, we are entering our number 6 in this broadcast, and it's looking like we have 5s all throughout. And we also got leg day in chat, so shout outs to one of the GOATs himself, and also shout outs to Liger. Shout outs to each and every one of you. I know Nell was also joining us in chat. I don't know if Multi is joining us as well, but you'll see him over the weekend. Dan, how are you feeling right now?
We're going through it right now. We have already seen 2 matches go all the way to 5 maps. Here, very well could follow that exact same path, but now we head into map number 3, the midpoint of this best of 5 series, most likely as XO were able to answer back here in map number 2, and now Down Payment. It's their turn to pick a convergence map, and it's going to be Central Park.
Yep, this map has been very prominent throughout the entire series from the first and second, and we've seen a lot of decisive wins and decisive rounds come from this map itself. So I'm excited to see how Down Payment is what kind of strategy that they're gonna bring, because they've been known for just bringing out 222s, right? And we've seen kind of the entire gamut being used up by XOXO, which again, if you look at the stats of it, there were a lot of team fights won by Down Payment, but unfortunately they were not able to push the mission vehicle to where they needed it. So I wonder what cleanups are going to be adjusted, or what kind of changes we're going to see on both sides.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Down Payment just had so many more eliminations when you compared it to XL. If you looked at the scoreboard alone, you would have thought that Down Payment took control of the map, and then lo and behold, XL, like we talked about before we went to the break, they played the objective. They played to what they had to do in order to take control of the map. And I know I tried saying simple fundamentals, but I know that was the most incorrect terminology for XO. They were just going down the list. So,
but they fundamentals, sure, but they went the entire wheel just there.
Yeah.
They took, if they wanted to turn right, they took 3 lefts, and then okay, I turned right eventually, so we're all right. It's still the same result. And considering that, I'm just trying to recall again. Today's going to be a bit of a haze if I try to think about it tomorrow, but they didn't even run a res comp, but they still. Down Payment was winning most of the team fights. They were still able to find ways in it. I mean, yeah, if any coach is there in chat, yeah, let us know your insights with how well they were able to just continue going on with the volume of, that Randy Marsh meme, I didn't hear no bell. And then it's like, he just keeps coming back. That's XOXO. You keep knocking them down, sending them back to respawn. But man, are they gritty. Man, do they really bounce back.
They, in fact, can do this all day.
Yeah,
and from what it looks like, we're going to be here all day.
All night for me, bro.
And XO are just going to go swinging again. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Here we go. Central Park, Down Payment on the defensive side, XO on the offensive as we head into the picks, bans, and locks for, what is this, the 13th time? Yeah, the 13th time.
You're right. This is the 13th map that we're commentating. Oh my god. This is wild. I feel like, oh gosh. I mean, I'm the one that saw the best of 8, map 8 of the best of 7, and now I'm here, potentially all throughout the best of 5s. I feel like I have a curse, man. I'm sorry I passed it on to you, Dan. It's the OT.
It gives us content.
It does.
It gives stuff for the viewers at home to watch.
Watch as
you are witnessing the banger with us as we make our way through these picks and bans. Emma going to be banned away. Strange also going to be banned away. This is convergence, so denying the Strange, denying any sort of portal coming in to just prevent the stagger is vital when it comes to these kinds of maps.
This was the same type of strategy XOXO went with in the previous map. They attacked the Vanguards instead of the Strategist in their first 2 bans. And that's when they would ban out the Mantis on Down Payment side, while Luna gets banned out. So it's actually a mirror ban pick of sorts. Lock in the Magneto, lock in the Luna, and now XOXO can choose to ban out. Who would they try to choose for? Adam Warlock, okay. Just to get rid of the res comp, and they could actually lock in the res comp if they want to. Even though it didn't cook that much in the first map, maybe they wanted to run it, but it seems like they're going to go with Emma Frost instead.
Yeah, Emma Frost has been slowly picking up in popularity when it comes to these picks and bans. This Silent Seduction, as well as just being able to provide the quick shields, an extra source of invulnerability in terms of crowd control in Emma Frost's kit is going to just prove to be important when you try to go for these controls, especially with the chokehold that Emma Frost can also provide. The crowd control is just going to be enough for a quick pick, a quick cleanup, you name it.
Choke slam.
Emma Frost, yeah, literally a choke slam. As
We've seen a lot of shutdowns of ultimates with her grab and her choke slam, so that is definitely at least in XOXO's favor. I was surprised that Down Payment didn't actually opt to ban out the Venom, because I think that was one of the keys to victory they experienced in map 1, that they denied the Venom and forced Captain America, because as you pointed out, Dan, Venom is the dive tank that you have to worry about. Company that with the Jeff is really good, but a Feast of the Abyss that gets damage boost or gets that snare going on, really good. Now it seems like XOXO is considering a bit of flyer comp here with the tandem of Ultron and Torch.
Yeah, the Ultron Torch combo that we all know and love. Many teams like to operate this kind of composition, and here on Central Park, it is a very vertical heavy map as well. So EXO will decide to opt for it. This was their backup composition back in stage 1, but I'm sure here in stage 2 it's going to be no different.
They were the ones to popularize flyers, right? And the height of Ultron, as Ultron was reaching his peak, right? They were already using up that Ultron. But now it seems like Six and Bobo King, man, they are a menace when it comes to the hit scan here. And Bobo King doing an amazing job. If he's able to flank and set up, you gotta be very careful. Uh-oh, nice push just to keep him away. But Alone Phil's also able to actually finish off Bobo King there to send him back to spawn as they try to take over the mission area.
Yep. Man advantage in favor of Down Payment. Make that even more. Now it's a 2-man advantage as Bobo King still scrambling back to make it onto the site. Quick regroup coming in from Down Payment, but can they defend in time? There is a trade, but Alone Phils is just cooking on this Human Torch as he's just able to find a triple. Yeah, quite literally cooking. Making a quad, maybe even a penta, but won't find any more. But in the end, XO, they play the objective and they will take control of the first point.
Alone Phil's literal moth to a flame analogy here, just making sure that his flame shots are working quite well. They tried to stagger to just hold on to the point, but they ran into the flame shots of Alone Phil's. Possibly something that Down Payment might consider in the next ban pick. And a supernova just for Bobo King. But we continue on to try and counter out this invisible boundary. Furikaka did set up an invisible boundary while Six is on the Goddess of Death. XOXO still sustain and stay alive.
Yeah, I don't think Six is able to find much more value than this, as Sunjoku and 27 Days teaming up to try to go for the dive, using the Rage of Ultron to try to take out any stragglers. But Lumi, a well-timed Fate of Both Worlds, will keep everyone alive and keep everyone away from the Silent Seduction, but everyone on EXO using basic abilities, using basic left clicks to just wipe out Down Payment, and EXO will keep on pushing.
That was kind of unfortunate. Bobo King was setting up real well, but got counter. His Dance with Butterflies was responded well, and you had the right click on Ace's side. So still uncontested and still undenied is this next point. Bobo King has already switched up to the Star-Lord. Tries to touch, but man, there's still a lot of time left on the clock, and nice heals and bubble as well to keep Bobo King alive.
Yeah, I got a little worried there. He was kind of just going on his own. Oh, okay, he still goes out at the end. Never mind. all that resources, all for naught, as the rest of Down Payment just desperately trying to deny the second point, but it is inevitable.
Yeah, I mean, oh god, look at that. Almost 5 minutes on the clock for this next push to happen. Now Down Payment are slowly staggered back to the point that's going to allow the objective to gain a lot of real estate here, Dan. And they still haven't solved the flyer problem, which is 27 Ace and Alone Phils.
The best solution is to use hit scan. Six was on the Hela, but is rocking now on the Ultron. And it looks like it's doing a lot of work now as he's able to take out Alone Phils.
Trying to get a pull onto 6 here just to put him closer to the team fight. And we do know that Ultron is so good with the escapability. Sungjuk Woo giving people, oh wow, just actually snaring everyone into the supernova as Alonefield's gonna light up Dracula's castle with the flame tornadoes. 27 A's is gonna get his lick back there, taking out 6. Gets that receipt as we push past the halfway mark and we try to push for a 3-point game. And now 27 A's trying to keep everyone alive, actually keep his fellow flyer alive. And we still keep pushing as Ace still holds on to his insurance, his karmic revival, folks. Don't leave home without it.
Don't give them another inch.
Don't do that indeed, as Bobo King doing his best to defend as the invisible boundary with the bubble, but the silent seduction is going to be healed up. Bobo King needs to be extra careful here as the Galactic Legend not going to quite land the mark, not going to find any sort of value, but it's now Fun's turn. He's able to find a snipe onto 27 A's, but the Karmic Revival will deny any sort of playmaking potential that down payment looked to go for. And now XO, now in a commanding position. None of these ultimates are available except Gloomy with the Fate of Both Worlds. Just 10 seconds of down payment, being able to hold down the fort.
Now
Once that time expires, what do they do? Here comes Sungjuk Woo with the feast. Oh my gosh, my voice is so showing cracks.
It is, and the cracks on the armor is being shown here. XO still holding strong. When it comes to the ultimates, it seems like Alonefields will be the first one to actually get it. Ace on the cocoon can still find his way back into this matchup, and now Alonefields has right like a star as he tries to force everyone back to spawn. It's gonna be the first fun. Now Bobo King is gonna follow suit, and the speed lights up red as XO try to put the nail in the coffin, but Furakaka keeps everyone alive with that boundary. But he does get a lick back there. XO uncontested, unable to stop the moving train that is XO, and down payment need to get a 3 or nothing here for them to stay alive.
Yeah, overtime or bust for down payment right now. XO just steamrolled through down payment. Anything that down payment tried to do, XO did better. And that dive composition with the Venom from Sungjuk Woo is proving to be so valuable when it comes to these kinds of fights. XO, although they weren't running a full dive composition, all you need is just a Venom. All you need is the torch just going in every so often. That's really all you need.
Yeah,
and that's XO just had to do.
The Flyers were doing really well. Like, they added so much poke, and Sungjuk Woo just disrupting the backline. And the Karmic Revival also just countering any of the ultimates, any of the elims that they were able to get. So now down payment kind of considering the Jeff. I do see where that could take them. But man, in this matchup, you really want to be able to at least take out an Ultron or a Human Torch, because XO just proved why these are the most dangerous heroes on this matchup.
Oof. Now we flip the sides. Round number 2. XO on the defensive now. It's overtime or bust, like we said. Down payment need to go in swinging. They got absolutely steamrolled, but can they do the same?
It's gonna be the Jeff factor. That could change things. The Jeff and Adam diff here. They do have pretty much the same type of lineup. Also an Emma, but they do have to answer the eyes in the sky there. And Jeff is trying his best to just left click his way. But we just continue on as the ultimates are building up here in this laning phase.
Both teams finding their marks, trying to stack up their ultimates as soon as possible, but it's a lone fill with the left clicks, able to open things up. 27 A's will follow suit, and XO looking to hold at least for this first skirmish here.
Yeah, doing a good job. I would say that Ace also taking out Donald. XO still, down payment still has some time. XO cannot afford to have them unlock this mission area, so down payment can still try to persist, still try to change things up. They're still going with, actually they're going with a 3 strategist lineup, so this could possibly help out. But man, like you said, Sungjuk Woo, the synergy of the Flyers is just really tough to go by here. And accompany that with a Rage. We do also have Jeff with the Swallow here, but save that thing up for Akaka. And unfortunately, unable to get anyone. We've got 3. We're getting all elims on the side of XOXO, so a denial of the take second time for XOXO onto down payment. So still all XOXO as we reach the halfway mark.
Oh, this is not good for down payment. They are looking out of it right now. They need some signs of life, and that sign of life is Bobo King, Kakai, Donald, and Fun all very close to their ultimates, but XO will beat them right to it.
But now we do see that Fun using the Meteor and Bobo King slowly building up that Galactic Legend. They do have a response here as Redster does have the Invisible Boundary, but no, it's actually the Psionic Seduction. Bobo King taking out 27 A's, but you know what that means. Insurance policy still keeps everyone alive, but no, we still continue on here, able to actually take out. Now the feed is lighting up blue for them to actually take out 2 for the price of 1 here. Sungjuk Woo trying to go for that dive as they try to push for the point. Redster now has already finished off the Invisible Boundary, but 27 A's is going to continue with that Rage and try to just stop any efforts for them to control the mission area. Down payment forced to go back here as Bobo King wants to get an Elim out of the sky here, taking out 27 A's, doing a good job. We get a Swallow here, but get the Elim off of Jeff. Donald now taking out Reds. It goes back and forth. It's 2 for 2. Ace now slowly building up that Karmic Revival, and Sungjuk Woo. The feed is slightly going in Red's favor, and just like that, XOXO controlling the pace of this matchup.
It looked close. It almost seemed like down payment were able to break through, but in the end, it was XO with a godlike defense. As down payment threw everything in there. So many ultimates invested, so much resources used, and it resulted in nothing. And now with 30 seconds, it's desperation on the side of down payment. What do you do in this situation? They need to look for a fight now. They need to look for the winning play.
Let's see if they're able. Who's going to get the ultimate first? But Akaka does have the fate of both worlds, but Aloneville taking out Fun, so they're 1 Vanguard down. Forced to go for the Feast of the Abyss, and now XOXO need to respond to this takeover onto point, forcing the Galactic Legend and save the... We do have the Karmic Revival to keep everyone alive. Can he hunt them down? We still stay alive, and now there's the time for down payment to march their way down here. But Sungjuk able to take out Akaka, and now unable to get the... that was so close, but he's still just trying to contain one of the strategists here, and that is going to force them in a really tough battle as XOXO clean up the point here, Dan.
Yeah, that'll do it. XO, a commanding map 3, and they put themselves at match point first, and down payment just never had a grip in this entire map, it seemed like.
I'll tell you this much, he did point it out. I think it might be just Sungjuk Woo on that Venom. You deny the Venom from the first map, okay, that's able to do, you're able to actually win it. But here, he was doing so well just distracting the strategist, forcing alone fills, and also, I believe it was, 27 A's to kind of run roughshod up in the air, uncontested. They were forced to go for a triple strategist, but unfortunately, Bobo King couldn't have that same type of magic or that same type of flash he did before because he's unable to get the Psylocke going. He's unable to cover ground with that Star-Lord, and they were just ahead in terms of they beat them to the punch when it came to ultimate trades and also cooldowns for them to be able to get this. So kind of surgical on XOXO's side.
Yeah, the resource management was absolutely perfect from XO. They just had enough resources where you see down payment having their ultimates online. They had 4 at one point. They dumped everything. Surely they would have been able to secure the site, but XO were just able to secure those ultimates in the nick of time and just counter every single blow that down payment threw at them. And look what the result is. Now XO in a commanding map point, series point, and down payment. There's a lot of things to consider.
Yeah.
With your backs against a wall like this.
I would say what's terrifying is that I think down payment was really countered the dive of XOXO. But now that XOXO is showing us different layers to their game, not just Sungjak Woo being the playmaker, but you got Ace onto the Warlock. You have Alone Fills in 27 A's just getting picked off left and right. I just think that they weren't ready for this type of XOXO, which Sungjak Woo in the interview was talking about. They're like, yeah, people know us for the dive, but we got to start playing the meta. We got to start playing with the flyers. We got to start playing with what works in competitive, because they want to be one of the representatives for our region, since they're an all-Thai team. And that was actually a really good showing on their part, them showing us different layers and having that flyer meta, just showing us that they are very well versed in it.
Yeah, but I can see they put in a lot of work over the week-long break that we had here in the Asia region. Keep in mind, these teams did also have a week to recover, recuperate from week 2.
Also, one thing I want to point out is this is one of the matches that you didn't see XOXO changing characters constantly, having that revolving door.
Yeah.
So they were very confident in that. So, folks, scoreline is 2-1. We're going to take a short break. After that is going to be map number 4. So don't go away. More of Marvel Rivals when we come back.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 좁아 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 좁아 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The weight of it
And welcome back, folks, to an intense match between Down Payment versus XOXO. From map number 2 to map number 3, it's kind of day and night difference with how XOXO was able to play that because of the confidence that was brought to the table in Central Park. You got Dan and Potch Spice keeping you company. Dan, how you feeling, man? Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? What's going on?
Oh, no, I'm definitely feeling it now. We're already gone into map number 4. We've got, one more best of 5 after this one. So we still got a ways ahead of us. But now we head into map number 4 between EXO and Down Payment. EXO on match point. And now the ball is in Down Payment's court yet again, and they will choose to go for a domination map here in map number 4. It's going to be Burned T'Challa. The domination map here.
Yeah, usually, or I don't know, it just seemed like they want to be able to duplicate that same type of success that they did in map number 1 and bring back the domination. Well, I mean, Genji realized, okay, that's our flaw, let's bring it back to that. So it's very interesting to see the thought process, which makes me wonder also what kind of version of XOXO are we going to see? Are we going to see that confident XOXO and playing into this type of flyer strategy, or just sticking with it? Or are they going to try and mix things up once again and throw everything in the kitchen sink to try and see which works?
Definitely a big question mark indeed, but both teams are going to ban away 2 different bans.
Wow.
Emma Frost and the Jeff going to be taken off the table off the rip.
I like it. Down Payment knows that XOXO usually targets their vanguards. They lock in at least the Magneto. We've seen them ban out the Strange, but seems like they will go for the Luna Snow because this is a domination map, so maybe more priority on the sustain. And I like it. Ultron is going to get locked in by XOXO. That was one of the difference makers in the keys to success that they did bring to the table. So another ban on the side of Down Payment, and I like it. Going for the Venom ban, just reminiscent of the previous one. So they're going to force out a Captain America from XOXO if they want to play dive.
Yep, Captain America has to be the option for Sung Jung-woo if he does opt to go for the more dive composition. As EXO, they do lock the Ultron, but a quick response from Down Payment to ban away the Human Torch is going to be a valuable ban, especially when EXO did invest one of their picks for the Ultron.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. It's just they did just ban out the nice. So the Mantis. So you're gonna see a lot of soul resurgence as well as buffs. So you are, even if you are target banning certain heroes from players, you're kind of leaving the strategists on the table here. You can still run triple strat with that Ultron and Mantis. So now the last lock in for Down Payment could be very telling. Maybe they want to lock in strategist as well. Let's wait and see who they're gonna go for. Jeff is still on the table for them to lock in. They still also have eyes on maybe they can't use Emma, so a Warlock.
Ooh. Very strong ban here, especially on domination, where you're just non-stop fighting, non-stop getting elims left and right, and if you're able to use the Adam Warlock's Karmic Revival to prevent any sort of staggering,
they should ban out the Venom also on the other side. But no, they ban out the Ultron. So they're allowing the Fun Venom, or is it Donald using that? So note, in the first domination map, Down Payment kind of went with an anti-dive strategy. That's why they're kind of vying for the Hulk here. So I wonder if they're going to go with that, because when they went for that, that's when XOXO was able to capitalize.
Yep, indeed. And now, what is the option here? It looks like it's going to be Down Payment using the Gamma Squid team-up ability. But does XO do the same here? Looks like they're going to do it as well. We'll see. Yeah, mirror matchup indeed. Sung Jung-woo now on the Captain America like we all expected. Oh, never mind. I forgot. Nope.
We're still getting the tour. We're still getting the tour, man. So it's all good.
we're getting that revolving wheel of what heroes we can play here.
Yeah, so we're not calling it just.
Is it a wheel? Do you think they use a wheel, or did they use like a dart?
I think they use a dice. I don't know. What's a creative way, Chad, for people to rotate around heroes? Because I just feel like XOXO, all of them, the very minimum of you to enter XOXO is you got to play a dive hero, because anyone could play Spider-Man, anyone could play Black Panther. We've seen them kind of rotate around the carousel of dive characters. But now having the Mantis Ultron and as well as the copy of the Loki could prove to be very well for XOXO here, as Ace tries to hunt down a Elam here. Yo!
Hey, Owen Phils gets picked off by 6. And that's a great opener for down payment. They looked so out of it in those past 2 maps, but here they're looking for some sort of redemption.
Seitha able to actually get an Elam out of Donald, actually using the Diamond Crush. And now we continue on here as we push forward. And now it seems like Seitha is trying to control the mission area and getting a push. And we have 27 A's in the skies just to be able to provide that poke here. No one has won just yet. 2 Elims on each side. Let's see if Sungjuk Woo is going to add any damage here as he's the Captain America. We do see that Fun Fun has already went to puny banner form, and XOXO has won the mission site.
Yep, XO will take control in the end, despite a great pick from down payment. As Alone Fills does adjust from the Star-Lord onto the Winter Soldier. And, oh, hey, Sungjuk, how you doing?
He's just aura farming, bro. He's just standing
He's
there.
just-
It's like, America is #1 here with Captain America with the Freedom Charge getting ready.
He's saying that and no one is looking at him
Yeah.
until now.
That's aura debt, bro. So, but Sungjuk Woo he wants to be the magnet of attention, right? That's what you want as a diver. And we do get a copy, Goddess of Mischief on Rezer's side. And Alone Fills going for the slam dunk of the Kraken impact. Gonna wait for the next target. It is gonna be onto the Phoenix. And just like that, he has another target in his sights. Tries to go for the Karmic Revival, but we have Alone Fills able to actually get the Elims here.
Does get the Elims in time, but oh yeah, still in favor of XOXO1. 60% now all in their favor. Down payment still have yet to take control of the site. They're not going to opt to use the strange portal just yet.
They still got time. It's still all good. They can try to force their way. Do have a dive in Fun Fun, but they got to be very careful and mindful of that percentage that is slowly climbing, folks. So we do see the synergy of Jeff and Venom coming on in here. Psionic Seduction, just for him to be able to get countered out here. Freedom Charge, you're going to get a dunk. And Donald gets 2 for the price of 1.
Yep, there's the End Song Inferno with the Meteor M Wombo combo that we all have seen before. And down payment will take full advantage of that. Everyone on XO just falling off the map to prevent staggers. We've seen this before, and that is a good strategy to utilize here as XO look to reset quickly.
True. So I think it's a good time to play it slow and steady for now. Alone Fills able to get the uppercut and now forcing out the Feast of the Abyss here. Alone Fills slowly getting that Kraken impact, and 27A starts the charge here by taking out Lumi. So that's one strategist down. While we get a Kraken impact, we got the Death Mark, and he's trying to go for the Elam and the reset here.
Goes for the reset, but will settle with 1 for the time being. A great hook onto Donald. That'll isolate him and take him out. Doesn't give him time to walk back into the invisible boundary. Alone Fills is just flicking onto so many members of down payment. At this up point, slowly reaching that 100% mark as 27 Days is able to track down 6. No chance for the impact to go off. Here comes the Itch Jeff. No, it catches 3.
Oh man,
that's
it's
2.
low.
I lied.
Yeah, it gets
but
2
is it going to be enough?
Mantis.
No.
Oh,
we'll see if it's enough.
But Bobo King able to actually get the revive onto the Jeff, so the Jeff stays alive in this matchup. Rez able to actually copy the boundary, but 27 A's is being uncontested in the sky. So even though there was that Karmic Revival insurance, we still continue on fighting here as the overtime is slowly whittling away in favor of XOXO. Sungjuk Woo finds his next mark, wants to get the Elim, gets the Elim out of Bobo King, and now it's only 1 left. Lumi now also getting chased out here. They do go for the portal on Alone Fills side, and XOXO slowly but surely just whittling away the overtime for them to be able to get the first map here in Baron T'Challa. That's only the first map, folks.
We got another round here, but XO are looking strong here. They've definitely powered up throughout this entire series. Down payment, they did take the first map, but XO are just in a commanding position. They're looking to take 3 maps in a row.
Yeah, and I'll point it out once again, Dan. They're not switching characters. They're that confident in this lineup. And why not? Because of how well they were able to capture the first fight, and so for them to hold on for so long, they showed us levels to this game that they don't have to force dive so much, because again, dive isn't so good, especially if you're going up against the triple support that is happening on most teams. And with Jeff and Adam Warlock, it could be hard. So let's see what the adjustments are going to be made on down payment side here, as XOXO still stick to the same lineup.
Retain the Venom Jeff team up ability. Luby still on the Adam Warlock. They did lock it for themselves, so that Karmic Revival, we haven't seen value out of it just yet, but I'm sure it could be a little bit different here in the second round.
Yeah, interesting that Bobo King switched out. I thought him and Six were doing really well. He switched out to the Jeff, so maybe we're going to see a duelist Jeff in this matchup. But 27 A's to start things out with the Rage, just to push them away. And now we get the choke slam and the Elim off of Donald, one of the Vanguards here, forcing out the invisible boundary while Six tries to clean up shop here and actually gets the fadeaway. Elim out of Alone Fills. So 1-for-1 Elim on both sides as Six continues on here. Dangerously low is Captain America, and Rez forced to go for the Soul Resurgence copy.
And Song Inferno going to be used, but Zeta is able to take out Furikakai. Rez will do the same onto Lumi, but Six doing as much damage as possible, but Lumi has the Karmic Revival to keep the down payment in this fight. But can EXO secure the site? Not just yet, as the rest of the down payment are going to pile on in. This might take a long time before any sort of fight is resolved here. As there's a little bit off here. You got a shark. You got a shark stuck at the bottom of the map. Bubble King gets taken out.
Yeah, unfortunate there. We still have not won this first mission area. Holy smokes, they're really going all out here, and it seems like XOXO are lighting up the board left and right, but Psionic Seduction might be the difference maker here. It's going to be a 2v1 versus a Vanguard. Alone Fills now, just cleaning up Fun, sending him back, and finally we have won our first engagement here. XOXO slowly climb up here in terms of percentage.
These down payment aren't going to be shut out this time around. They are going to have 14% to their name. But obviously, you want more than that. As Hongjuk Woo getting dangerously low will rejoin the team to get some extra healing, extra support down. But the rest of the back line of EXO are just crisp right now. Six getting 1v1 down by Alone Fills, who looks for a hook. Doesn't quite land the mark, but still doing so much damage with this area of effect.
Yeah, he does have his Kraken Impact ready to work with, but they pushed them so far back that they're not a threat just yet towards the mission area. And we do have Seitha just holding strong as one of the best tanks in the game. And now we try to double it up. Alonso's taking out Lumi. All good. It's getting a little too hot for him to try and go for a reset. But the fact that he was able to force out a defense ultimate, it's already a win. And now we see that Ace is going to know that there is a Venom that is roaming around and cleans up shop here. So it's still holding strong on XOXO's side, and now we're past the 50% mark, Dan.
Has been past 60 now in favor of XO. Down payment. Can't fall over like this just yet. You cannot do that, but Bobo King gets slammed down by Sungjuk Woo. 27 A's will follow up onto 6. Donald fate is the same, but Lumi comes in again with the Karmic Revival. But can they find any sort of value as Sungjuk Woo has to Freedom Charge and is just charging down what is left of down payment? Is Jeff going to be used by Bubble King? But can he find the value? But Sungjuk Woo, look at him go. He is just an absolute menace to the back line, as everyone on down payment are just scattered. They are not finding any room, any chance of coming back. They are getting picked off. XO are all over the map. They're all over down payment, and they're all over the series. XO take down payment 3-1.
What a performance by XOXO. They kind of staggered a little bit at the start, but once they were able to find their groove in map 2 and 3, it was kind of all she wrote. And they were able to actually, they only lost one map. It is a 1-3 in favor of XOXO. And I think when it came down to it, they just really had to play the meta. They played it very well. They still threatened that dive because you could still see the respect ban on the Venom. You still see the respect ban onto the Torch. So this is what's very scary going up against XOXO, because they will force it. But if you are so ready for it, they go back to the meta, which is a working composition of what we're known for, or what we see in competitive. So an excellent performance by XOXO. But guys in the chat, please give it up for Down Payment, giving us an amazing game and really pushing XOXO to that limit and forcing them to kind of go kind of unconventional, which is the meta.
Yeah, and XO, if you never seen them play before, they are a team that really like to go for the dive composition. But like you mentioned, Posh, Down Payment really made XO diversify their champion pool, their hero pool, and go for different compositions. You did say that they wanted to work on these other compositions. They're known for dive. They want to go for other compositions as well. And here, they are making a statement that, hey, we can play the meta if you need us to. And they did just that.
We'll play meta.
Okay,
I gotta cross my hands. Like, I guess I'll play meta. Ugh, I'm not gonna dive. But I mean, I know that they want to give the fans what they want. They can go for the dive. But right now, there's a lot at stake. It is the playoffs, and they gotta lock in. And it just seems like the 7-day period, they were able to kind of refine their strategy and really work their own magic into this. And Sungjuk Woo, known for going for the duelist. We saw him do very well onto the Venom and the Captain America, kind of going for the Vanguard role while everyone else is kind of left to shine like Alone Fills in 27As. So I think now we're seeing, if you guys have been following us since Marvel Rivals Championship, Stage 1 and now Stage 2, you can see the evolution of this team, and you can't help but root for them because they are doing their best to kind of stay above and beyond everyone else here, and just noting that they're not a one-trick pony, that they're just going to keep diving all the way.
I mean, that's what they've been known for, right? They've been doing so much of that composition, but it's nice to see that they are still able to play the meta. Like we said, if they have to, they will do it. Especially with the bans coming in from opposing teams to try to shut down the dive. But in the end, XO, if they're able to get their dive going, if they're able to get their traditional composition going, this is going to be a scary team to play against.
Yeah.
And something that fans really love to see, because you don't see a lot of teams running full dive compositions nowadays.
I think what is scary the most about XOXO is that they'll pull it out if they have to or if they want to, right?
Yeah.
So you got to be careful what kind of version of XOXO you have to prepare for. Down Payment, all right, you know what? They prepared for it. They went with Namor. They went with Hulk. They shut down the dive. But when they started to see XOXO, oh, they're going meta. Oh, they're going with dive Vanguards. That's when things start to get very scary for them, because it's like, wait, we're kind of known, or like people are known for seeing them just really persist on the dive. So you just love to see the levels to this. I'm sure Down Payment will also learn and grow from this, and it's not the end of their run just yet. They will have a chance at the lower bracket to be able to fight their way all the way to the grand final. So I think it's good that they were able to face this adversity now, so that they're able to adjust accordingly.
Yeah, they did adjust that, and now Down Payment have to await for their next matchup. They are in the lower brackets this time around, but like you said, they're not out of it just yet. They still have the lower bracket to try to rebound back into the grand finals if they are able to make a deep enough run. But on the flip side, XO still staying alive in the upper bracket, and they will be playing against the winner between Reject and Incipients, our last best of 5 of today.
Oof, that is going to be a barn burner too, because we talked about how Gaku He's just a menace with that magic, right? And he did 1v1 up against XOXO in Incipients versus XOXO, but it seemed like I'd say XOXO was more ready for that dive. So I wonder how Rejects is going to deal with that type of aggression for our last match of the day. So it's 3-1, folks. Not the full best of 5. Oh, darn it, Dan. Oh, no.
We thought we almost had the streak going.
I was going to get ready to put another coffee pot going on, man. We're going to go all day here, but it is what it is. We still got to give our flowers to both these teams for giving us an amazing showing. And we did see that signs of success on down payment. So can't wait to see how they're going to fare in the next couple of days. Did see also levels to Bobo King. That was the first time actually we saw him on something that's outside of Duelist. We saw him, well, I mean, you could say Jeff is pseudo Duelist, but
he's
not on the
starting to
sideline.
lean more towards the utility side, but
True.
still a strong
remember-
pick in the right hands. Yeah.
Do you remember like in season 1 or 2 where Jeff wasn't reworked, that he could swim for ages and he was actually DPS Jeff?
Yeah.
That was crazy, dude.
I had to deal with that at times in my own games. That was so annoying. He's just
Where am I getting
peppering
hit
the
from?
back
Then
line.
then it's Jeff with the right clicks, because the right clicks didn't have a max of 3. They just kept going.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, oh my god.
Good times.
Good times.
Were those good times? I don't know, but we'll see.
It's nice
But,
to reminisce on where we've
nice
come
to,
from and where we're now.
Reminisce our traumas sometimes. Anyway, yeah. Soon enough, we'll get the next matchup underway. But yeah,
I think
what's up?
we will be interviewing someone, but we're just going to wait and confirm with Mother Base if we will talk to someone on XOXO side. Can't wait to see that. But since we are reminiscing, we will have to reminisce on Gamma Squid soon enough, because Gamma Squids are going to be out. It's going to be like a shock wave, right? That Namor is going to be using. And also, once he gets elims, he has he's going to have spooky squids, or he's going to have like ghost squids if you get an elim. XOXO.
We have received word from home base. It is going to be the Spider-Man GOAT himself. It's Sungjuk Woo of XOXO1. We will get that going as soon as possible.
Let your voices be heard, chat, because we're going to talk to Sungjuk Woo. There he is. Sungjuk Woo, congratulations on a hard-fought match. How are you feeling? How's the team feeling that they won their first playoffs match?
Yeah, we're feeling good. Like our first match is the first map is kind of hard for us because like we haven't like warm up yet, so like we just need a little bit of like warm up. Yeah, so yeah, we're happy for the win.
Nice, because after that warm up, 3 straight. So congratulations.
Thank you.
And you did. I know. Pasha pointed this out. You guys are known for the dive composition. Have you guys been working on the other meta compositions as well? Because I know you guys had a week off. Did you have time to work on these other compositions if you need to pull them out?
Yeah, we've been like trying some other comps, like because we've been practicing like other comp like for months or 2 months, and we just kind of decided like go like for a flyer character, you know. Yeah, because like Torch is so OP, Torch and Neutron is so OP.
Congratulations on that map. I want to take it to map 2 when you guys were in Spider Island. You guys were going through the different characters, right? Do you have any highlight moments or any fun moments that you want to talk about in that map? Because we saw an Iron Man by Alone Fills, we saw Black Panther.
Oh yeah, so we kind of just like switched like everything all over the place, and the funny moment is like where like we're on defense like, and then like I was trying to touch for like the last second, then like I didn't make it. I was like in VC9, so yeah.
That's fine. You guys won at the end of the day, Dan.
Yeah, I think that'll wrap us up here. We will let you go celebrate with the team, and congratulations on that win.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Sungjuk Woo. All right, see you soon. Thank you. Okay, there you go. He's a man of truth. He wasn't able to hit that objective, but hey, they still won. Actually, that was the map where it was down payments to actually get more KOs, but they were still able to play the objectives.
Yeah. That is
objectives,
surprising. I'm not gonna lie. Just the amount of eliminations that down payment had made it look like that they had the map, but somehow, some way, it was XO instead taking over. And with that, that is going to be a deep look on the team of XOXO1. He has also pointed out that, yeah, we have been working on the other compositions. And here we saw it happen. But for now, we'll see if they're able to keep it going in the upper bracket as we do go for a little bit of a break as we head into and prepare for the final best of 5 of tonight. It's Incipients up against Reject. You don't want to miss that one. And don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
누워진 방바늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인